Demon Sect, Primordial Saint Sect. A vast sea of clouds churned like raging waves, and countless majestic peaks stood like islands scattered across the sea of clouds, arranged like pieces on a chessboard. On the very outskirts of this chessboard, there stood a mountain noticeably shorter than the others, as if its peak had been sliced off, leaving a flat summit. On the flat mountaintop, flying boats landed and took off, while the newly admitted registered disciples were lining up in a row. Liu Yang was among them. He had just transmigrated here, and upon opening his eyes, found himself in this place, with lingering memories in his body telling him that his current situation was quite dire. According to the memories of his body's previous owner, under the rule of the Primordial Saint Sect, there was a nation called Chen. Every 3 years, the kingdom of Chen would send a batch of registered disciples to the Primordial Saint Sect, while the sect in return would ensure the kingdom's favorable weather and the royal family's stability. At first glance, this sounded like being accepted into an immortal sect and gaining the great fortune of achieving eternal youth and longevity. However, in reality, none of the dignitaries or nobles of Chen were willing to come. Only impoverished commoners like Liu Yang were sent as blood offerings. After all, despite thousands upon thousands of registered disciples being sent into the Primordial Saint Sect every 3 years, the number of official disciples never seemed to grow noticeably, while registered disciples simply vanished one after another, as if they were not entering a sacred place of cultivation, but plunging into a bottomless abyss. Just thinking about it sent chills down one's spine. No wonder I feel so weak, like my body has been hollowed out. Liu Yang pinched his arm, finding only soft flesh, without a single firm spot, feeling even worse as pain surged through his chest the moment he tried to get up. The original owner of this body seems to have been sick too, damn it. Liu Yang cursed under his breath a few more times, realizing this was not merely a case of weakness, but a terminal illness, with only a few days left to live. Just as Liu Yang was despairing, feeling that he would speedrun death right after transmigration, a small point of light suddenly appeared before his eyes, then rapidly expanded in the wind, turning into a screen visible to the naked eye. Name Liu Yang. Lifespan 18. Cultivation none. Talent none. Cultivation technique none. Divine ability none. Treasure none. At this moment, looking at the system interface before him, Liu Yang almost wanted to cry. Had he not heard that heaven never seals off all paths? As long as he wished to walk, there would be a road beneath his feet. System, add points for me. Then Liu Yang was dumbfounded. Because no matter how he searched, up and down, left and right, he simply could not find the plus sign he was dreaming of in the skills section. Not even a minus sign. Come on, system, where's my stat adding function? After a long, fruitless search, Liu Yang was forced to accept a cruel reality. The personal panel before him apparently had no add point function. In other words, if he wanted to improve, he would have to rely entirely on his own efforts. Liu Yang. Damn it, before awakening the system, you wanted me to work hard. Now even after awakening the system, you still want me to work hard. Then what's the point of my system awakening at all? System, your mom is dead. Current remaining pages of the Book of 100 Lifetimes, 100. Book of 100 Lifetimes. Upon death, return to the initial point in time and restart a new lifetime. After restarting, you can choose one of the following to inherit from your previous life: treasure, cultivation, or lifespan, or you can abandon all previous gains to awaken a new talent. Daddy, it's fine now. Liu Yang suddenly became excited. 100 cycles of rebirth, what an immense fortune. As long as he made good use of it, it could absolutely help him soar to the heavens in one leap. Those whose names are called, step forward. At this moment, a black-robed Taoist appeared before the crowd, holding a register in his hands, a candlestick floating beside him, his expression sinister and gloomy. Drip your blood into the life lamp beside me and ignite the life fire. From then on, you will be registered disciples of the Primordial Saint Sect. Upon hearing these words, no one present showed any joy. This was because most of those who had been sent here had heard of the Primordial Saint Sect's infamous reputation, knowing that being a registered disciple was more a curse than a blessing. However, the black-robed Taoist paid no heed to the crowd's thoughts and continued calling out names one by one. Chen Liang. Here. The black-robed Taoist called out a name, and beside Liu Yang, A young boy with rosy lips and white teeth stood up and hopped over to the Taoist. The little boy was extremely good-looking, with bright eyes that seemed almost able to speak, and more importantly, there was an aura of spiritual energy between his brows so obvious that even mortals could sense it. Judging from his expression and demeanor, he appeared clever and precocious, undoubtedly a prodigy whom the great academies would have fought over in the mortal world. Sure enough, the black-robed Taoist revealed a look of amazement upon seeing him. What a naturally gifted spirit child! Thank you for your praise, Taoist brother. The little boy bowed respectfully, his tender voice making it hard not to feel a sense of affection. The black-robed Taoist smiled even more joyfully. Very good, very good. Our Primordial Saint Sect needs talents like you. As soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed Taoist lightly stroked a brush across the register, striking out Chen Liang's name. Thud. The next second, without any warning, the little boy who had just been brimming with spiritual energy rolled his eyes upward and collapsed to the ground, completely lifeless. After doing all this, the black-robed Taoist casually ordered, "Send his blood and flesh to the Pill Refinement Hall, his bones and soul to the Treasure Refinement Hall, and his internal organs to the Beast Taming Hall. Do not waste such an excellent talent." In just a few short words, he left the gathered registered disciples staring in shock. The black-robed Taoist cackled upon seeing this. "Fellow disciples, do not misunderstand. Our sect has always valued worth, and thus a disciple's excellence is judged solely by the value they can create for the sect. That fellow disciple just now was a naturally gifted spirit child with strong bones and vigor. Only by dying could he create the greatest value for the sect. That's why he had to die. As for you all, being of mediocre aptitude, you can only create value by living, so there's no need to worry about such things. Next one." The black-robed Taoist continued calling names, while the people below looked terrified but dared not disobey, fearing they would follow the little boy's fate and lose their lives. "Lu Yang." "Here." Lu Yang answered and stepped forward respectfully. The black-robed Taoist's gaze first landed on Lu Yang's delicate and handsome face, showing a flash of delight, but then began examining his bones and physique. Soon after, the Taoist shook his head in disappointment. Clearly, in his eyes, Lu Yang had nothing going for him aside from his good looks. "Send him to the pleasure hall." Lu Yang dared not ask any questions and quickly replied, "Yes." After the allocation was completed, Lu Yang received a jade token. The token was nearly transparent, engraved with his name, and seemed to have a flame sealed within it. In addition, he was given a cultivation technique manual. The cultivation technique was named Ode of Yin Yang Great Bliss, the signature cultivation method of the pleasure hall to which Lu Yang was assigned, said to help cultivate true qi and step into the qi refining stage. The old servant leading the way casually explained as they walked. "The life flame inside your life token must be carried with you at all times. The sect's formations, spirit plants and spirit beasts recognize the token, not the person. If you go out and forget it, don't blame me if you die within the sect." Before long, the group arrived in front of a hall. Standing before the hall was a voluptuous and seductive woman, dressed in a long skirt slid up to the top of her thigh, her every glance and gesture oozing charm and allure. Gulp! Lu Yang clearly heard someone beside him swallow hard. Seeing the reaction, the beautiful woman did not shy away. Instead, she giggled, covering her mouth with a hand, while with the other she teasingly lifted one side of her skirt. Underneath, a jade token dangled, swaying lightly above her soft, creamy white thigh. The name engraved on the token, Yu Suzhen. "This is the pleasure hall. I, Yu Suzhen, am also considered your senior sister." The next second, Lu Yang noticed Yu Suzhen's eyes light up, her gaze locking onto him unabashedly, staring intently. "This little junior brother is so handsome. He must surely belong to our pleasure hall." Yu Suzhen chuckled softly, then twisted her waist like a water snake and with her skirts fluttering, sauntered over to Lu Yang, the sight making his head spin. "I think you look quite good. Come with me and I'll introduce you to the pleasure hall." Lu Yang hurriedly cupped his hands respectfully. "Thank you, senior sister Yu." "Why so polite?" Yu Suzhen gave Lu Yang a coquettish glance, then turned around, swaying her plump hips from side to side, igniting the burning desires of everyone around. Lu Yang, however, dared not look too much and followed silently. In our sect, disciples are divided into outer and inner gates. The outer gate has 4 halls: treasure refinement, pill refinement, beast taming, and pleasure. These are where registered disciples are assigned. Only after passing the tests of the outer halls can one enter the inner sect, receive true transmission, and become an official disciple. You're lucky to have entered our pleasure hall. Compared to the other 3 halls, there's no suffering or hardship here. Our tests are much easier. As she spoke, Yu Suzhen suddenly leaned close to Lu Yang's ear. Want to know what the test is? The next second, Lu Yang felt a warm breath against his ear, and a sweet fragrance filled his nostrils. Turning his head, he saw an exquisitely beautiful face close at hand. "Please enlighten me, senior sister," Lu Yang said, lifting his head. "That would be dual cultivation." A soft, tender voice whispered in his ear, like a lover murmuring sweet nothings, and before the words were fully spoken, a slender jade hand gently rested on Lu Yang's head. Delicate and full tilde. Lu Yang couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Go up or not go up, that was a troubling question. However, very soon, Lu Yang was no longer troubled. Because he had no right to refuse at all. Under the bright daylight and clear sky, Yu Suzhen directly laid her hands on him, tore off his clothes, and took a bite. Hiss! Lu Yang's teeth trembled, and he struggled, saying, "Senior sister, wait, at least let's change to another place." "No need, just here." Lu Yang found himself utterly unable to refuse, and thinking of the Book of 100 Lifetimes as his backup, he simply lay down and stopped resisting. In an instant, a fierce battle unfolded. One was a true demonic witch of the demon sect. The other was a transmigrator dog hanging on for dear life. After the time of one incense stick, Yu Suzhen frowned discontentedly. "Just this. Truly useless." Yu Suzhen cursed angrily when she saw the situation. "You clearly have such a good-looking face, yet you hardly have any primal yang, and you can't even last a moment. A pretty but useless small fry, small fry." Almost at the same time, Lu Yang's face turned pale. Immediately after, he discovered that his remaining vital energy had all flowed into Yu Suzhen's body, and his already thin body became even more withered. Ode of Yin-Yang Great Bliss. In his mind flashed the cultivation method distributed during assignment, and Lu Yang suddenly understood. The so-called test of the pleasure hall was probably to have registered disciples mutually harvest and supplement each other through the Ode of Yin-Yang Great Bliss, like raising goo worms, with only the last survivor being able to ascend to a formal disciple. Congratulations, senior sister Yu. At the same time, several registered disciples around them walked over with fawning faces. After harvesting this last person, senior sister should be able to reach the Qi refining stage. Once reaching Qi refining, no longer a mere mortal. We hope senior sister will take care of us in the future. We are willing to serve at your beck and call. Watching this scene, Lu Yang suddenly laughed. Hee. A wasted medicinal dreg, suddenly laughing, instantly attracted everyone's attention, and Yu Suzhen also glanced at Lu Yang before saying blandly, "Junior brother, why are you laughing?" "I'm laughing for senior sister," Lu Yang said sincerely. "I was initially worried about senior sister's health, but now it seems I was overthinking." "Worried about my health?" Yu Suzhen was stunned. "Yes." Speaking of this, Lu Yang sighed with emotion. "Before entering the sect, I lingered too long at the entertainment department and caught syphilis. Senior sister acted too hastily just now. I didn't have time to mention it. But since senior sister is about to reach Qi refining, a mere syphilis shouldn't be a problem, right?" Yu Suzhen. An enraged Yu Suzhen beat you to death. Current remaining pages of the Book of 100 Lifetimes, 99. Restarting a lifetime, you may choose one of the following gains from the previous life. 1. Treasure. 2. Cultivation. 3. Lifespan. 4. Give up all gains and randomly awaken a talent based on your previous life's experience. Those whose names are called, step forward to me. Lu Yang opened his eyes and saw the black-robed Taoist on the platform, only then realizing he had returned to the square, where newcomers were assigned upon first entering the Primordial Saint Sect. Clearly, the previous experience was real, the taste of the demonic witch still vivid in his mind, yet now it had all restarted, the past events like a fleeting dream. Such a huge contrast left Lu Yang stunned for quite a while before he came back to his senses. Feeling both emotional and secretly delighted, he thought, his Book of 100 Lifetimes was indeed a wondrous treasure. Steadying his mind, Lu Yang lowered his head to look at the options in the Book of 100 Lifetimes. He skipped the first 3 options directly. After all, he had not even formally started cultivating before being harvested to death by Yu Suzhen, so the only real choice was the fourth one: settling the experiences of your previous life. After harvesting you, Yu Suzhen had indeed broken through to the qi refining stage, but unfortunately contracted syphilis, her true qi unable to expel it, bedridden for several months, and ultimately died from the illness. Since ancient times, following heaven is easy, defying heaven is hard. Martial arts are no match for divine abilities, and the gap between mortals and cultivators is greater than that between heaven and earth. Yet you stepped into the game with your mortal body, cleverly using dual cultivation techniques, slaying a cultivator while being a mere mortal, an act worthy of defying heaven. Such defiance is no more than this. You have awakened the white talent dual cultivation prodigy. Dual cultivation prodigy. Your comprehension of dual cultivation techniques is extremely high. No cultivator of the same realm can harvest you, and any forced harvesting will only be reversed onto them. Immediately after, the glowing text on the panel changed again. Name: Lu Yang. Age 18. Cultivation: none. Talent: dual cultivation prodigy white. Cultivation method: Ode of Yin-Yang Great Bliss introductory. Divine abilities: none. Treasure: none. Pages of the Book of 100 Lifetimes: 99. Lu Yang exhaled deeply, only feeling a surge of blood and qi rushing into his dantian, instantly replenishing his strength, vigorous as a dragon and fierce as a tiger, and his previously frail body gradually restored. Syphilis, it seems not yet healed, only that I can last longer now. Lu Yang carefully sensed his condition. Aside from the physical recovery brought by the talent, Lu Yang had also gained much deeper insights into the dual cultivation method issued by the Pleasure Hall, the Ode of Yin-Yang Great Bliss. After all, compared to pure theory, practical experience was far more important, not to mention the bonus from his talent. After that, everything developed as before. Because of his naturally handsome face, Lu Yang was once again assigned to the Pleasure Hall, and once again encountered Yu Suzhen at the entrance, who picked him at first glance. What a marvelous Ode of Yin-Yang Great Bliss! This evil harvesting technique not only allowed harvesting of primal yin and yang, but also could harvest knowledge. Even experience from cultivation methods and divine abilities could be extracted. Thinking of this, Lu Yang became even more diligent. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. As time passed, Yu Suzhen's expression gradually shifted from enjoyment to terror, and her previously flat lower abdomen slowly began to swell. Enough, stop for now. I really can't. I'm sorry, it's my fault, please wait a moment. Turning a deaf ear to Yu Suzhen's pleas, Lu Yang continued tirelessly to operate the Ode of Yin-Yang Great Bliss, his mind completely immersed in the joy brought by cultivation. And during this process, he felt the existence of qi for the first time. This qi was inside Yu Suzhen's body, and if not for their closeness at this moment, Lu Yang might not even have sensed it. This thing should belong to me. Thinking of this, Lu Yang did not hesitate at all, immediately operating the Ode of Yin-Yang Great Bliss to forcibly extract all of the qi from Yu Suzhen's body. No! Almost at the same time, Yu Suzhen let out a miserable scream, then tilted her head to the side. In the next second, Lu Yang only felt his spirit, energy, and essence merge with that qi. And then a tremendous shock occurred, as if an invisible gate had been flung open. Lu Yang instantly experienced a flash of enlightenment. I have broken through. The union of spirit and qi was called qi refining. Yu Suzhen, as an old registered disciple of the Pleasure Hall, had been just one step away from reaching qi refining. In the previous life, she had harvested him and completed the final step, successfully reaching qi refining. In this life, however, she was counter-harvested by him, and her accumulated resources ended up benefiting Lu Yang. From this day forth, he was a cultivator at the first layer of qi refining. One breakthrough, ascending to formal disciple, was akin to reaching the heavens in a single leap. It sounded simple, yet had blocked countless registered disciples over the ages. How delightful! Senior Sister Yu, I will probably never forget you for the rest of my life. Lu Yang stood up, looking at the now lifeless Yu Suzhen lying on the ground, and could not help but sigh with emotion. When Lu Yang walked out of the meditation room, he discovered that someone was already waiting outside. Lu Yang was startled and saw that the visitor was wearing a black Taoist robe, his expression sinister. It was precisely the black-robed Taoist who had previously assigned him to the pleasure hall. "Greetings, senior brother," Liu Yang quickly saluted. "You are quite good, a real talent," the black-robed Taoist said with a smile. "I originally heard that Yu Suzhen had lured a very capable young lad into her room, and a breakthrough in qi refining was just around the corner. Unexpectedly, that venomous woman actually failed." As he spoke, the black-robed Taoist looked at Liu Yang with a peculiar gaze. 3 days, a full 3 days. Yu Suzhen's cries could even be heard outside the meditation room, and even though the black-robed Taoist considered himself experienced and knowledgeable, he could not help but feel a bit of admiration at this moment. If this boy did not die, he would surely become a pillar of the Primordial Saint Sect in the future. "Come with me." The black-robed Taoist's name was Liu Xin, an official disciple of the Mending Heaven Peak, one of the 4 inner peaks, responsible for guiding newly promoted registered disciples and conveying sect affairs. The 4 outer halls and the 4 inner peaks correspond to each other. On the way, Liu Xin introduced with interest. "Apart from the sacred fire cliff where the sect master resides, our sect mainly revolves around the 4 inner peaks. You came out of the pleasure hall, so naturally, you must join my Mending Heaven Peak. I will first take you to update the roster." Having someone to guide him was exactly what Liu Yang needed, so he quickly said, "Thank you, senior brother Liu. It is merely part of my duty." Liu Xin said indifferently, "After updating the roster, I will take you to the other 3 halls. There are quite a few benefits for official disciples. Think of it as welfare from the sect. According to the rules, each official disciple can only receive it once." Speaking of this, Liu Xin showed a hint of regret. "After entering the inner sect, if you want similar items again, you must complete missions issued by the sect and earn contribution points to exchange for them." Liu Yang frowned and asked, "Contribution points?" "They are the currency issued by the sect," Liu Xin explained. "After you update the roster, you should be able to view them through your disciple token as well." Curious, Liu Yang immediately followed Liu Xin to update the roster. The process was very simple, basically moving the life lamp he lit when he joined the sect from the outer sect area to the inner sect area. Then Liu Yang injected a strand of qi into the token at his waist, and immediately a line of text floated up. "Official disciple Liu Yang. As an official disciple, the sect gives you 50 contribution points free of charge, which can be used to exchange for spirit stones, techniques, magical tools, cultivation caves, etc. After entering the inner sect, you must pay contribution points to rent a cultivation cave, with rent at 30 contribution points per month. Of course, you can also choose to purchase a cave. As a newly promoted inner sect disciple, if you buy within 10 years, you enjoy a 20% discount on the down payment." Introductions like these filled over a dozen pages. After carefully reading through them, Liu Yang came to a conclusion. This inner sect runs entirely on money. With contribution points, one could traverse the world, gaining access to techniques, pills, and treasures. Without contribution points, one could not even afford a cave, let alone anything else. At the same time, Liu Yang learned what kind of welfare Liu Xin had mentioned. Every registered disciple, upon promotion to an official disciple, could use their disciple token to choose 1 magical tool, 1 pill, 1 companion spirit beast, and 1 dual cultivation furnace from the Treasure Refinement Hall, Pill Refinement Hall, Beast Taming Hall, and Pleasure Hall respectively, without spending any contribution points. Looking at it this way, it truly is welfare. Liu Yang, with a thought, opened the list of redeemable items through his disciple token, and immediately rows of corresponding text appeared. The cheapest techniques, magical tools, pills, spirit beasts, and dual cultivation furnaces all cost at least 100 contribution points. In comparison, the rewards for sect tasks were miserably low, most only single-digit contribution points, and very few even reached double digits. It could be seen that the 4-piece free set given after promotion to official disciple was worth at least 400 contribution points, a considerable sum for any official disciple. While contemplating, Liu Yang had already followed Liu Xin to the Treasure Refinement Hall. The one responsible for receiving them was named Chen Hao, a steward of the Treasure Refinement Hall, who was also said to be an official disciple himself. The role of steward was one of his sect-assigned tasks. According to Liu Xin, tasks with fixed positions like this in the inner sect were the most profitable. Not only did they offer a lot of contribution points, one task alone could support an official disciple, but they also provided stability, making them a veritable iron rice bowl. Unfortunately, there were too many monks and too little meat. Without connections, one could not get such a task at all. Senior brother Liu, it has been a while. Upon entering the treasure refinement hall, Liu Yang noticed that Chen Hao first gave him a once-over, then turned to Liu Xin with enthusiasm and said, bringing in a new disciple again. Indeed. Liu Xin grinned meaningfully and said with a hint of implication, since you know, hurry up and bring out the finest magical tools from the treasure refinement hall for junior brother Liu to have a look. Got it. Chen Hao nodded eagerly, then led them into the inner courtyard of the treasure refinement hall. However, as they walked, Liu Yang frowned in surprise. Isn't this a disciple's cultivation chamber? Shouldn't the place for collecting magical tools be some kind of storage warehouse? Upon hearing this, Chen Hao first looked puzzled, then suddenly realized and laughed heartily. Junior brother Liu, you might not know this, but the finest magical tools are kept here. Before his words even fell, the three of them stopped in front of a cultivation room. The disciple inside this room has been a registered disciple in the outer sect for 3 years. Unfortunately, he is a bit stubborn and went astray in his cultivation technique. With that, Chen Hao directly pushed open the door. Then Liu Yang saw that, right in the center of the room, a Taoist was sitting cross-legged on a meditation mat, eyes tightly shut, muttering to himself as if in a dream. Success, I'm about to succeed. Right after that, Chen Hao pinched a hand seal, and the Taoist inside the room suddenly opened his eyes. The previously dull face instantly lit up with ecstatic joy. How I've succeeded. Boom! Before his voice had even faded, his entire body exploded with a loud bang, blood and flesh scattering everywhere before being sucked back in, completely merging into the skeleton left in place. In no time, the living man disappeared completely. In his place was a bone sword, crystalline and jade-like, segment after segment perfectly orderly, gently falling onto the meditation mat, still radiating dazzling magical light. Chen Hao stepped forward, picked up the bone sword, and handed it to Liu Yang, then said with satisfaction, the magical tool Bone Jade Sword is considered top grade even in the Book of 100 Treasures of True Grotto. This junior brother was truly a talent. Years of bitter cultivation have refined his power. Otherwise, the magical light would not be so pure. Liu Yang, staring at the Bone Jade Sword in Chen Hao's hand, and thinking of the tragedies of his past life, Liu Yang felt a chilling cold spread through his bones, gaining a deeper understanding of the Primordial Saint Sect style. Summed up in 8 words, survival of the fittest, everything put to use. The sect expended resources to nurture registered disciples. Therefore, they had to create value for the sect. If they could not create value, then the sect would help them create it. If they broke through and became official disciples, everyone would be happy. If they failed, the sect would not keep them alive for nothing. They would recover every bit of resource spent to ensure no losses. Thus, in the eyes of the Primordial Saint Sect, disciples were either clouds or water, different forms but all still useful. There were no wastes. This really is a sect true to its name. Liu Yang closed his eyes and exhaled a deep breath of foul air. Thinking of the Book of 100 Lifetimes he had as backup, he reopened his eyes, already regaining his composure. Junior brother has good temperament, truly a fine talent. On the other side, seeing Liu Yang recover his emotions so quickly, Liu Xin's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Then his smile grew even more radiant. After that, Liu Yang followed Liu Xin to the Pill Refinement Hall and the Beast Taming Hall. There he respectively collected a Qi supplementing pill and a human-faced owl. The former could nourish true Qi when consumed, while the latter was like a carrier pigeon. Official disciples usually used it to send messages among themselves. It was not until they came to the last item, the dual cultivation furnace, that Liu Xin ran into trouble. Junior brother, you broke through too quickly. Liu Xin shook his head and said, you just joined the outer sect and spent merely 1 day in Qi refining. It was too fast. The dual cultivation furnaces the pleasure hall reserved haven't even arrived yet. Why don't you wait a few more days, junior brother? As for the dual cultivation furnace, Liu Yang naturally did not care in the slightest. He immediately cupped his hands and said, I'll leave it all to senior brother's arrangement. Liu Xin laughed heartily, then took out a jade slip and handed it to Liu Yang. This is a secret transmission manual from our Mending Heaven Peak. Take it and cultivate well. Liu Yang received the jade slip and immediately activated his spiritual sense to examine it. The next second, an extremely complex cultivation method appeared in his mind. Innate Audiobook. Man is formed by innate qi. Refining qi is refining oneself, purifying oneself, reversing the innate, to refine the perfect result of innate qi where form and spirit are both wondrous. After a long while, Liu Yang opened his eyes, his face showing joy. Compared to the ode of yin-yang great bliss, the innate Tao book seemed to possess more of the complete heritage it ought to have. The entire Tao book started from mortal level, beginning with a set of innate exercises to temper the physique, even accompanied by a matching martial art called innate great grappling. Once the body was thoroughly refined, the cultivator must then begin to reverse the innate, first refining the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, then the flesh, skin, tendons, and bones, until finally the entire physical form was completely refined into a strand of innate true qi, thus becoming impermanent in form, immune to the harm of magic, and standing undefeated when fighting others. Apart from this, the Tao book also recorded many spells that could be used in conjunction with the innate true qi, such as Heaven's Net Dust Mist, True Will Qi Sword, and Spirit Breath Gathering techniques. The variety of spells and their diverse functions truly broadened Liu Yang's horizon. However, just at this moment, Liu Yang, who had been reading with rapt attention, suddenly froze. Why is it gone? Instinctively, Liu Yang raised his head to look at Liu Xin, only to discover that the innate Tao book in his hands only contained the upper half, and the contents ended abruptly. Junior brother, the Dharma must not be lightly transmitted. Liu Xin chuckled lightly. The second half of the innate Tao book involves the secrets of foundation establishment, and it is not included in the sect's welfare benefits. It must be exchanged with contribution points. Hearing this, Liu Yang could only shake his head helplessly. So that's how it is. It was junior brother's moment of rudeness. No matter, half of the Tao book is enough for you to cultivate for now. Liu Xin kindly patted Liu Yang on the shoulder. Come, I'll take you to Mending Heaven Peak to choose a cave dwelling. Find a good place so we can interact more in the future. Liu Yang nodded. Thank you, senior brother. Half an hour later, at Mending Heaven Peak. In a secluded cave dwelling at the foot of the mountain, Liu Yang officially settled in, and the original furniture and items inside the cave dwelling were swept out as trash. Watching this scene, Liu Yang had a multitude of thoughts surging in his heart. Seems like being a formal disciple isn't that easy either. Mending Heaven Peak wasn't very large, and every year the Primordial Saint Sect had so many named disciples. Even if the promotion rate was only 1 in 10,000, it should have been enough to fill Mending Heaven Peak. But in reality, along the way, Liu Yang found that Mending Heaven Peak was far from overcrowded. It was even a bit empty, with many cave dwellings left unused and without any disciples inhabiting them. Where had all those formal disciples gone? Surely it wasn't because they couldn't afford to rent a cave dwelling. Liu Yang shook his head, not dwelling on it further, and instead fetched a meditation cushion to sit down, lying with 5 hearts facing the sky, beginning his first cultivation session inside the cave dwelling. Cultivation was fine before, but as soon as he started, Liu Yang immediately felt that compared to the outer sect, the density of spiritual energy here had nearly doubled, surging into his dantian, then circulating throughout his meridians, finally step by step integrating into his 5 viscera and 6 bowels, his flesh, skin, tendons, and bones. The efficiency was so high that Liu Yang was visibly astonished. In the same amount of time, and using the same cultivation method, the amount of true qi he could refine in a day at the outer sect, he could now refine in just 1 hour inside the inner sect's cave dwelling. No wonder it costs money to rent a cave dwelling in the inner sect. It was easy to move from frugality to luxury, but hard to return from luxury to frugality. Once one experienced the speed of cultivation inside a cave dwelling, it would be very difficult to endure cultivating elsewhere. The next day, Liu Yang did not go out, instead staying cooped up in the cave dwelling, cultivating while reading the innate Tao book. Although cultivation in this world also values talent, there is no such thing as a spiritual route. Basically, as long as one is determined, anyone can embark on the path of cultivation. Even so, cultivation was not any easier because of this. Because although mortals had no spiritual root restrictions when embarking on cultivation, the grade of the true qi they refined still determined their future potential. This was the role of Dharma. The higher the grade of the cultivation method, the higher the grade of true qi refined, and the greater the chance of reaching higher realms in the future. Conversely, the lower the grade, the more likely one would encounter bottlenecks. True qi was divided into 9 grades and 36 ranks, with lower grades being superior and higher ranks being stronger. Generally speaking, true qi below 7th grade had no hope of reaching foundation establishment, while those below 3rd grade would find forming a golden core nearly impossible, and without 1st grade true qi, condensing a nascent soul would be 10 deaths without 1 life. Rogue cultivators really have no way to survive. Liu Yang couldn't help but sigh. Compared to the great sects with complete inheritances, rogue cultivators had no choice in picking cultivation methods. They could only practice whatever they happened to find. Under such circumstances, no matter how high one's talent or comprehension was, one would still lose at the starting line and end up regretting it for a lifetime. The difficulty of cultivation was evident from this. Thinking of this, Liu Yang gradually furrowed his brows. The innate Tao book refines innate true qi, which ranks at 6th grade 1st rank, giving the cultivator hope to achieve foundation establishment. Strictly speaking, it's already not considered weak. However, it still did not meet his expectations. If he were just an ordinary cultivator, he could have accepted it. But now he possessed the mysterious treasure, Book of 100 Lifetimes, a treasure with limitless potential for the future, and a cultivation method that stopped at foundation establishment could no longer satisfy his ambitions. If only I could obtain one of those peerless true heritages ranked at 1st grade. Liu Yang fantasized for a moment, then sighed. Forget it, the road still has to be walked step by step. If the stride is too big, you might tear something important. First, cultivate the innate Tao book and become a great cultivator of the foundation establishment realm. Once the foundation was built, one could live for 300 years, almost equivalent to an entire dynasty of mortal history, and would be recognized as a great cultivator even within the cultivation world. Once he had enough strength, he would then seek even higher inheritances, and upon obtaining them, immediately start anew. Repeating the cycle again and again, one day his dreams would surely come true. As long as he remained patient and did not act recklessly, time would always be his best ally. This was the confidence the Book of 100 Lifetimes had given Liu Yang. 10 days later, inside Liu Yang's cave dwelling, a surge of white qi rose and swirled, at times transforming into rolling black smoke, at times into an invisible qi sword, and finally into a drifting, fairy-like human figure. I succeeded. Although the innate Tao book was profound, it was not difficult to cultivate. Within just 10 days, Liu Yang had successfully refined away his physical form and transformed his body into pure true qi. Named Liu Yang. Lifespan 18. Cultivation, Qi Refining Stage 1. Talent, Dual Cultivation Prodigy White. Cultivation Methods, Ode of Yin-Yang Great Bliss perfected, Innate Qi Refining and Body Shedding Technique perfected. Divine Abilities, none. Treasures, none. Book of 100 Lifetimes pages remaining, 99. Looking at the updated information on the Book of 100 Lifetimes, Liu Yang stepped on empty air, feeling his state had reached its peak. Even the venereal disease from his original body had been cured without medicine. Suddenly, as Liu Yang was basking in his success, his brows furrowed and he abruptly halted his movements, once again looking at the Book of 100 Lifetimes and falling into deep contemplation. Something's wrong. It felt as though he had overlooked something. Liu Yang subconsciously recalled. In this lifetime, he had not encountered any significant difficulties, smoothly became a formal disciple, and smoothly received the innate Tao book. In the next second, Liu Yang finally realized what he had missed. After harvesting Yu Suzhen had broken through to the qi refining stage, but due to her deeply rooted venereal disease, the true qi could not eliminate it. After being bedridden for several months, she eventually succumbed to her illness and died. In his past life, why did senior sister Yu die? Since she was a formal disciple, she must have also received the innate Tao book. If she had successfully refined it, shedding her body and transforming it into qi, how could she have died from a venereal disease? She didn't complete the cultivation. Impossible, Liu Yang shook his head. The innate Tao book was not particularly difficult to cultivate, and since Yu Suzhen had the capability to break through to the qi refining stage, no matter how poor her talent was, it should have been impossible for her to fail within a few months. unless she didn't practice the innate Tao book at all. At that moment, Lu Yang felt as if he had plunged into an ice cellar. The sound of his heart pounding had never been so clear, and his breathing grew rapid. The excitement on Lu Yang's face swiftly faded away. The innate Tao book was especially prepared by Liu Xin for me. Lu Yang thought of the scene he had witnessed at the Treasure Refinement Hall. That named disciple of the Treasure Refinement Hall, thinking he had achieved the great Tao, only to realize he had walked straight into death. Not only did he fail to break through, but he refined himself into a magical tool. That scene then and this moment now, were they not the same? At that moment, a familiar and friendly voice suddenly called from outside the cave dwelling. "Junior brother Liu, are you there?" "Senior brother Liu, he came looking for me." Hearing the voice coming from outside the cave residence, Lu Yang's pupils suddenly contracted, and his expression instantly turned extremely gloomy. Not only did he not respond, but he also restrained his aura. "Junior brother." The voice rang out again, but Lu Yang still did not respond. Although there was no evidence, he had already firmly believed that there was a problem with the contents of the innate Tao book he had been cultivating. I really suffered due to lack of experience. I didn't even suspect it before. The Pleasure Hall and Mending Heaven Peak are closely related, so the cultivation methods should also involve dual cultivation, yet the innate Tao book had nothing to do with dual cultivation. He tricked me. But why would he harm me? Although the Primordial Saint Sect follows the demonic path, it still has sect rules. Formal disciples are strictly forbidden from private fighting once discovered. At this thought, Lu Yang suddenly slapped his forehead. How could I have trusted the wickedness of the demon sect? Once discovered, once discovered. If not discovered, then it's not considered private fighting. The more Lu Yang thought about it, the uglier his expression became. Ultimately, it was due to inertia. Liu Xin's previous words and actions had all faithfully fulfilled the duties of welcoming new disciples. Not only had he introduced the internal affairs of the inner sect, but he had also explained the benefits disciples should receive: magical tools, pills, spirit beasts, and more. He seemed to have done everything wholeheartedly without hiding anything, ensuring that Lu Yang lacked nothing. Especially at the Treasure Refinement Hall, Liu Xin had even instructed the stewards there to give Lu Yang the best items. But all of it was an illusion. Everything before had been to set the stage for finally handing over the innate Tao book, making Lu Yang completely drop his guard and wholeheartedly trust his goodwill. Thinking back now, he probably even intended to embezzle. After all, if he killed me, the magical tools, pills, and spirit beasts I had received would naturally become his. No wonder he specially emphasized taking the best. "Beast." At this moment, another voice rang out from outside the cave residence. The next second, with a crack, the defensive formation of Lu Yang's cave residence exploded with a thunderous roar, and the door was forcibly torn apart by a flash of sword light. With the door wide open, Liu Xin with fluttering sleeves strolled in. Upon seeing Lu Yang, Liu Xin's face immediately showed a harvest-like joy, and he nodded in satisfaction. "Junior brother is indeed a talent." Boom! Before Liu Xin's words even finished, Lu Yang erupted. A surge of overwhelming innate true qi wrapped around the bone jade sword, transforming into a sharp sword light, slashing fiercely toward Liu Xin with unstoppable momentum. However, the next second, the sword light froze abruptly. A dying struggle. Liu Xin neither dodged nor evaded, simply formed a hand seal, and Lu Yang's body instantly lost all control, as if he had become a puppet manipulated by another. This innate Tao book is truly a treasure. Seeing this scene, Liu Xin could not help but laugh heartily. The cultivator refines his body and primordial spirit into a strand of innate qi, which can be used as medicine, refined into a treasure, or even to boost cultivation. With this miraculous treasure, reaching the late stage of qi refining should be within my grasp. Being able to assist me in breaking through, junior brother, you can consider your death worthwhile. As his words fell, Liu Xin immediately began changing his hand seals. Lu Yang suddenly felt his consciousness gradually fading, as if it was being forcibly wiped out. At this moment, Lu Yang was struck with a sudden epiphany. This is the second half of the innate Tao book. The first half was a trap for cultivation, while the second half was the true method, waiting for others to cultivate the first half and then become offerings. Rather than calling it a cultivation method, It would be more accurate to call it a method of refining. Only it was not refining objects but refining people, and it made the person refine themselves, with the real cultivator hiding behind the scenes, saving effort and trouble. It was called a Tao book, but in truth, it was a demonic technique. You are truly capable this lifetime, I'll let you have it. Thinking thus, Liu Yang no longer resisted. He let his consciousness dissipate, and after the initial shock and anger, he instead regained a calm and indifferent demeanor. A setback now will be wisdom later. You can trick me once, but I still have countless chances. I will remember this grudge. The next second, Liu Yang's consciousness sank into darkness. In the void, only the sound of flipping pages remained, rustling softly. You were refined by Liu Xin, your consciousness completely transformed into a strand of innate true qi, and you died. Current remaining pages of the Book of 100 Lifetimes, 98. Upon restarting a new lifetime, you can choose one of the following rewards from your previous life. 1. Treasure. 2. Cultivation. 3. Lifespan. 4. Abandon all rewards and randomly awaken a talent based on your previous life's experiences. Those whose names are called step forward. A familiar voice came from the stage. Liu Yang gritted his teeth to suppress his emotions, did not lift his head, and focused his attention on the panel before him. Treasure, cultivation, lifespan. If possible, Liu Yang of course wished to choose cultivation. But he worried that it would be too suspicious, and he would not be able to explain where his cultivation came from. As for lifespan, he skipped over it directly. Can only choose treasure then. Liu Yang frowned deeply. Speaking of treasure, he barely had the bone jade sword to show for it, but without cultivation, he could not even activate it. Just at this moment, Liu Yang's eyes suddenly paused. Because just now, the Book of 100 Lifetimes gave him a sudden feedback. This can also count as a treasure. Liu Yang was first stunned, then showed a thoughtful look, and finally gritted his teeth and made a decision. Choose one, preserve one treasure obtained from the previous life. The next second, an unexpected change erupted. Without alerting anyone, all the anomalies were confined within Liu Yang's danshan. Tracing the source, it was astonishingly a misty, surging mass of white qi. Innate true qi. In his previous life, Liu Yang had refined away his 5 internal organs, flesh, skin, tendons, and bones, finally forging innate true qi, and it actually counted as a treasure, now redeemed by him. Incredible! Liu Yang lowered his eyelids, covering the delight flashing in his eyes. Because he discovered that he could not only manipulate this mass of innate true qi like moving his own limbs, but also use it to cast spells from his previous life. Normally, this should have been impossible. Because to control innate true qi, one must know the secret method from the second half of the innate Tao book. But I am different, because this strand of innate true qi is myself. The two were originally one. To Liu Yang, it was equivalent to gaining an extra clone at the first layer of qi refining. Moreover, before I died last lifetime, I even heard Liu Xin say that this innate true qi, when used as medicine, could assist in breaking through realms. This strand of true qi will have great use in the future. After sorting out his gains, Liu Yang began his actions for this new lifetime. First, he was again assigned to the pleasure hall. Then he drained Yu Suzhen to death. But this time, to avoid attracting attention, Liu Yang did not use senior sister Yu's Yuan Yin to break through the qi refining realm. Instead, he fed it all to the innate true qi. This lifetime, I must survive no reckless moves. Sure enough, when Liu Xin, who was waiting outside the door, saw that Liu Yang had not broken through after draining Yu Suzhen, he immediately lost interest in Liu Yang. Next, Liu Yang patiently waited. A dozen days later, a disciple from the pleasure hall named Qin Yu broke through. Liu Yang saw Liu Xin rush over in excitement and happily take Qin Yu away. A few more days later, Liu Xin announced that he would enter seclusion, and the senior brother responsible for welcoming disciples was replaced by someone new. However, Liu Yang still did not show himself. Who knows what kind of person this new senior brother is? What if he is just like Liu Xin? Better not be the one who sticks out. To be safe, I'll wait another month. Thus, another half-month passed, until another outer disciple successfully broke through to become an inner disciple and remained safe and sound. Liu Yang finally chose to break through. With the aid of innate true qi, Liu Yang actually did not need dual cultivation to break through. However, to cover his tracks, he casually drained a few outer disciples. This time, the formal disciple responsible for welcoming him was much more perfunctory, nowhere near as passionate as Liu Xin, and even showed a trace of disdain in his expression. This is the library pavilion. After receiving his benefits, the senior brother casually brought him to a building and said, "Take the token, go in yourself, and exchange contribution points for whatever cultivation method you want." After speaking, the senior brother turned and left without another word. Seeing this, Lu Yang actually felt much more at ease. Small figures had their own advantages. Not being valued meant he could move unnoticed, exactly what he wanted. Thinking of this, Lu Yang turned to look at the distant Mending Heaven peak. Liu Xin, HMPH. A few days ago, Liu Xin had exited seclusion, officially reaching the late stage of qi refining, and had even become a personal disciple of the Mending Heaven Peak's peak master, riding high on success. Lu Yang snorted coldly and withdrew his gaze, striding into the library pavilion. Although he harbored thoughts of revenge, he was still too weak now without enough power. Thus, his top priority was still to cultivate diligently. Everything would be decided after he grew strong. A gentleman's revenge, even after 10 years, is not too late. Temporary patience was no loss. Upon entering the library pavilion, Lu Yang immediately saw an elderly man with graying hair, lying listlessly on a rocking chair, basking in the sun while earnestly flipping through a Taoist scripture. As soon as Lu Yang stepped through the door, the old man looked over at him. "Another newcomer." The old man said indifferently, "Go inside and pick for yourself. Remember to follow the rules written inside, or if you die, don't blame me for not warning you." "Thank you for your guidance, senior." Lu Yang cupped his fists in salute and then walked toward the bookshelves. Sure enough, as soon as he approached, the disciple token hanging at his waist seemed to sense something, faint light emerging, before transforming into lines of text floating in midair. Lu Yang, disciple of Mending Heaven Peak. Eligible to receive the secret manual of Mending Heaven Peak Ode of Yin-Yang Great Bliss of Dragon and Tiger Intercourse for free. Additionally, first-time exchange of a cultivation method can be done through a zero-down payment loan. Without hesitation, Lu Yang accepted it directly. In the next moment, the content of the cultivation method appeared on the disciple token, and Lu Yang's consciousness quickly immersed itself within. Only after a long while did he return to his senses. This cultivation method, why is it like the innate Tao book, also divided into upper and lower parts? Recalling the ending of his previous life, Lu Yang's expression turned somewhat ugly. Ode of Yin-Yang Great Bliss of Dragon and Tiger Intercourse, when perfected, can cultivate a Yin-Yang Dragon Tiger Qi, ranked as a 5th grade art, theoretically also a method pointing straight toward foundation establishment. But what they gave me is only the Qi refining part. Having learned his lesson from his previous life, Lu Yang was extremely wary of such half-finished cultivation methods and even harbored thoughts of giving up on cultivating it. However, after pondering for a long time, he sighed once more. I still have to practice it. If he cultivated it, there might be hidden dangers in the future. If he did not cultivate, he might not even have a future. Moreover, this ode of Yin-Yang Great Bliss of Dragon and Tiger Intercourse was indeed profoundly mysterious, not only able to harvest the target's vital energy, but also able to harvest their knowledge. Cultivation methods, divine abilities, experiences, he could harvest them all. Furthermore, cultivators who had been harvested by this method would gradually have their thoughts controlled by the practitioner, becoming utterly devoted and unable to extricate themselves, ultimately degenerating into puppets willing to die for the practitioner. Truly, a devil art reaching the peak of treachery. Lu Yang studied the cultivation method, silently comprehending it. Just like that, another half an hour passed before he attempted to circulate his energy, 2 streams of true qi flowing at his fingertips, constructing the dragon and the tiger, faintly about to merge into a brand new form of true qi. In the next second, Lu Yang's face turned pale, and the true qi at his fingertips dissipated. Failed? Well, that makes sense. Although I have grasped the theory, I have not yet practiced it in actual combat. A dual cultivation method is, after all, not meant to be practiced alone. Still, Lu Yang was not discouraged, and turned his gaze toward the dazzling bookshelves before him. According to the rules of the library pavilion, as a newly initiated formal disciple, he still had one more opportunity to exchange for a cultivation method or divine ability with a zero-down payment loan. What surprised Liu Yang was that the library pavilion did not only house demonic arts. There were also many cultivation methods obviously originating from righteous sects, covering an extremely broad range, from divination, sword techniques, five elements magic and more, almost everything imaginable. Minor heaven severance art, upper Tei five elements true method, longevity true explanation, divine firmament sword control true formula. Liu Yang browsed for quite a while before finally making his choice. Divine firmament sword control true formula price, 1,000 contribution points. Detected that you are redeeming for the first time. You may take a zero down payment loan with an annual interest rate of 36% to be repaid over 10 years. Do you wish to exchange? How much? Liu Yang almost cursed out loud. 36% annual interest meant that he would have to repay 460 contribution points every year, totaling 4,600 points over 10 years. Borrowing 1,000 and repaying 4,600. Bleeding someone dry to the bone. Wait, I'm different. Liu Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. For others, the zero-down high-interest loan might be a deep pit, but for him, it was completely irrelevant. At worst, he could restart. What did debts from a past life have to do with him? Thus, as long as he wished, he could freely exploit the library pavilion's cultivation methods and divine abilities. Since he had no intention of repaying, Liu Yang became much more composed. With a grand gesture, without even blinking, he took the loan and purchased divine firmament sword control true formula. Then something unexpected happened to Liu Yang. When he previously received Ode of Yin-Yang Great Bliss of Dragon and Tiger Intercourse, the content of the cultivation method was provided directly. However, this time, Liu Yang only received a message. The cultivation method is being dispatched and is expected to arrive at your cave residence within 3 days. Please wait patiently. Looking at the message on the disciple token, Liu Yang was somewhat puzzled. What did it mean that the cultivation method was being dispatched? Could it be that this cultivation method was a lone copy, without any transcriptions? That said, Liu Yang still believed that the Primordial Saint Sect wouldn't just swallow up his cultivation method like that. Before leaving, he once again sought out the old man at the entrance of the library pavilion. Senior. Just as Liu Yang was about to bow, the old man on the rocking chair spoke. I'm not really a senior. I'm also a disciple of the sect, just a bit older than you. Hearing this, Liu Yang was briefly stunned, then corrected himself. Senior brother, do you know whether the sect provides cauldrons suitable for dual cultivation methods like ours? In the demon sect, Liu Yang naturally had no intention of staying morally pure or avoiding dual cultivation. Anything that could make him stronger, he would use. Cauldrons, huh? The old man glanced at Liu Yang and suddenly asked, Did you take a loan to purchase a cultivation method? Liu Yang was momentarily dazed, then nodded. Then you don't need to worry about this matter. Saying this, a subtle and meaningful smile appeared on the old man's face. Though those cultivation loans are infuriating, they do come with perks. Just go back and wait. Still puzzled, Liu Yang returned to his cave residence. But very soon, he understood why divine firmament sword control true formula required time to be delivered, and what exactly the old man meant by perks. 3 days later, a box was delivered to the entrance of Liu Yang's cave residence. Liu Yang carried the box inside and opened it. Then he saw a tall and curvaceous woman with sharp, phoenix-like eyes exuding a heroic aura, bound hand and foot and stuffed into the center of the box. Although she couldn't be called an unparalleled beauty, she was undeniably born attractive. Her bare face wore no makeup, yet radiated an ethereal elegance. And because she had stayed too long in the hot and stuffy box, her body was covered in glistening sweat, droplets rolling down her fair neck into her chest. Demonic sect. The woman looked at Liu Yang, her gaze filled with hatred as if she wished to slice him into 1,000 pieces. At the same time, she seemed to realize her fate, and despair appeared on her delicate face. Liu Yang frowned at the sight. You are a disciple of the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion. So what if I am? The woman closed her beautiful eyes, and 2 lines of clear tears slowly slid down her pale cheeks. Just kill me. Only then did Liu Yang come to realization. Divine Firmament Sword Control True Formula was a secret divine ability of the righteous powerhouse in the south, the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion. He had previously wondered how the Primordial Saint Sect had gotten their hands on it. Now he understood. Ode of yin-yang great bliss of dragon and tiger intercourse could extract the target's knowledge and experience. And the sect had directly delivered to him an official disciple of the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion. In other words, if he wanted Divine Firmament Sword Control true formula, he just had to extract it from her. In this way, not only is the cultivation method passed on, but the problem of the disciple needing a cauldron to cultivate is also solved, killing two birds with one stone, truly maximizing value. Making full use of everything, that was indeed the style of the Primordial Saint Sect. Compared to the righteous sects who endured bitter cultivation through winter and summer, this was the true cultivation method of the demon sect. A few days later, inside the cave residence, Lu Yang sat cross-legged on the meditation cushion, pinching a sword seal with his right hand, condensing a spot of spiritual light at his fingertip, which eventually turned into a white bone flying sword as thin as a cicada's wing. The sword was blue-white in color, and when it moved, it roared with thunderous sound. Go! Lu Yang flicked his finger, and the white bone flying sword instantly turned into a magnificent streak of light several zhang long, soaring out, its sword light howling like heavenly thunder rolling across the sky. Good sword formula. Seeing this scene, a look of delight immediately appeared on Lu Yang's face, and then he switched his sword seals, causing the white bone flying sword to split into two in midair. The next second, Lu Yang's figure disappeared from where he stood, as if teleporting, directly appearing at the place where one of the sword lights was. With the change of sword seals in Lu Yang's hand, his figure seemed to transform into a bolt of lightning, freely shuttling between the two sword lights. Just like this, after a long time, Lu Yang finally stopped moving, his face filled with excitement. Good, what a marvelous divine firmament sword control true formula. This sword formula was actually very simple. After mastering it, the practitioner could split off sword lights and then instantly move into one of the sword lights. The higher the mana, the farther the movement distance. If the sect master of the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion personally took action, he could even sit within the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion and with one sword, teleport thousands of miles away, casually taking the enemy's head. And this was merely the basic transformation of the sword formula. It was said that at higher levels, the sword light could even manifest the might of divine firmament thunderbolts, but sadly, that part of the cultivation method was not something Lu Yang could touch. It was not that he could not acquire it, but that Yun Myoking herself did not know it either. But that was understandable, after all. If it were the complete version of the divine firmament sword control true formula, it would definitely not be purchasable for a mere 1,000 contribution points. Even 10,000 points might barely suffice. HMPH, so foolish and incompetent. A sneering voice came from behind. Lu Yang turned his head and saw the female disciple from the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion looking at him with a face full of disgust, disdain, and contempt. After several days of interaction, Lu Yang had come to understand her quite well. The girl's name was Yun Myoking, an inner disciple of the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion, a disciple of the Divine Firmament True Person, primarily cultivating the Divine Firmament Sword Control True Formula, and had once reached the 6th layer of Qi refining. Lu Yang looked at Yun Myoking curiously and said, "Did I use the sword formula incorrectly?" Hearing this, Yun Myoking turned her head away and said, "Do you think I would tell you? You demon, even if you stole my sword formula, you are only imitating superficially like a cat drawing a tiger. Is that necessary?" Lu Yang shook his head and walked to stand in front of Yun Myoking, wearing a helpless expression. "Are you sure you don't plan to tell me, or do you want me to use that again?" That flush of red instantly spread across Yun Myoking's delicate face. Her beautiful eyes became momentarily misty, but she quickly regained clarity, glaring at Lu Yang with hatred. "Isn't it just that demonic technique? You think I will submit? Although you say so, but you have already submitted once, you know." Lu Yang pointed at the emblem on Yun Myoking's chest and said, "You haven't forgotten, have you? You are spouting nonsense." Seeing the mark on her own body, Yun Myoking pursed her lips in humiliation. "That time was just you taking advantage of my weakness." After speaking, she tightly grasped the pendant at her neck. It was a delicately crafted small white jade sword, a magical sword only possessed by disciples of the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion, serving a similar purpose as Lu Yang's disciple token. "I'm a disciple of the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion and sworn enemies with the demonic path. that will never change. No matter how powerful your demonic technique is, a person's heart will not be changed by the temptations of these evil ways. My loyalty to the sword pavilion will never waver. I swear upon my magical sword. As her voice fell, Yun Myoking clenched her silver teeth tightly and looked at Lu Yang with determined eyes, like a pure lotus unstained even when trapped in muddy waters. Another day passed. Inside the cave residence, Lu Yang sat cross-legged on the meditation cushion, his 5 hearts facing the heavens. After a long time, Lu Yang finally let out a heavy breath of turbid air, while Yun Myoking also lifted her swan-like fair neck and let out a leisurely sigh. Actually, you have already mastered the Divine Firmament Sword Control True formula quite skillfully. There are no major problems, and even if there are, they lie in external things. Yun Myoking's face was flushed red, and she spoke weakly. Under Lu Yang's severe interrogation, she eventually surrendered and begged for mercy. When Lu Yang questioned her again, she only snorted coldly and then obediently said, "Our sword pavilion's disciples, as long as they enter the Qi refining realm, will use a secret method of the sect to extract a metallic essence object and refine it with various external medicines to produce a sword pill. All the sword techniques in the sword pavilion require the assistance of a sword pill to exert their full power, and the higher the quality of the sword pill, the greater the power of the sword techniques." Through Yun Myoking's explanation, Lu Yang finally understood. He was currently cultivating the Divine Firmament Sword Control True formula and could only split out 2 sword lights, and the effect was limited to teleportation, improving speed but lacking in attack power. However, once he had the blessing of a sword pill, the number of sword lights Lu Yang could split would at least double. At the same time, he could merge with the sword pill, and while shuttling through the sword lights, he could unleash astonishing slashes, gaining overwhelming advantages when dueling. In direct combat, Lu Yang only needed to control the sword pill, then split sword lights around him, and once the opponent was surrounded, it would be like falling into his trap. After that, no matter what means the opponent used, he could easily evade and then launch an attack from another direction, making the opponent exhausted from defending. After dragging on for a few rounds, the opponent would naturally reveal a fatal flaw, and then Lu Yang could deliver a powerful slash to completely finish him. That is why our Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion disciples are number 1 in combat across the south of the river. When she said this, a proud expression instantly appeared on Yun Myoking's face. However, the very next second, with Lu Yang's sudden movement, the pride on her face immediately disappeared, replaced by a blush, and she could not help letting out a nasal sound. Yun Myoking closed her beautiful eyes tightly and silently waited for a moment, but found Lu Yang not moving anymore. Feeling uneasy, she twisted a bit, then opened her eyes. "Devil you!" Lu Yang stood up and changed his clothes. "So the problem lies with the sword pill, and now I know the method of refining it. You're done here, go rest." Yun Myoking suddenly separated. The only emotion left on Yun Myoking's face was confusion. "Are you kidding? It ended just like that. What about the dual cultivation?" The next second, she suddenly regained her senses and instinctively grasped the magical sword hanging around her neck. "No, this is good. I am a disciple of the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion after all. I need to start making money." Walking out of the cave residence, Lu Yang began to ponder his future. "I currently only have 50 contribution points, and after deducting 30 points for this month's cave residence rent, if I don't make money, next month I'll have to move back to live in the pleasure hall." In the Primordial Saint Sect, there were many ways to earn contribution points, including but not limited to salaries from various sect positions, selling personal items, rewards after completing bounties and sect missions, etc. But someone like me, with no backing, no property, and no strength, an all-round 3-nose disciple, has no connections to get sect jobs, personal items are mostly worthless, I can't complete high-paying bounties, so I can only choose sect missions and work for the sect just to barely make a living. The more Lu Yang thought about it, the angrier he became. "I'm already cultivating immortality, and I still have to work like a laborer. Fine, I'll just work." Lu Yang quickly adjusted his emotions. "Strictly speaking, I could actually commit suicide and restart now, but the pages of the Book of 100 Lifetimes are limited. Restarting like this would be too wasteful." Although he had now become an official disciple, Lu Yang still had little understanding of the Primordial Saint Sect, and his knowledge of the entire cultivation world was limited to what he had read in books. Even though he already had the idea of restarting, to accumulate advantages for his next life, he should live a bit longer in this life. Within Mending Heaven Peak, there were countless caves, but only two places stood out. One was naturally the cave of the Peak Master, and the other was a tall building. The building had 9 floors and was named Merit. Official disciples conducted transactions, posted bounties, and even accepted sect missions mostly in the Merit building, where they could receive the protection of the Holy Sect. Liu Yang walked into the Merit building and approached a counter. "Senior brother, may I ask if sect missions are received here?" "Of course him." As the words fell, the young Taoist at the counter glanced at Liu Yang indifferently at first, but upon seeing his handsome appearance, his eyes lit up. In the next moment, a friendly smile appeared on the young Taoist's face. "No need to call me senior brother. My name is Zhao Zhu, a deacon disciple of the Merit Hall. You must be a new disciple, right? I haven't seen you before." "I am Liu Yang. Greetings, senior brother." Liu Yang hurriedly saluted and activated his disciple token to verify his identity. Zhao Zhu looked at the token, his expression becoming even more gentle and his smile even more radiant. "Not bad, not bad. Junior brother Liu is quite the talent, very impressive." Zhao Zhu then looked at Liu Yang with a gaze that made him feel uncomfortable and suddenly said, "Junior brother Liu, since you're looking for a sect mission, I happen to have one for you, or rather, an opportunity for wealth. If it works out, your path to immortality will be vast in the future." "Really?" Liu Yang appeared interested on the surface, but in his heart he became vigilant. "Absolutely, couldn't be more real." Zhao Zhu grinned and pointed to the top of Mending Heaven Peak. "The current Peak Master intends to find a son-in-law for his daughter. I see that you have a dignified appearance." "Liu Yang, I came to find a sect mission because I wanted to earn money through my own hard work and diligence, and now you want me to live off a woman. What, you're not willing?" Seeing Liu Yang's stiff expression, Zhao Zhu became even more enthusiastic in his persuasion. "This is a tremendous opportunity for wealth. If you can enter the Peak Master's cave from then on, you'll be a foundation establishment disciple, with contribution points, cultivation methods, and resources all at your disposal. Taking this step correctly can save you 60 years of detours." Despite Zhao Zhu's eloquence, Liu Yang remained unmoved. Actually, if it were truly about living off a woman, Liu Yang wouldn't mind. But where was this? The Primordial Saint Sect, the orthodox path of the demonic way. With Liu Xin's previous example, how could he possibly believe Zhao Zhu's so-called son-in-law proposal? There must be something wrong. Thinking of this, Liu Yang simply sighed and said, "Senior brother Zhao, it's not that I don't want to be a son-in-law, but I have an unspeakable difficulty." Zhao Zhu was taken aback. "Unspeakable difficulty?" "To be honest," Liu Yang looked embarrassed, "I'm afflicted with a venereal disease." Upon hearing this, the eagerness on Zhao Zhu's face immediately faded. Venereal disease wasn't a big deal. He had ways to cure it. The problem was, why did he contract it? The reason behind it was the key. "Ah, what a pity." Zhao Zhu shook his head. No matter how handsome Liu Yang was, the Peak Master would never allow his daughter to become a Tao companion with a man who could make himself sick. Liu Yang respectfully said, "Thank you for your concern, senior brother." Not hitting a smiling face, Liu Yang's respectful demeanor made Zhao Zhu's expression improve slightly. "In that case, I'll pick a good mission for you." "What kind of mission are you looking for?" Liu Yang said, "High contribution points, relatively safe." Zhao Zhu's smile didn't change, clearly expecting this. After all, every new disciple wanted this kind of task. "I really do have one." As he spoke, he handed Liu Yang a jade slip. "Yin Yang Immortal Bloom requires a Qi refining realm cultivator to nurture it with blood essence and true Qi to grow. Mending Heaven Peak purchases it at the highest price, 150 contribution points per flower." Zhao Zhu said kindly, "This task was issued by the Peak Lord himself. No quantity limit. However many you grow, they'll buy them all, and you don't need to have any herbal cultivation skills. The Yin Yang Immortal Bloom is extremely adaptable. As long as it's planted in your cave dwelling, it won't wither easily." Liu Yang was tempted at first, but soon shook his head. Zhao Zhu frowned at this. "What's wrong?" "Thank you for your guidance, senior brother," Liu Yang said bitterly, "but I still need to pay next month's rent for my cave dwelling. I really can't afford to buy the Immortal Bloom seeds." I see. Zhao Zhu also sighed. I've been through this stage myself, I know it's not easy. Fine, let me help you. Then he reached out his hand. Give me your disciple token. Lu Yang obediently handed it over, and moments later, he was shocked to see an extra 500 contribution points appear on it out of nowhere. Zhao Zhu smiled slightly. This is your reserve contribution points from the Three Rivers Association. You can use them anytime you need. Go buy the immortal bloom seeds. Lu Yang frowned deeply. Senior brother, isn't this just like a cultivation method loan? I'm afraid. The Three Rivers Association is a major power within the inner sect of the Primordial Saint Sect. New disciples borrowing can even enjoy 30 days of interest-free terms, which is much cheaper than the sect's method loans. And didn't you want to buy immortal bloom seeds? Zhao Zhu said kindly. We have a senior brother in the Three Rivers Association who specializes in selling these. Since you've borrowed from us, I'll put in a good word for you. He can sell you the seeds at cost price. Is there really such a good deal? Lu Yang looked overjoyed. Isn't it because I felt a connection with you, junior brother? Zhao Zhu also laughed. If it weren't so, I wouldn't even tell most people about this kind of opportunity. With that, Zhao Zhu took out another jade slip and handed it to Lu Yang. This is that senior brother's communication jade slip. Wishing you early wealth and success, junior brother. Thank you, senior brother. Lu Yang left with endless gratitude. But as he watched Lu Yang's departing back, Zhao Zhu curled his lips into a cold smile and immediately began searching for his next prey in the merit hall. Lu Yang didn't rush to find the reliable senior brother Zhao Zhu had introduced to buy the yin-yang immortal bloom. Instead, he returned to his cave dwelling first and did some calculations. A loan of 500 contribution points can buy 10 immortal bloom seeds. The annual interest rate is the same as the method loan, 36%. Getting up early and working late every day, watering with blood essence, nurturing with spiritual energy. It's estimated it will take a full year for them all to mature, earning 1,500 contribution points. After paying rent, I'll have 1140 contribution points left. Repaying the method loan principal and interest costs 460, leaving 680 contribution points, and then the immortal bloom seed loan of 500 plus 180 interest will come due. Nothing left. Where's my money? With this doubt in mind, Lu Yang recalculated once more, then stared blankly at his hands, only snapping out of it a long while later and bursting out laughing in anger. Good grief, they really calculated it down to the last copper, didn't even leave me food money. No wonder it's the demon sect. As a disciple of the Primordial Saint Sect, the start was to carry debt, then be yanked to the limit along the funding chain by the sect. The contribution points earned from taking tasks were just enough to cover expenses. If he wanted to earn more, save money, he had to work overtime and take on more tasks. Otherwise, with the slightest misstep, if the funding chain broke, the several massive loans he carried would instantly become the final straw that broke the camel's back. As long as you're willing to suffer, you'll never run out of suffering. To put it bluntly, they were dangling rigid necessities over low-level disciples, forcing them to work themselves to death, all to lay bricks and mortar for the glory of the Primordial Saint Sect. Animals. Thinking of this, Lu Yang couldn't help cursing out loud, then tried to comfort himself. I work for the Primordial Saint Sect. The sect gives me contribution points, then takes them back through loans and rent. It's self-produced and self-sold by the sect, and I get to enjoy the process from the middle. Immediately after, Lu Yang recalled the warm and diligent Zhao Zhu, looked again at the extra 500 contribution point loan on his disciple token, and sneered internally. And since you're being ruthless, don't blame me for being unjust. Usually, I'll be a deadbeat. Though he said that, the harsh life of a sect disciple still made Lu Yang feel stifled. The more he thought, the more upset he got, and a nameless fire surged within him. Demonic scum. Just then, the curtain lifted. It was Yun Myoking, who had heard Lu Yang's loud cursing and got out of bed to check on the situation. Demon, are you in a bad mood? Yun Myoking spoke as she looked up at Lu Yang, who was resting with his eyes closed. A little. Lu Yang sighed and casually recounted the predicament he was facing. This is the demon sect, treating its disciples as expendable resources, devoid of any humanity. Yun Myoking gently parted her red lips. Demon, fellow Taoist Lu, you possess commendable talent and an excellent disposition. Why subject yourself to such grievances in this demon sect? Yun Myoking said, if you lift the restriction on me and help me escape the demon sect, I can recommend you to become a disciple of our Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion. Yun Myoking wanted to seek death, but he had no interest in accompanying her. When impoverished, one should maintain their integrity. The immediate priority was to enhance oneself. After careful consideration, Liu Yang decided against purchasing the yin-yang immortal flower. Instead, he spent all his wealth to acquire 10 vital energy great pills that could increase his cultivation. This lifetime has essentially reached a dead end. After all, I neither intend to repay the loan, nor am I willing to waste decades of time as a beast of burden. Once the loan term ends, I will undoubtedly die without a burial place. Therefore, I must seize this period to improve myself as quickly as possible. Liu Yang had already made up his mind. In the next life, he would choose cultivation, and for that, he needed to elevate his strength to a higher level as soon as possible. If my cultivation is too low, Liu Xin, who was present at the time, might notice. So, at the very least, I must reach the same realm as he was then, Liu Yang pondered. At the very least, I need to reach the mid-stage of qi refining and pair it with a technique to conceal my breath. Only then might I be able to deceive him. Liu Yang dared to think this way because he had confidence. This was because the qi refining realm had 10 levels: early, mid, late, and perfection stages. Within these minor realms, there were generally no bottlenecks. One could break through by accumulating enough resources. What truly hindered many qi refining cultivators were the bottlenecks between the minor realms. Advancing from early to mid-stage, mid to late stage, and late stage to perfection became exponentially more difficult, causing countless cultivators to make no progress. According to my calculations, 10 vital energy great pills, combined with the spiritual veins of the cave dwelling, should be enough for me to break through to the third level of qi refining. In fact, this is also the cultivation level of most disciples within the sect, who rely on enduring time and accumulating experience to improve, ultimately getting stuck at the bottleneck of early-stage qi refining, becoming the sect's beasts of burden. If nothing unexpected happened, Liu Yang would have been one of them. However, in this lifetime, he had a variable in his hands. With a thought, Liu Yang summoned a misty white qi in his hand, which transformed at will into a sword shape or dense smoke, as if it were an extension of his arm. Innate true qi. According to Liu Xin, the greatest function of innate true qi is to help one break through bottlenecks. His breakthrough to the late stage of qi refining must have been aided by it. Liu Xin could use it to break through to the late stage of qi refining. Using it to break through to the mid-stage of qi refining should not be a problem for me. As long as I break through to the mid-stage of qi refining, this life won't be in vain. At worst, I can restart immediately. In the next life with higher cultivation, my starting point will also be better. A moment later, a voice came from outside the cave dwelling. His vital energy great pills had arrived. Liu Yang opened the door and saw a woman standing outside, dressed in plain clothes, with a beauty not inferior to Yun Myoking and an even more voluptuous figure. I am Qing Chen. Greetings, junior brother Liu. The woman bowed gracefully and then smiled softly. Her laughter seemed to possess a magical quality, soothing the heart and making people unconsciously feel a fondness for her. I have been ordered to deliver the vital energy great pills you purchased. Please present your token for verification. Liu Yang was familiar with the procedure and complied immediately. During the handover, this Qing Chen fairy gently probed. Junior brother, being able to purchase so many pills this time, did you perhaps come into some wealth? Senior sister, what are you saying? Liu Yang shook his head with a bitter expression. I just took out several loans, hoping to improve my cultivation so I can take on some higher-paying tasks. I see. Fairy Qing Chen nodded, her face full of concern. Junior brother, there's no need to belittle yourself. Which of us formal disciples doesn't have a few loans? However, forgive me for being blunt, junior brother, but you still don't understand how to adapt. Oh? Seeing that Liu Yang was interested, Qing Chen fairy smiled slightly. There are only so many sect missions. How could they possibly be enough to repay so many loans just through missions? In the Primordial Saint Sect, if one only knows how to walk the ordinary path, it's impossible to get rich. Qing Chen fairy spoke softly. I originally thought that you, junior brother, had discovered the cave dwelling of a senior brother and gained an inheritance, and thus made a big profit. That's why I shamelessly asked. I didn't expect that it wasn't the case. Cave dwelling. Lu Yang lowered his eyelids, his gaze calm like an ancient well, but his tone feigned a look of being moved. I am slow-witted, senior sister. Please elaborate. Junior brother, did you know that the Primordial Saint Sect was founded within the sky-reaching sea of clouds? Xianxia Fairy said blandly. Within the sea of clouds, aside from the 4 inner peaks, there are many other peaks established in the past by true disciples and elders. However, the path of cultivation is long, and over the years, people inevitably fall. Yet after they fall, their mountain peaks and cave dwellings are not dismantled, but remain within the sea of clouds. Though there is a degree of risk, each and every one of them is an opportunity. Even a casual gain can be exchanged for a large amount of contribution points. If you are interested, junior brother, I happened to discover a relatively safe cave dwelling recently. Really, I don't believe it. Lu Yang sneered inwardly, only because Xianxia Fairy's persuasive manner resembled that of Liu Xin, who had once tricked him into cultivating the innate Tao book. This was a trap. What opportunity in a cave dwelling, just bait. It seemed he had revealed his wealth. Seeing that he, a newcomer, had bought so many spirit pills, they probably wanted to lure him out and kill him to take the pills for themselves. At this thought, Lu Yang showed a look of temptation. I need to consider it. There's no rush. Xianxia Fairy nodded slightly at his words. The acceptance procedures have already been completed. You can contact me once you've made up your mind. I've made up my mind, not going. Seeing the procedures were done, Lu Yang said nothing more and grabbed the bottle containing the spirit pills before returning to his cave dwelling, leaving Xianxia Fairy standing there alone. Moments later, as she snapped out of it, Xianxia Fairy nearly ground her silver teeth to bits, her beautiful face filled with murderous intent. That Lu Yang actually dared to toy with me. Turning away, Xianxia Fairy soon arrived at another cave dwelling. Inside the cave, a young Taoist in splendid robes had been waiting for a long time. Seeing her darkened expression, he immediately frowned as well. Did it fail? Xianxia Fairy shook her head. This person is a bit too cautious. Moreover, senior brother Zhao, this person borrowed money yet didn't buy the yin-yang immortal bloom and instead bought pills. I suspect he never intended to repay the debt. He wants to renege, in his next life maybe. Zhao Zhu sneered coldly at her words and shook his head. Did you know, every new disciple in the Primordial Saint Sect has already been privately marked with a price. And the amount a disciple can borrow from the sect will never exceed his value. This ensures that, no matter what happens, the sect can recover its investment. Flesh, organs, soul, these are all valuable assets, more than enough to repay a debt. He wants to increase his cultivation, let him. As long as he's alive, a higher cultivation just makes him more valuable. Zhao Zhu grinned, his teeth seemingly oozing a scent of blood. When the time comes, we might not only avoid a loss but even make a profit. Besides, even if he can afford the spirit pills, it doesn't mean he'll live long enough to use them, does it? You mean? Zhao Zhu nodded slightly, his words filled with meaning. Many things are fine as long as they're not discovered. Hearing this, Xianxia Fairy's beautiful eyes lit up at once. Inside the cave dwelling, within a quiet chamber, Lu Yang sat cross-legged, beginning to break through. With the spiritual pills ingested, and coupled with the continuous harvesting of yun myoking over the past half-month, his cultivation rapidly approached a near-limit state. Boom! In the next moment, as if ascending a step, Lu Yang felt a vast surge of true qi roaring within his body, rushing like a river, invigorating his spirit. Qi refining stage 2. Before reaching qi refining stage 4, there are no bottlenecks. As long as resources are sufficient, time alone can achieve it. But now, it seems I might not have that time. The existence of Xianxia Fairy stirred a sense of crisis in Lu Yang. He would not forget that in his previous life, Liu Xin had brazenly stormed into his cave dwelling. If Liu Xin could do it, couldn't Xianxia Fairy do the same? The cave dwelling was unreliable. What truly matters is one's own cultivation and strength. With this thought, Lu Yang gritted his teeth, directly taking out all the remaining spiritual pills and swallowing them whole, then summoned Yun Myoking again. Although such an approach was somewhat wasteful, with at least 30% of the pill's efficacy being squandered, it also allowed him to enhance his cultivation at the fastest possible speed. In Lu Yang's view, as long as he could break through to qi refining stage 3, these spiritual pills would have been used to their fullest, not bought in vain. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days and nights passed. During this period, Liu Yang neither ate nor drank, and nearly drained Yun Myoking to the point of collapse, finally feeling that he had broken through a thin barrier. I succeeded. Liu Yang looked inwardly at his entire body, feeling a vast true qi flowing through his meridians like a mighty river, seemingly boundless, yet unable to make any further progress. At first glance, it seemed as if his cultivation had reached perfection. This is the bottleneck. The next step would be qi refining stage 4, transitioning from the early to the mid-stage, which, within the Primordial Saint Sect, would qualify him as an outstanding disciple eligible for certain positions. Liu Yang did not pause, nor did he dare to relax, directly taking out the innate true qi. Continue. Activating the innate true qi, Liu Yang then manipulated his own true qi to swallow it in one gulp, subsequently observing the surge of true qi flooding into his dantian like rivers converging into the sea. As the innate true qi was continuously consumed, Liu Yang soon felt that the bottleneck, which had previously seemed insurmountable like a mountain, was gradually weakening. Until the innate true qi was completely depleted, that invisible bottleneck melted away like snow and ice, collapsing instantly. In the dimly lit quiet chamber, Liu Yang suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was like a torch, illuminating the void. With a blink, another day and night passed, yet from this moment on, Liu Yang's strength was vastly different from a few days prior. Mid-stage qi refining, it's almost like a different realm compared to the early stage. Liu Yang felt the changes within his body, his face showing joy. If the true qi of the early stage was a small river, then the mid-stage is an ocean. It's increased by more than tenfold. Reaching this point, one can be considered a true cultivator. In the early stage of qi refining, true qi was limited, and all spells and divine abilities had to be used sparingly. However, after advancing to the mid-stage, there was no longer a need to worry about such things. Ordinary spells could be cast effortlessly, and the consumed true qi could be replenished within a few breaths. Not bad, not bad. Liu Yang walked out of the quiet chamber, took out a white bone flying sword, and with a thought, the flying sword instantly split into 10 sword lights, enveloping the entire cave dwelling. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the sword lights howled fiercely, and Liu Yang performed the divine firmament sword control true formula, merging himself with the sword light, feeling an unparalleled sense of comfort and ease. It's all thanks to Liu Xin. If it weren't for this innate true qi that perfectly matched me, I wouldn't have been able to break through. At the very least, I would have been stuck at qi refining stage 3 for several years. No wonder Liu Xin abandoned the ode of yin-yang great bliss to cultivate the innate Tao book. Unfortunately, his intentions were not righteous, using people as medicine. After obtaining it, Liu Xin caused countless killings, all because of the innate Tao book. Such an evil art is destined to be used by me. Liu Yang suddenly felt a surge of greed rising in his heart. Not yet hold it in next lifetime, there's still plenty of time. Just as Liu Yang was deep in thought, his eyebrows suddenly lifted as he looked toward the cave dwelling's entrance, because one of his sword lights set as a sensor had just been triggered. Someone's here. A cold glint instantly flashed through Liu Yang's eyes, mixed with a bit of relief. Thankfully, he had made the snap decision to break through, even if it meant wasting resources. If not for that, he would still be in secluded cultivation, completely unaware of the outside world. Wouldn't that mean certain death? This must serve as a warning. Thinking this, Liu Yang quickly restrained the aura of his breakthrough, while the killing intent in his heart grew even stronger, like a hunter silently waiting for his prey to walk into the trap. Crack! Accompanied by a soft sound, the cave dwelling's door was silently pried open, and immediately after, 3 figures sneaked in one after another. The trio wore black clothes and masks, not revealing a trace of true qi. Liu Yang watched from the shadows, clicking his tongue in admiration. Had he not just broken through and gained higher cultivation, he might not have seen through their disguises and would have mistaken them for ordinary people. Their ability to conceal themselves was truly exquisite. The leading black-clothed figure gave a hand signal without speaking, and the others understood at once, quickly spreading out to search the cave dwelling. Whoosh whoosh. In the next second, the foremost black-clothed figure suddenly saw a flash before his eyes, followed by a dazzling sword light shrieking toward him. Not good. The man's expression changed drastically in an instant. He had no time to defend and could only roll sideways in an attempt to dodge. But how could a person ever be faster than a flying sword? Swish! The sword light flashed, and a pillar of blood shot into the sky. Qi refining mid-stage. The black-clothed leader clearly had a sharp eye. From the power and purity of the sword light, he immediately recognized Lu Yang's cultivation and cried out on the spot. At the same time, he cursed furiously in his heart. Damn that Qing Chen. This guy was supposed to be a newly admitted disciple, an easy pushover. And this Lu Yang, clearly at mid-stage Qi refining and fully capable of crushing the three of them, yet he still resorted to deception and ambush. What a beast! Seeing the sword light approaching, the black-clothed man hurriedly formed a hand seal and released a mysterious light to shield himself while shouting loudly, "It's a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding." Boom! Lu Yang turned a deaf ear. The sword light slashed horizontally, instantly shattering the man's protective light barrier. At the same time, in the darkness, another wave of true qi surged like raging waves, transforming into a massive hand several zhang wide, complete with clearly visible palm lines, which grabbed another black-clothed person directly. Splat! The next second the giant hand suddenly clenched, crushing the second black-clothed figure into a bloody mess. Bones snapped, muscles torn, red and white matter splattered everywhere. Such a brutal scene made the leader's eyes nearly burst with rage. Meanwhile, Lu Yang wore a satisfied expression. This innate true qi great hand seal really is impressive. While it doesn't show much power against someone in the same realm, it's guaranteed to crush those below. As he pondered, the sword lights did not stop. Over a dozen beams of sword light howled through the cave dwelling, with the white bone flying sword teleporting within them, not giving the leader a moment to breathe. After just a few breaths, the leader had already exhausted his strength. Lu Yang seized an opening, controlled the sword, and with one strike, another pillar of blood soared into the air. Phew, that was really dangerous. Only after doing all this did Lu Yang finally let out a breath of relief. Looking at the corpses and chunks of flesh all over the floor, he recalled the battle just now with lingering fear. Strictly speaking, this was his first time killing someone. Even though he had practiced the ambush combo in private countless times, this was the first time he had put it into actual combat. Honestly, my combat experience is far inferior to those three. In the same realm, I might not even win against one, let alone three. But as long as I can ambush, seize the initiative, and force them into a direct power clash, I can still easily suppress them with my superior cultivation. This is exactly what they say. When power can't win, rely on divine abilities. When divine abilities fall short, rely on Tao attainment. Lu Yang reviewed and summarized the valuable experience of this cross-level battle, while also reflecting on areas to improve, believing it would surely be useful in his next lifetime. The next day, Lu Yang waited in his cave dwelling for an entire day. No one came. The three black-clothed men seemed as if they weren't disciples of the Primordial Saint Sect at all, not causing the slightest ripple. No one even came to check on the situation. Lu Yang sighed once more. He wouldn't doubt that the Primordial Saint Sect, which possessed the life lamps of all its disciples, hadn't discovered the deaths of the three. Now thinking about it, perhaps mutual killing among disciples was an unspoken rule. As long as it didn't escalate and become widely known, no one would investigate thoroughly. After all, the demonic sects were unpredictable and hard to fathom. Someone died, perhaps to silence them, perhaps for wealth, or perhaps they learned something they shouldn't have. What if an investigation truly uncovered something? So it's better not to investigate. No wonder it's called the Primordial Saint Sect. After sighing, Lu Yang felt at ease and began collecting the spoils of battle. First were the disciples' tokens. What shocked Lu Yang was that the tokens of the three black-clothed men contained a total of 400 contribution points, an unusually high amount. So they were repeat offenders. Lu Yang frowned and searched further. Apart from miscellaneous items, only a secret manual titled Qi Concealment Technique caught his attention. After all, in Lu Yang's view, these three black-clothed men were very skilled at concealing their true Qi. If it weren't for his breakthrough in cultivation, which brought a qualitative leap in both true Qi and spiritual sense, he might not have detected their infiltration. This demonstrated the power of the Qi Concealment Technique, a true trump card. More importantly, this has nothing to do with the Primordial Saint Sect. The sect's cultivation methods were only recorded in the disciples' tokens. The chi concealment technique, however, was a secret manual, indicating it was likely a personal opportunity of the three black-clothed men. Therefore, there was no need to worry about the sect having a way to counter it. Truly, a pillow comes when one is sleepy. Their deaths were worthwhile. Thinking this, Lu Yang sincerely collected the corpses of the three, dug a pit, and buried them, allowing them to rest in peace. Then he suddenly thought, this chi concealment technique is so exquisite, and it's not passed down by the sect. Where did they get it? Could there be an even greater opportunity behind this? In an instant, Lu Yang's thoughts became active. But he quickly restrained his greed, his gaze returning to calmness. No rush, no rush. Perhaps in the next life I can befriend these three. There will always be opportunities. After laying the three to rest, Lu Yang took out his disciple token and began checking the materials needed for refining a sword pill, as previously told by Yun Myoking. To refine a sword pill, one needs 3 taels of gold essence, 3 taels of jade marrow, 2 taels of cinnabar, and 2 taels of sword chi, totaling 10 taels. Then, using true fire and divine water to temper and cool, impurities are removed. Finally, with secret sword techniques, it's slowly refined to merge with the refiner's essence, chi, and spirit, thus truly completing the refinement. As Lu Yang recalled the method for refining a sword pill, he browsed the item catalog. The more he looked, the darker his expression became. Gold essence and jade marrow, cinnabar, and sword chi, all priced uniformly at 100 contribution points per tael. True water, 500 contribution points per gourd. True fire, 500 contribution points per strand. 2,000 contribution points. Lu Yang gritted his teeth. He had heard from Yun Myoking that disciples of the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion would receive a sword pill from their elders upon breaking through chi refining. Yet in the Primordial Saint Sect, it required 2,000 contribution points. An ordinary disciple would have to toil for the sect for 20 years without eating or drinking to accumulate that many contribution points. Damn demonic sect. Such exorbitant prices instantly extinguished Lu Yang's pride from his recent windfall, making him realize once again that he was still a pauper. In this case, 400 contribution points are somewhat useless. According to Lu Yang's plan, after restarting in the next life, he would choose cultivation. Therefore, whatever he obtained in this life couldn't be taken with him. Thus, no matter what good items he bought with these 400 contribution points, they would be meaningless to him. As for cultivation, the difference between mid and early chi refining was significant. Even if he spent all 400 contribution points, it wouldn't be enough to break through to the 5th level of chi refining. It seems I can only exchange them for cultivation methods. After all, compared to treasures, cultivation methods and divine abilities, as knowledge, could be carried into the next life. Thinking this, Lu Yang immediately left his cave dwelling and headed to the library pavilion. Yo, it's you again. The old man at the entrance of the library pavilion actually remembered Lu Yang, showing a surprised expression. You're here to exchange for cultivation methods again. Looks like you've struck it rich. Thanks for the kind words, senior brother. Lu Yang cupped his hands and then walked into the library pavilion. This time, he had a clear intention, to find a powerful divine ability specifically for desperate situations. Soon, Lu Yang locked onto his target. Killing Curse, 300 contribution points. This divine ability was very special, resembling the Buddhist practice of silent meditation. It required the practitioner to nurture a breath of killing intent in their chest, refining it day and night with true chi, intertwining it with their life. Normally, it wouldn't affect speech. But when needed upon opening the mouth and uttering kill, the accumulated killing intent would instantly burst forth, shaking souls and spirits, unstoppable. However, once this breath of killing intent was expended, the person would also die, making it a method of mutual destruction. Not bad, it can kill others and also serve as a means of suicide, perfect for me. Possessing the Book of 100 Lifetimes, Lu Yang's greatest fear wasn't death but being unable to die, as the book couldn't be activated voluntarily and only worked upon his death. Therefore, he desperately needed a self-destructive divine ability. After exchanging for the cultivation method from the library pavilion, Lu Yang immediately sat cross-legged and began comprehending the technique. Killing Curse involves hiding chi in the chest. The most important aspect is this breath of killing intent. The higher its quality, the more powerful the killing curse will be upon activation. As the saying goes, when heaven initiates killing intent, stars shift. When earth initiates killing intent, dragons and snakes rise. When humans initiate killing intent, heaven and earth overturn. Thus, killing intent in the world is divided into three types: heavenly, earthly, and human. Among them, heavenly and earthly killing intents are rare, encountered once in a century, while human killing intent is ubiquitous, with the aura of weapons being the most superior. Inside the library pavilion, Liu Yang began refining the killing intent. Fortunately, I have the necessary materials on hand. So-called human killing intent mostly comes from weapons used by those harboring murderous intent. Coincidentally, he still had the weapons from the three black-clothed men. Liu Yang directly extracted the killing intent from them, gradually refining it into his body. In an instant, Liu Yang felt as if 1,000 blades were scraping his bones and flesh in his chest, the pain unbearable. Yet he tightly clenched his teeth, not daring to open his mouth. Because this was the critical moment of refinement. If he opened his mouth and let the qi escape, he would surely die instantly. After a long time, Liu Yang finally felt the killing intent in his chest gradually stabilize, completely merging with his true qi. With a single thought, it could erupt. I wonder how powerful it is. Thinking this, a trace of anticipation appeared on Liu Yang's face. He decided that before dying in this life, he must use the killing curse once to see its power. Returning to the entrance of the library pavilion, Liu Yang was surprised to find the old man there cursing loudly. That damned lucky bastard. The old man held a disciple token, his wrinkled hands trembling uncontrollably. His old face twisted, unable to express his emotions clearly. Liu Yang approached curiously. "Senior brother, what happened?" "What happened?" The old man glared angrily upon hearing this, fiercely throwing the disciple token to the ground and sneering. "It's all over the place, see for yourself." Before his words fell, the old man reclined back into his rocking chair, sulking. Liu Yang was puzzled until he opened his own disciple token and saw the latest news, finally understanding what had happened. The grand prize of the merit pool finally has a winner. The colorful merit fish was drawn by the newly inducted disciple Xianxia. A true person awarded him a 10 billion prize on the spot. After receiving the prize, Xianxia went into seclusion, whereabouts unknown. Colorful merit fish, 10 billion grand prize. Due to the widespread dissemination of related news and ongoing discussions, Liu Yang quickly grasped the situation without much effort. It turned out that within the Primordial Saint Sect, there was a permanent special task known as accumulating merit. The location was beneath the sacred fire cliff, deep within the sea of clouds, at a treasured place called the Merit Pool, where an exotic spiritual beast resided, known as the merit fish. The fish came in 5 colors: white, blue, purple, gold, and colorful. The closer the fish was to the colorful hue, the more abundant its essence. Consuming it not only enhanced the quality of true qi, but also had the effect of breaking through bottlenecks. Thus, the so-called accumulating merit task was born. Each person could undertake this task once a month, first blindly selecting a number, then paying 10 contribution points to receive the merit fish corresponding to that number. However, the 10 contribution points paid by the cultivator were not reclaimed by the sect, but were instead recorded in the merit pool's account. The sect's higher-ups had specifically explained, as long as someone selected the sole colorful merit fish in the pool, they would receive all the contribution points within the merit pool. This task had been issued for nearly 100 years. Yet in all that time, no one had selected the colorful merit fish, resulting in the accumulation of contribution points in the pool reaching astronomical figures. 10 billion, 10 billion. On the rocking chair, the old man continued to mutter softly, his tone filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Just yesterday, the grand prize of this merit lottery finally had a result, and the disciple who obtained it had been in the sect for less than 10 days. A century-old prize pool was claimed by a newcomer who had been in the sect for less than 10 days. No wonder the old man from the library pavilion felt unbalanced, especially since his participation in the merit pool task over the years contributed to that 10 billion prize. Moreover, that Xianxia, upon obtaining the 10 billion grand prize from the merit pool, also received the most precious colorful merit fish. After consuming it, he broke through from the first layer of qi refining to the peak of qi refining overnight. He had now been accepted as a disciple by a true person within the sect and was in seclusion, preparing to break through to Foundation establishment. Such a fortunate encounter made even Lu Yang reveal a look of envy. However, his expression soon changed because that lucky individual, Zio Xie, did not conceal the number he chose when he drew the colorful merit fish. 2,025,113. Looking at this number, Lu Yang couldn't help but swallow hard. As Lu Yang firmly memorized this string of numbers, preparing to use it in his next life, a graceful figure suddenly walked into the library pavilion. Junior brother Lu. Lu Yang responded by looking up and immediately recognized the person. It was none other than Fairy Qing Chen. She seemed surprised as well, her delicate face showing a hint of pleasant surprise at the unexpected encounter. "Oh, it's Qing Chen, is it time?" The old man from the library pavilion also saw Fairy Qing Chen. His previously bored expression instantly became serious as he stood up and said, "Then let's set off quickly." "Senior brother, are you also going to explore the cave dwelling?" Lu Yang asked curiously. "What else?" The old man from the library pavilion replied grumpily, "I just lost a large sum of money. If I don't find some extra income, I'll be drinking the northwest wind." "Lost a large sum of money?" "Ah, it was due to my momentary carelessness," the old man from the library pavilion sighed. "Some time ago, the sect had a major battle with the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion from Jiangnan. The Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion came prepared and forcibly seized a mass grave in the south that belonged to our sect. The substitute Death Yin skeletons produced in that mass grave are very precious treasures. Once the mass grave was taken, their price within the sect immediately skyrocketed. At first, everyone was hoarding them. Out of caution, I observed for a while. Later, I noticed the price kept rising without falling. Thinking the opportunity was fleeting, I bought a batch at a high price from others." At this point, the old man from the library pavilion was filled with regret, slapping his thigh in remorse. "Who would have thought, just after I finished hoarding, news came that the sect launched a counterattack and reclaimed the mass grave. As a result, the prices that had just risen plummeted instantly, even lower than the original price." Lu Yang. "But fortunately, there's Qing Chen." The old man from the library pavilion sighed for a while, then regained his composure and exclaimed, "Qing Chen is truly a good person." Fairy Qing Chen smiled shyly. "Senior brother flatters me." "It's heartfelt," the old man from the library pavilion said sincerely. "If you hadn't recommended senior brother Zhao to me, I might not have even recovered my capital." "It was just a small effort," Fairy Qing Chen said modestly. "Senior brother Zhao happened to need a batch of substitute Death Yin skeletons, and you had hoarded some. I merely facilitated the connection. I only hope that in future explorations of cave dwellings, if I find something I like, senior brother can assist me." "Senior brother Zhao, Zhao Zhu," Lu Yang's heart stirred. "By the way, junior brother Lu." Only then did Fairy Qing Chen seem to remember Lu Yang, turning her head to look at him. "Are you really not planning to join us in exploring the cave dwelling this time?" "You jest, senior sister." Lu Yang shook his head. "I've just joined the sect and am still weak. I want to focus on cultivation. Exploring cave dwellings is too dangerous. I truly lack the strength." "Young man, I don't like what you're saying." The old man from the library pavilion shook his head. "Focus on cultivation. For ordinary disciples like us without money or influence, blindly focusing on cultivation won't lead to immortality. Cultivation is about defying the heavens. Without taking risks, how can your cultivation soar? When everyone else is afraid and wants to retreat, that's when you should be brave and strive. Only then can you seize opportunities." No matter how eloquently the old man from the library pavilion spoke, Lu Yang politely declined, angering the old man to the point of leaving with a parting shot. "Rotten wood cannot be carved." Seeing this, Fairy Qing Chen couldn't say much either. She merely gave Lu Yang a deep look before turning to leave. She and the old man from the library pavilion arrived at a secluded cave dwelling on Mending Heaven Peak. She then had the old man wait in the outer courtyard before entering the inner courtyard and arriving at a quiet room. After a while, the door to the quiet room opened, and Zhao Zhu stepped out. Failed again, he still didn't agree. As Zhao Zhu listened to Fairy Qing Chen's account, his brows gradually furrowed. "He's truly resolute. Well, it's no big loss without him. Senior brother, I think there's something off about him." Fairy Qing Chen bit her silver teeth lightly. "The life lamps of my 3 lovers have gone out. I sent them to kill that guy last night, but it seems they failed. Senior brother, my 3 lovers were all at the 3rd layer of qi refining. For Liu Yang to have killed them, could he have already reached mid-stage cultivation? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Zhao Zhu shook his head without hesitation. Breaking through bottlenecks is no easy feat. In just a few days at most, he could have reached the 3rd layer of qi refining, but not mid-stage. You don't need to be paranoid. I've checked his purchase records. He bought a lot of vital energy great pills. If he consumed them without regard for cost, reaching the 3rd layer of qi refining isn't surprising. As for your 3 lovers, he used a loan to purchase a divine ability, the Divine Firmament Sword Control True Formula from the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion. Zhao Zhu analyzed carefully. If he has exceptional talent and insight in swordsmanship, mastering the sword technique quickly, then killing your 3 lovers isn't that surprising. Senior brother is right. Fairy Qing Chen pondered for a moment and felt Zhao Zhu's analysis was more reasonable. After all, she had first-hand experience of how difficult the mid-stage bottleneck was. It had taken her nearly 10 years to barely break through. Now, saying that a newly inducted disciple broke through in less than a month was pure fantasy, unless he was a true person reincarnated. All right, let's discuss this matter later. Zhao Zhu waved his hand, his eyes gleaming coldly. Let's first handle the cave-dwelling matter. Have all the people been gathered? They have, Fairy Qingqian nodded. Especially Wang Barong from the library pavilion. After senior brother bought his substitute Death Yin skeletons, he now trusts us greatly. That's good. Zhao Zhu sneered coldly. Our sect has always been full of talents. Whether we can make a big profit this time depends entirely on our fellow disciples. Outside Mending Heaven Peak, over a dozen official disciples gathered together, with Zhao Zhu, Qing Chen Fairy, and the elder from the library pavilion, Wang Borong, at the forefront. Among them, only these 3 had mid-stage qi refining cultivation. Zhao Zhu stood at the front, his voice loud and clear. It is an honor for Zhao to have you all respond to my invitation. I extend my heartfelt thanks. After speaking, he bowed to everyone. To be honest, I discovered a cave dwelling left by a predecessor outside Mending Heaven Peak. Unfortunately, there is a protective formation around it that I cannot break through. Qing Chen Fairy spoke at the right moment, her soft voice tingling to the ears. Therefore, I sought the help of fellow disciples to break the formation together and share the treasures inside. Zhao's senior brother is a member of the 3 Rivers Association, known for his integrity, so rest assured you will not be shortchanged. Zhao Zhu clearly had some means. He and Qing Chen Fairy cooperated, and the elder from the library pavilion, Wang Borong, chimed in accordingly, quickly uniting the scattered crowd. Soon after, everyone flew away from Mending Heaven Peak, using their light escape technique. The sky-reaching sea of clouds, where the first Saint Demon sect was located, was vast, almost endless. They flew for a quarter of an hour before stopping at a sea of clouds. This is the place. Zhao Zhu moved his thoughts, and his true qi parted the sea of clouds, revealing a grand mountain peak with excellent feng shui, resembling a coiled dragon at first glance. This place is called Coiling Dragon Island, Zhao Zhu introduced proactively. I investigated and found that it was once the cave dwelling of a true disciple, true person Panlong. The protective feng shui formation was once a foundation establishment formation, but over the years, the spiritual veins it relied on have dried up, and its power has diminished significantly. Everyone, please follow me to break the formation. As his words fell, Zhao Zhu took the lead and entered Coiling Dragon Island. The others naturally did not dare to lag behind and followed one after another. After a while, a figure quietly appeared. Interesting. Liu Yang looked at Coiling Dragon Island below, but had no intention of entering. Instead, he took out 4 black banners and began setting them up outside the island. Since the repayment deadline is approaching, there's little time left in this lifetime. Why not take a big shot? However, this Coiling Dragon Island is treacherous, and Zhao Zhu has many people on his side. I alone cannot contend with them inside. After some thought, Liu Yang came up with a good plan. First, he never believed in the saying that there are good people in the demon sect, so he was certain that Zhao Zhu had ulterior motives in gathering people to explore the cave dwelling. However, with so many people present, including the elder from the library pavilion, Wang Borong, even if Zhao Zhu could handle them, he would surely suffer some losses. Since that's the case, It would be better to set up a formation outside the island and wait for an opportunity to ambush those who come out. Isn't this more cost-effective than venturing inside? For this, Liu Yang used his last 100 contribution points to exchange for a set of maze formation. The 4 maze banners could confine the heavens and earth, reversing directions. Although they had no offensive power, they could trap people inside, making it difficult to escape in a short time. Next, I just need to wait patiently. No rush. Things will go smoothly if I take my time. Liu Yang patiently lay in ambush. Zhao Zhu, what do you mean by this? You killed us, extinguished our life lamps. The holy sect will not spare you. Inside Coiling Dragon Island, blood flowed like a river. The official disciples who had just been working together were now fighting individually, screams echoing as a blood-red light harvested their lives. Away from the crowd, Zhao Zhu and Xianxia Fairy stood side by side. Their expressions were mocking, their brows exuding a sinister aura, completely different from their earlier sincere demeanor. Facing the crowd's accusations, Zhao Zhu sneered coldly, his tone chilling. Stop struggling. This place was meticulously arranged by me. This blood demon soul-slaying blade cost me 3,000 contribution points. Today, none of you will escape from Coiling Dragon Island. As he spoke, several more people were killed. The blood-red light in the sky flashed, instantly draining their flesh and blood, then revealing its form, a crimson flying blade. You bastard! Among the crowd, the only one still resisting was the elder from the library pavilion, Wang Borong. Unfortunately, Zhao Zhu was in no hurry to kill him, merely wearing him down. While doing so, Zhao Zhu mocked coldly. Old Wang, did you really think you could spend my money and live? I bought the substitute Death Yin puppets from you precisely for today. Otherwise, if you had a bunch of them, it wouldn't be easy to take you down. Now that I've bought all your substitute Death Yin puppets, after I kill you, I can take back the contribution points I gave you, equivalent to getting a bunch of substitute Death Yin puppets for free. Looking at it this way, I should thank you. Zhao Zhu's heart-piercing words nearly made Wang Borong vomit blood. Taking advantage of this, Zhao Zhu's flying blade flashed and pierced his chest. Thud! Wang Borong's lips moved slightly, his face full of unwillingness, but he couldn't utter a single word before being drained of all his blood and chi by the flying blade, finally collapsing. With Wang Borong dealt with, the dust settled. After a while, the wails gradually ceased. Congratulations, senior brother. Xianxia Fairy was also covered in fragrant sweat. The blood demon soul-slaying blade consumed a lot of energy, and she had contributed significantly to Zhao Zhu's slaughter. Thanks to you, junior sister. Zhao Zhu smiled slightly, retracting the blood demon soul-slaying blade into his hand and asked, How is it? With its current power, can it break the restriction? Xianxia Fairy observed for a moment, her delicate brows furrowed. It seemed still a bit lacking. Swish! The blade entered and exited. Xianxia Fairy's pretty face turned blank, her eyes dazed as she looked at the crimson flying blade embedded in her abdomen, and in the blink of an eye, she was sucked dry into a mummified corpse. Now it's not lacking. Zhao Zhu looked at the blood demon soul-slaying blade in his hand, finally nodding in satisfaction. He then arrived at a tightly closed, quiet room deep within Coiling Dragon Island. Without a word, he raised the blade and slashed. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as the quiet room's door shattered, revealing its interior, where a jade box was placed. Zhao Zhu walked up with great joy, opened the jade box, and saw inside a 2-volume Dao book. The upper volume was titled 9 Transformations Coiling Dragon Technique. The lower volume was titled Myriad Chariots Dragon Ascension Treasure Scroll. Looking at the 2 Dao books in the jade box, Zhao Zhu's hands trembled with excitement. 3rd grade True Technique. As expected, a 3rd grade True Technique pointing directly to the Golden Core Path. Master truly didn't deceive me. Master said that after 3 lifetimes of bitter cultivation, I've accumulated enough merit for true person Panlong. This lifetime, the merit is complete, and Panlong's inheritance is my opportunity. After today, as long as I focus on cultivating, refining the true dragon chi, and establishing the Myriad Chariots Dragon Ascension Foundation, I will surely regain my true self, completely transcend tribulations and return. Moreover, with a 3rd grade True Technique, not only will the foundation establishment path be smooth, but the Golden Core Path is also within reach. The more Zhao Zhu thought about it, the more excited he became, immediately putting away the Dao books. Switching cultivation methods requires dispersing my current cultivation. There's no time to lose. I must return to my cave dwelling to enter seclusion. Once I emerge, I can formally become Master's disciple. With hopes for the future, Zhao Zhu flew out of Coiling Dragon Island using his light escape technique. However, in the next second, Zhao Zhu's expression suddenly changed dramatically. "Who's there?" Boom! At this moment Zhao Zhu's eyes widened, but all he saw was a magnificent sword light, as powerful as thunder, slashing right before his eyes. A flash of sword light, accompanied by a thunderous roar. In an instant, Zhao Zhu's head was severed by the sword light, but before it could hit the ground, his body suddenly exploded, transforming into a field of bones. Who might this fellow sect member be, waiting here for Zhao? After the bones shattered, a stream of yin energy darted out, reconstituting Zhao Zhu's form 100 meters away, his face still bearing traces of panic. However, before he could finish speaking, the sword light arrived, shadowing him closely. Swish! The next second, Zhao Zhu's head once again soared into the sky, only to turn into a sky full of bones. The yin energy retreated another 100 meters, revealing his figure once more. Boom! You! Crack! Enough! Dozens of sword lights filled the space, slaying Zhao Zhu more than 10 times before he finally regrouped, seizing an opportunity to evade the sword light. Though it was only a brief moment, Zhao Zhu grasped it precisely. He then swung his wide sleeves, unleashing a rolling wave of blood-colored smoke that enveloped him entirely. He quickly swallowed several pills to recover his injuries and true qi, then diverted his attention to scan his surroundings. Lu Yang, it's you. Zhao Zhu's gaze was sharp, instantly recognizing that the sword light which had killed him multiple times was the divine firmament sword control true formula, and immediately identified Lu Yang. Even so, he was deeply shocked. Because he had personally experienced the power of that sword light, it wasn't something a qi-refining early-stage cultivator could achieve. In just a few days, Lu Yang had already reached the mid-stage of qi refining. This person must possess some fortuitous encounter. Thinking this, Zhao Zhu suppressed his anger, feeling an indescribable joy. Good, today is truly a double blessing. I'll accept this opportunity. Outside the maze formation, Lu Yang appeared solemn. This is truly troublesome. He believed he had struck hard enough, yet Zhao Zhu still managed to seize a sliver of life, failing to kill him outright with a single combo. He was even recognized. However, with the maze formation confusing all directions, his true body remained hidden, attacking only with a flying sword from afar. In a real fight, he still had a greater chance of winning. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhu also noticed the maze formation around him. Although it was a rudimentary trapping formation that he could easily break given some time, with Lu Yang interfering and his true qi currently less than half of his peak, he found himself helpless for the moment. Thinking this, Zhao Zhu's eyes shifted, and he suddenly spoke. Brother Lu, truth be told, there's no real enmity between us. Go. Taking advantage of your illness to claim your life, Lu Yang naturally wouldn't reminisce with Zhao Zhu or give him a chance to heal. He immediately formed a sword seal and continued his attack, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Seeing this, Zhao Zhu's gaze turned cold. He abandoned the idea of stalling for time and instead formed a hand seal, summoning a golden iron seal into the air. This item, called the Primordial Magnet Gold Seal, could attract all metal objects and was specifically effective against flying swords. It was Zhao Zhu's secret treasure, intended for future battles between righteous and demonic forces, particularly against disciples of the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion. Now, he brought it out early to counter Lu Yang's sword light. Set. Zhao Zhu activated the treasure seal, precisely capturing a slashing sword light. With a single stamp, he subdued the sword light, rendering it immobile. Lu Yang, upon seeing this, remained calm. He was still at his peak, while Zhao Zhu was at a low point. This kind of true qi-consuming tug-of-war favored him, so he wasn't worried. My greatest advantage now is hiding in the shadows, with the formation concealing me. Zhao Zhu can't find my position. Even if he has some means to turn the tables, as long as I don't reveal myself, they are useless. If I continue to wear him down, victory will be mine. So Lu Yang made up his mind, not to reveal himself. Flying sword, forget it. Anyway, you can't refine my flying sword in a short time and have to expend true qi to suppress it. That suits me just fine. Let's see how long you can last. Rumble. Lu Yang stood outside the formation, channeling his true qi. A misty white energy rose from above, forming a large handprint several meters wide that slammed into the formation. This technique wasn't particularly powerful. It was purely about overwhelming force. Seeing this, Zhao Zhu's face darkened, realizing that Lu Yang had seen through his plan. Curse you! Zhao Zhu couldn't help but curse inwardly. Clearly, he was also at the mid-stage of qi refining, yet he was so cautious. How could he possibly turn the tables? Although he still had the strength to fight desperately, even if he killed Lu Yang, he wouldn't survive. How could Zhao Zhu, who had finally obtained a fortuitous encounter, accept this? As his true qi continued to deplete, Zhao Zhu finally couldn't hold back and shouted, "Brother Lu, do you know what opportunity I obtained on this coiling dragon island? A third-grade true technique that directly points to the golden core path. If you stop now, I am willing to share the technique with you." Third-grade true technique. Outside the maze formation, Lu Yang stood up abruptly upon hearing this. In the hierarchy of true qi, there are 36 grades in 9 ranks. Below the 7th grade, there's no path to foundation establishment. Below the 3rd grade, there's no path to golden core. And now, Zhao Zhu was offering a technique that could cultivate 3rd-grade true qi, with the potential for future golden core attainment. What a great opportunity! No, wait. Lu Yang took a deep breath, suppressing his greed, and sat back down. This person is offering great benefits, still trying to lure me out. If I go out, I'll fall into his trap. What do you say, Brother Lu? Can we reconcile? Inside the maze formation, Zhao Zhu continued to persuade, but a voice suddenly echoed from all directions. Foolish. Killing you means the technique is mine. Brother Lu, that's not correct. Zhao Zhu shook his head and smiled. Opportunities are predestined. This third-grade true technique is something I obtained through 3 lifetimes of cultivation and exchanged for with merit. It's not fated for you. Even if you kill me, the technique will fly away and won't be yours. What? Lu Yang was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Then his expression became uncertain. Opportunities are predestined, and without fate, the technique would fly away even if obtained. But soon Lu Yang reacted, sneering. If that's the case, why should I reconcile with you for this technique? Zhao Zhu hurriedly explained. Brother Lu, you originally had no fate with the technique, but if I voluntarily share it with you, then fate is established. Fine. Lu Yang was silent for a moment, then said, Copy the technique for me, and I'll let you out. Deal. Zhao Zhu agreed decisively, then took out a jade box, opened it, and revealed 2 volumes of Taoist scriptures inside. The upper volume, 9 Transformations Dragon Art, is a qi refining technique that can cultivate a true dragon qi, making one a standout among peers. The lower volume, Myriad Chariots Dragon Ascension Scroll, is a foundation establishment technique that can cultivate the Myriad Chariots Dragon Dao Foundation, with future prospects of attaining the golden core path. After introducing the technique, Zhao Zhu suddenly changed the subject. But Brother Lu, I am currently injured and my true qi is weak. If I give you the technique now and you go back on your word, what then? That's simple. Lu Yang's eyes turned, and he proactively suggested, You can give me the Myriad Chariots Dragon Ascension Scroll first and keep the 9 Transformations Dragon Art yourself. I'm currently only at the qi refining stage. Even if I have a foundation establishment technique, I can't cultivate it. You don't have to worry about me going back on my word and harming you. At this point, Lu Yang's face was full of sincerity. After I let you out, you can then give me the 9 Transformations Dragon Art. How about that? Zhao Zhu thought for a moment and felt that Lu Yang made a lot of sense. Agreed. Zhao Zhu took the Myriad Chariots Dragon Ascension Scroll from the jade box. Lu Yang still didn't show himself, but instead condensed a large hand of true qi to grab it from a distance. Seeing this, Zhao Zhu could only sigh inwardly, suppressing his last bit of hesitation, and obediently handed over the technique to Lu Yang. Lu Yang received the technique, memorized it word by word, then grinned. Goodbye. The next second, Lu Yang sank his qi into his dantian and directly activated the killing curse, self-destructing without hesitation. Boom! Moments later, the smoke and dust dispersed, revealing Zhao Zhu's bewildered face. My technique, it's gone. Why self-destruct? Even if self-destruction was necessary, why wait until after obtaining the technique to do it? I haven't even had a chance to look at the technique myself. Lu Yang. Zhao Zhu stood in the wind, looking at the myriad chariots dragon ascension scroll that had turned to ashes, murmuring Liu Yang's name, his expression gradually twisting. Bastard, who made a promise with you, let's talk about it in the next life. With the book of 100 lifetimes at worst, I'll just take the myriad chariots ascending dragon scroll in this life, and the 9 transformations dragon art in the next. Either way, they're both mine. From the very beginning, Liu Yang never trusted Zhao Zhu. All that talk about sharing Taoist scriptures was nothing more than a temporary expedient. Liu Yang was certain that as soon as Zhao Zhu escaped, he would find a way to kill him. Unfortunately, Zhao Zhu was stronger, and Liu Yang didn't have absolute confidence in killing him to eliminate future troubles. If they truly fought to the death, it was possible that he might die instead. Moreover, with his loan about to mature and no way to repay it, the time left in this life was already running out. So, as soon as he obtained the Taoist scripture, Liu Yang decisively self-destructed. You brazenly self-destructed and died. Current remaining pages of the Book of 100 Lifetimes, 97. Restarting a new life, you can choose one of the following gains from your previous life. 1. Treasure. 2. Cultivation. 3. Lifespan. 4. Abandon all gains and randomly awaken a talent based on your previous life's experiences. Those whose names are called step forward. As consciousness cleared, Liu Xin's familiar and detestable voice rang out on the stage. Liu Yang ignored it and said in his heart, I choose cultivation. Boom! In the next moment, Liu Yang felt a surge of true qi erupt from his dantian, swiftly flowing to his limbs and bones, beginning to frantically transform his essence, energy, and spirit. However, he gritted his teeth and operated the qi-concealing technique he had obtained from the 3 black-clothed men, suppressing all movements beneath his skin. A moment later, Liu Yang exhaled a deep breath of turbid air. I'm back again. Qi refining stage, level 4 mid-state. Raising his head to look at Liu Xin on the stage, Liu Yang no longer felt the fear he had at their first meeting. At this time, Liu Xin was only at Qi refining stage, level 6. He would only be able to break through the bottleneck to the late stage of Qi refining after selecting a registered disciple and refining them into innate true Qi. Only then might he be able to see through Liu Yang's Qi-concealing technique. Before that, even if Liu Yang stood right in front of him, he would only be regarded as an ordinary person. But there's also an unexpected surprise. Liu Yang looked inward at his dantian and saw a misty white Qi floating within. It was the innate true Qi from his previous life, and it still existed in this life. I understand now. The Book of 100 Lifetimes doesn't rewind to the original anchor point, but to my previous life. This was undoubtedly a good thing, because it meant that the treasures, cultivation, and even lifespan he chose in each life could be retained in the next, without having to start from scratch each time. Next, Liu Yang's actions proceeded as usual. He went on stage, was assigned, and entered the pleasure hall. He surpassed Yu Suzhen. He quietly lay low, broke through after 3 months, and silently became an official disciple. In this life, according to my plan, besides the remaining volume of the 9 transformations dragon art, there are 2 major events worth attempting. The first was naturally the merit lottery. Liu Yang stayed in his cave dwelling for a few days, then went to the merit hall to receive the accumulate merit task, and immediately rushed to the merit pool. 2,025,113. Standing among the crowd around the merit pool, Liu Yang stylishly combed his hair and began to imagine how he would spend the grand prize after drawing it from the merit pool. 10 billion, 10 billion. A lifetime wouldn't be enough to spend it all. Goodbye, poverty, I'll miss you. In the next second, a commotion arose among the crowd, and countless people looked at Liu Yang in surprise, as well as at the merit fish drawn by his selected number. Brother, you have pretty good luck. Someone approached Liu Yang, speaking enviously. A purple merit fish, although only slightly better than white and blue ones, is still a rare encounter. What? Liu Yang tilted his head, a row of question marks appearing above it. A purple merit fish. Not a colorful one. Liu Yang quickly looked at the merit fish he had drawn, which was emitting a blue glow, and then checked the number he had chosen, 2,025,113. There was no mistake. Why didn't he win? Could it be that the lucky guy from his previous life, Zhao Xie, lied? But he couldn't possibly know that someone could restart a life, so there was no reason to lie. That being the case, there's a scam going on. Lu Yang was so angry that his hands were trembling, his face flushed red, and he finally realized that so-called lucky guy Xianxia was clearly a prearranged shill. Forget it, at least it's still a merit fish. Lu Yang could only comfort himself this way. Purple was still considered rare, second only to gold and colorful ones. Although he missed out on the 10 billion grand prize, consuming the purple merit fish would likely allow his cultivation to quickly reach Qi refining stage, level 5. Thinking this way, Lu Yang felt much better. Then, just to be safe, he didn't take the merit fish back to his cave dwelling but consumed it on the spot in front of everyone, then began to meditate and refine it. After completing everything, Lu Yang clearly felt several gazes on him dissipate. As expected, the essence of the purple merit fish allowed him to smoothly break through to Qi refining stage, level 5, and even brought him to the threshold of level 6. This is just the purple one, if it were colorful. Lu Yang's heart was filled with longing. After all, in his previous life, that Xianxia had consumed a colorful merit fish and advanced from Qi refining stage, level 1, to the great perfection overnight. Forget it, I won't force it. Lu Yang quickly regained his composure. The first matter had failed, but there was still a chance with the second one, the substitute death yin puppet price bubble incident. Elder Wang Borong of the library pavilion had nearly lost everything because of this, and was deceived by Zhao Zhu into becoming cannon fodder on Panlong Island. But ultimately, it was because Wang Borong entered the market too late. Lu Yang was different. He knew the timing of the price bubble's fluctuation. It's already showing an upward trend now. Lu Yang opened his disciple token to check the price of substitute death yin puppets, and found that there was indeed some fluctuation, indicating that insiders were already manipulating it. I still lack a sufficient amount of capital to enter the market. Lu Yang thought for a moment and turned to the merit hall. As expected, as a new disciple, he was seen as a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered by the senior disciples. Before long, Zhao Zhu approached him proactively. "Junior brother, you don't look well. Are you facing some difficulties?" Hearing this, Lu Yang looked up and gave a bitter smile. What difficulties could there be? Just lacking money. I wonder if senior brother has any tasks that can earn contribution points. So it's a lack of money, I understand. I've been there myself. When I was your age, I was also worried about contribution points every day, overwhelmed with tasks, and even my Dao companion despised me and broke up with me. Every day was filled with endless tasks and life seemed hopeless. Zhao Zhu spoke with a sigh, appearing to share Lu Yang's plight. After speaking, he patted Lu Yang's shoulder and said, "I've wasted half my life, and finally concluded a universal truth. That is, money is dead. So, let money generate money. Use contribution points to earn more contribution points. Only then won't you become a slave to the Primordial Saint Sect and can escape this life of drudgery." Upon hearing this, Lu Yang immediately showed admiration. "Listening to your words is better than studying for 10 years. But soon, Lu Yang lowered his head in disappointment. "But senior brother, I don't even have any contribution points now. How can I earn more?" "That's short-sighted." Zhao Zhu's expression became even more amiable, flashing a smile. "Although you don't have money now, you can borrow it. Just repay it after earning more, right?" "But..." Lu Yang still looked hesitant. Seeing his opportunity, Zhao Zhu wouldn't let it slip away and quickly said, "How about this? I see that junior brother and I are fated, so I'll lend you some." Lu Yang's eyes lit up immediately. "Really?" Seeing his eager expression, Zhao Zhu became certain the fish had taken the bait. "Of course it's true." Zhao Zhu pounded his chest in assurance while taking out the so-called San Association badge, then asked Lu Yang, "Junior brother, how much do you plan to borrow?" Lu Yang paused for a moment, then raised 2 fingers. 200. 2,000. Lu Yang looked resolute. "To be honest, I haven't used my cultivation loan yet, worth 1,000 contribution points. Plus, I still have my newcomer benefits, the bone-flying sword, vitality pills, the human-faced owl. I'll use all these as collateral. Senior brother Zhao, can you lend me 2,000 contribution points?" Zhao Zhu froze. "Since when were young people this reckless? I've barely pitched anything, and you're already going all in." Before Zhao Zhu could react, Lu Yang said something even more shocking. "Senior brother Zhao, I plan to go all in on substitute death yin puppets." "What?" Zhao Zhu was first stunned. Then, as if a realization dawned on him, he quickly lowered his voice. "Junior brother, You didn't happen to learn some insider info, did you? Senior brother is wise. Liu Yang also lowered his voice. When I was choosing a cultivation method at the library pavilion earlier, I overheard senior brother Wang Borong at the door saying something. It seemed like the southern battlefront was losing, and the mass grave producing substitute Death Yin puppets was lost. But the holy sect has secretly sealed off the news. Hiss. At these words, Zhao Zhu gasped. Then his eyes were filled with intense greed. It was clear he smelled a golden opportunity. If the news was true, then this was a chance to get rich. Watching the excited and restless Zhao Zhu, Liu Yang sneered inwardly. The fish had taken the bait. With Zhao Zhu's guarantee, Liu Yang smoothly borrowed 2,000 contribution points from the Three Rivers Association, behind him, and then invested all of it to purchase substitute Death Yin puppets. On the other side, Zhao Zhu was also pacing excitedly in his cave dwelling. The news turned out to be true. Upon receiving the message from his master, he became extremely excited. The mass grave in Jiangnan of the Primordial Saint Sect was actually captured by the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion. The one who acted was the third elder of the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion, the peerless sword cultivator known as demon-slaying true person. In a short time, it's impossible to reclaim it. With the loss of the mass grave, the price of substitute Death Yin puppets is destined to rise in the short term. This is a great opportunity for us to speculate and hoard. I'm going to make a fortune. Being able to attain the position of a merit-building deacon disciple in the Primordial Saint Sect, Zhao Zhu naturally had the background and connections, not to mention the insight and greed. Therefore, once he confirmed Liu Yang's information was true, he immediately began gathering funds, and then invested all his cash into purchasing substitute Death Yin puppets. And the development of the situation was exactly as he had anticipated. As the incident at the Jiangnan mass grave spread, more and more people who perceived the business opportunity began sweeping the market, buying substitute Death Yin puppets at high prices. Just like all speculative bubbles, those who entered first made quite a bit of money. However, as the event fermented, everyone found that the price of substitute Death Yin puppets showed no signs of decreasing. They were bought at high prices and sold at even higher prices. Making money suddenly became easy. As long as they bought in and then sold out, they could easily earn contribution points that previously required completing several or even dozens of sect missions. Thus, more people went crazy. More and more people began to invest their savings, hoping to make money, and they indeed did, further stimulating the market. Even the more cautious individuals, upon discovering that fellow disciples they usually looked down upon were making more money than themselves just by buying and selling, naturally felt unbalanced and thus joined the wave as a matter of course. Under such a wave, the price of substitute Death Yin puppets soared. From the initial 200 contribution points, it climbed all the way to 300 contribution points, a 50% increase that drove countless speculators even crazier. After all, its price hadn't stagnated and was still rising. It was rising today, so it would surely rise tomorrow. If it rose tomorrow, why wouldn't it continue to rise the day after? Not buying now would be a loss. Thus, more and more people acted upon hearing the news. 300, 400, 500. Finally, when the price soared to 500 contribution points, people's rationality somewhat returned, feeling that it might be enough. It's time to sell. Zhao Zhu was the first to grasp this subtle point, beginning to secretly sell off the substitute Death Yin puppets he had hoarded in batches, preparing to cash out and exit. At the same time, the entire substitute Death Yin puppet market's price also began to fall. After all, Zhao Zhu wasn't the only smart person in the world. Others also keenly noticed the downward trend and began to gradually sell off their goods. If this development continued, it wouldn't take a few days for the price to completely collapse and return to normal. However, just as this wave was about to subside, suddenly, a piece of news from the upper echelons of the Primordial Saint Sect spread throughout the sect overnight. The Primordial Saint Sect is preparing to counterattack. The loss of the Jiangnan mass grave enraged a true person within the sect, who decided to take action personally, mobilizing disciples to launch a counterattack and engage in a battle with the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion. A great war is imminent. During wartime, all materials beneficial to the war effort are bound to increase in price. And the substitute Death Yin puppet, a tool that can save lives at critical moments, how important would it be in the bloody and brutal upcoming righteous demonic war? It's equivalent to a second life. Undoubtedly, on the night this news spread, the price of substitute death yin puppets, which had begun to fall, experienced a second surge. Not only did it instantly return to the peak of 500 contribution points, but it also continued to climb. By the next morning, 500 contribution points had become 1,000 contribution points, a five-fold increase compared to the original price of 200 contribution points. In the library pavilion, Wang Borong stood on his treasured rocking chair, dancing with excitement, his old face flushed with excitement and fanaticism. Rise, keep rising. No, I need to buy more. Selling this little amount now won't earn much. If I hoard more, I'll have enough contribution points for a cave dwelling. At this moment, the entire Primordial Saint Sect was celebrating among ordinary disciples. These ordinary disciples lacked insight, connections, and information channels, so when others were secretly selling, they were still buying. And now they had made it big. Countless ordinary disciples saw their net worth double overnight, earning more money than some senior disciples with backgrounds and backing. For a time, countless fantastical stories spread throughout the Primordial Saint Sect. For example, a poor lad who was publicly rejected by his fiancée after doubling his wealth angrily broke off the engagement, leaving behind the words, "Do not underestimate the poor youth." Another example, a little girl who had to rely on others due to her father's death and her mother's remarriage, living a life of daily abuse from her stepmother, and unable to keep her father's inheritance, now doubled her wealth and immediately bought a high-end cave dwelling in full. You have dreams. Do you want to realize your dreams? Come buy substitute death yin puppets. This kind of madness, where everyone was involved, peaked one day when a disciple at the peak of Qi refining suddenly broke through and successfully established his foundation. Because that disciple publicly admitted that the reason he could break through was entirely due to earning enough contribution points by trading substitute death yin puppets, which he then used to buy a foundation establishment pill in full. Therefore, he wanted to thank the substitute death yin puppet. Without it, he couldn't have defied fate. It was completely insane. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, the price of substitute death yin puppets soared, and while some were happy watching the skyrocketing prices, others were sorrowful. Happy ones included Lu Yang. He didn't hesitate and chose to sell when the price soared to 2,000. After all, he had originally bought 10 at 200 contribution points each and sold them at 2,000 contribution points, making a tenfold profit and earning 20,000 contribution points. Sorrowful ones included Zhao. When he saw the price rebound, he regretted it deeply, especially after seeing Wang Borong, whom he used to look down upon and even planned to harm. As far as he knew, Wang Borong, who had been mediocre for decades and was almost half buried, had hoarded over 20 substitute death yin puppets, all bought at high prices during this period. When Zhao was secretly selling, he even mocked him as a leek waiting to be harvested. But now he was about to earn 100,000 contribution points. If it were just that he didn't earn anything, that would be one thing. But when Zhao saw Wang Borong earning so many contribution points and grinning every day, it felt even more painful than his own loss. Seeing the price of substitute death yin puppets rising continuously without stopping, Zhao pondered repeatedly and hesitated for an entire night. Finally, he re-entered the market. He threw the contribution points he had previously earned back into the substitute death yin puppet market. At first, he remained cautious and didn't invest all his contribution points, but as he watched the price keep rising, he felt he was losing out with every increase. Opportunities must not be missed. I've already missed once. How can I miss a second time? It will still rise. Buying now is better than buying later. Many others shared Zhao thoughts. When this group of early cash-out individuals re-entered the market, it further stimulated the price increase of substitute death yin puppets and strengthened people's confidence. Actually, Zhao was also well aware that by now, the substitute death yin puppet had completely become a bubble, one that could burst at any moment and collapse entirely. But he believed that with his sharp intuition, he would definitely be able to exit in time. Therefore, when Lu Yang contacted him saying he had already exited and wanted to repay the 2,000 contribution points loan he had previously borrowed, Zhao still felt sorry for him. Too hasty, junior brother, you're too hasty. Did you not see that the price of the substitute Death Yin puppet is still rising? And the battle hasn't even started yet. Once the fighting truly begins, that's when the demand will really outstrip supply. Before it skyrockets too much, I suggest you quickly buy it back. Facing Zhao Xu's earnest persuasion, Lu Yang, however, remained rational. Although he was also envious of the soaring price of the substitute Death Yin puppet, and even regretted selling too early, he understood very clearly the reason Zhao Xu was trying to persuade him. Concern for him. Don't be silly, he just wanted to pull more people in. After all, the more people entered, the more chances he had to cash out and leave. Hold it in, I'm not in a rush. In this lifetime, I'll observe the situation first, confirm the peak price, and repeat the operation in the next lifetime. Then it will be my opportunity to make huge profits. With the book of 100 lifetimes in hand, I'll only make profits, never losses. Thinking of this, Lu Yang instantly felt balanced in his heart, settled the loan with Zhao Xu, and directly entered seclusion, ignoring the outside world. At the same time Lu Yang entered seclusion, the price of the substitute Death Yin puppet continued to soar. Because the Primordial Saint Sect really started preparing for war. Large numbers of disciples received transfer orders and began leaving the sect in succession, destination unknown. In such a situation, there was naturally no possibility of the substitute Death Yin puppet price dropping in the slightest. Even if it was expensive, those about to head into the righteous demonic war could only grit their teeth and buy. After all, money can be earned again, but a life is only one. In this scenario, more and more people chose to enter the market, and most of them weren't ordinary disciples, but true children of noble families. Compared to ordinary disciples, these family-born disciples came from powerful clans, and even their least powerful elders were foundation establishment real persons. The contribution points they could mobilize were undoubtedly much more than those of ordinary disciples. As a result, once they entered the market, the previously slowing price trend of the substitute Death Yin puppet once again took off. 3,000, 4,000, 5,000. Clearly, this price was already no longer on the same level as the puppet's actual value, and some people, out of fear, had already started to exit. In this case, the price of the substitute Death Yin puppet naturally began to drop. This kind of panic gradually spread, but there were still more people, especially those who had experienced the first price dip, who remained full of confidence. Don't panic, this is just a technical correction. Selling, that's still a long way off. This time, Zhao Xu felt he had learned his lesson. Previously, because he exited too early, his re-entry not only failed to profit, but he even suffered a small loss. How could he possibly make the same mistake twice? The righteous demonic war hasn't even started yet. There's still plenty of substitute Death Yin puppets on the market, so it looks like the price has peaked. But once the fighting begins, these puppets will be consumed in large quantities, and there's no substitute of the same quality. By then, everyone will have to come back and buy again. At that time, there will definitely be a third price surge. A mere 5,000 contribution points, even 7,000 or 10,000 is possible. No supply but huge demand, and it concerns one's life. People will sell their pots and pans just to buy. Zhao Xu felt his analysis was flawless. So while those fools sell out of fear, I'm doubling down. Thinking of this, Zhao Xu not only invested all his savings, but even took out loans, leveraging the credibility of the San Association to borrow a huge sum. He went all in. Of course, Zhao Xu was not the only smart person. Others made the same judgment and began sweeping up stock in the market. As a result, the price, which had just recently dipped, began to climb again. Seeing this, Zhao Xu, who had felt some uncertainty in his heart, instantly felt reassured and thought his decision to go all in was truly wise. Then, early the next morning, a voice suddenly rang out from Sacred Fire Cliff and instantly spread throughout the entire Primordial Saint Sect. Recently, under the personal direction of the sect master True Person, we have openly mobilized disciples to create the appearance of preparing for war, while secretly sending people to launch a surprise attack on the Jiangnan 10,000 pit. Therefore, we are pleased to announce to all disciples. As of yesterday, the Jiangnan 10,000 pit has been personally reclaimed by the sect master True Person, and the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion has already contacted the sect master, expressing willingness to negotiate peace with our Saint Sect. Boom! In the literal sense, at the moment this news spread, an explosion rang out from within a certain cave dwelling, as if someone had gone mad and self-detonated. Immediately after, silence reigned. The vast Primordial Saint Sect, which had been full of life and vitality just the day before, was now engulfed in a suffocating dead silence. Because everyone understood, the reclamation of the Jiangnan 10,000 pit meant that there was no longer a shortage of substitute Death Yin puppets. The Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion initiating peace talks meant that the righteous demonic war was postponed indefinitely. Even more importantly, this news had been published through Disciple Tokens, an official announcement. So it couldn't possibly be false. The bubble named Substitute Death Yin Puppet burst spectacularly at that moment, and its price plunged from the peak of 7,000 like falling from a cliff. 5,000, 3,000, 1,200. The price, which had taken over a month to climb, now crashed back to the original value within just a quarter of an hour, and was still falling. Everyone wanted to sell, but no one was willing to buy. Especially those who had hoarded large amounts of substitute Death Yin puppets. They could only watch helplessly as the price fell through the floor and their wealth evaporated. Boom, boom, boom. That night, almost every period of time saw a thunderous explosion within the Primordial Saint Sect. Countless people suffered from shattered Dao hearts. Inside his cave dwelling, Xiaoxiu had already fainted. When he opened his eyes again, his expression was still dazed, as if in a dream, terrifying. I actually dreamed that the price of substitute Death Yin puppets dropped. Ha ha ha. Then he glanced again at the current price of the substitute Death Yin puppets. 100 contribution points each. Must be a mistake. After a moment of silence, Xiaoxiu turned off his disciple token, took a deep breath, and tremblingly reopened it to check the price again. 50 contribution points each. Still, Xiaoxiu immediately spat out a mouthful of old blood. His face turned pig liver purple, and his qi circulation instantly collapsed, just like the price of the substitute Death Yin puppets. I hate. Xiaoxiu didn't have time to think. He desperately suppressed the urge to explode, circulated his energy, and smoothed out his true qi, barely avoiding a real case of qi deviation. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out outside his cave. Senior brother Zhao, Lu Yang has come to visit. Lu Yang. Xiaoxiu was stunned for a while, before remembering this junior brother of his. Then, thinking of how the other exited early and repaid the loan, while he himself had lost everything. Wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth, Xiaoxiu staggered out the door, only to see Lu Yang standing there, full of energy, waving at him enthusiastically. Senior brother, how much did you make today? Boom! With a loud explosion, Xiaoxiu's steel teeth clenched tight, and true qi rampaged through his body, bursting through his skin and leaking streaks of blood. Lu Yang's face instantly filled with horror. Senior brother, are you all right? I'm fine. Xiaoxiu forced out a slight smile. By the way, junior brother Lu, I recently discovered an ancient cultivator's cave dwelling. It seems there are quite a few treasures inside. As he finished speaking, a murderous gleam flashed in Xiaoxiu's eyes, and he squeezed out his words through clenched teeth. Don't know if junior brother is interested. An ancient cave dwelling. After hearing Xiaoxiu's suggestion, Lu Yang shook his head. Senior brother, your kind invitation is appreciated, but I lack mastery in divine powers, and for now I only wish to focus wholeheartedly on cultivation. Oh, Xiaoxiu narrowed his eyes. Could it be that junior brother doesn't trust me? You overthink, senior brother. It's simply that I haven't learned any divine powers yet and have no ability to engage in magical combat. Even if I accompany you, I'd only be a burden. Lu Yang's explanation was reasonable. After all, he had just joined the sect and immediately began speculating with substitute Death Yin puppets, even pawning his library pavilion cultivation manuals as collateral. Xiaoxiu was well aware of this. Then forget it. Xiaoxiu shook his head, his expression turning cold. At this moment, murderous intent had already arisen in his heart. After all, he had lost everything, even his pants, while Lu Yang had profited and exited early. How could he possibly accept that? What's more, the contribution points Lu Yang earned had originally been borrowed from him. Rounding it off, that money should have been his. Fine, let it sit with you for now. Xiaoxiu sneered internally. Only knows how to cultivate without learning divine arts. Does he think this is one of those righteous sects where he can train in peace? Once I settle the matter on Panlong Island, I'll sneak into his cave dwelling one night and kill him. Those contribution points will still be mine. As expected, that Zhao Gai is probably already thinking about how to deal with me. Leaving Zhao Xu's cave dwelling, Lu Yang swaggered toward the library pavilion, already guessing Zhao Xu's thoughts but showing no sign of panic. After all, he hadn't spent the last few days idly. While others were frantically flipping substitute Death Yin puppets, he had turned a deaf ear to the commotion, bought a massive stash of spirit pills, and gone into seclusion. Qi refining stage from level 4 to 6 was considered mid-stage, without a bottleneck. As long as one had money and pills, breakthroughs were guaranteed. And Lu Yang, who had earned a windfall of 10,000 contribution points, was naturally generous. At this moment, he had already broken through to Qi refining stage level 6, reaching the peak of the mid-stage. By the way, he also used contribution points to exchange for a dust-cleansing pill to cure the venereal disease his original body had. It proved that the most incurable disease in a person's life was poverty. In his first lifetime, Yu Suzhen died from a venereal disease, and in the end it was still due to a lack of money. As for the mid-stage bottleneck, he had originally hoped the innate one Qi could help break through, but perhaps due to insufficient quantity, the effect was barely noticeable. It seemed that Liu Xin hadn't only harmed him in the past. As for claiming not to know divine powers, that was just to fool Zhao Zhu. In his previous life, he barely managed to suppress Zhao Zhu in a sneak attack using formations when the latter was exhausted. But this time, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Even in a head-on fight, he now had the confidence to escape. "Senior brother Wang, have you been well lately?" Arriving at the library pavilion, Lu Yang skillfully pulled out a gourd of wine and smiled. "This is top-quality drunken flower brew. I got it especially for you, senior brother." "It's you again." At the gate of the library pavilion, the old-faced Wang Borong twitched his eyelids, then sighed. "Drunken flower brew, one gourd costs 50 contribution points. You really are rolling in wealth, aren't you?" In this life, Lu Yang made sure to forge a strong relationship with Wang Borong. At first, Wang Borong didn't care much for him, but ever since the substitute Death Yin puppet scheme exploded, this senior of the library pavilion had changed his attitude. The reason was simple. Before the substitute Death Yin puppet fiasco, Lu Yang had persuaded Wang Borong to sell off some of his hoarded goods, thus avoiding financial ruin. Since then, Wang Borong had been deeply grateful. "Pitiful that I've lived for decades in vain, yet couldn't see as clearly as a youngster like you. If you hadn't enlightened me, I might have already succumbed to cultivation deviation." "Not at all, senior brother, you mustn't belittle yourself." Lu Yang shook his head. "As the saying goes, wise words can't persuade a ghost who's determined to die. I advised many that day, but only you truly listened. Your ability to rein in your horse before the cliff was a kind of wisdom." Wang Borong narrowed his eyes, stroking his beard. Though he knew Lu Yang was flattering him, the words still felt pleasant. Then the two laid out a table and chairs and began to drink. Wang Borong didn't hold back, pouring a full cup of drunken flower brew and downing it in one go before slowly saying, "You little rascal, what exactly do you want?" At this moment, only one question lingered in Wang Borong's heart. "You and I have no ties. Do you actually believe the rumors that I'm some master of the library pavilion waiting for a destined one?" "Of course not." Lu Yang poured wine while chuckling. "As the saying goes, having an elder at home is like having a treasure. I just think, senior brother, that since you've survived in the Primordial Saint Sect this long, you must have some skills. Also, working in the library pavilion, perhaps you could give me some pointers on cultivation methods or divine powers." Lu Yang's tone was exceedingly sincere. Wang Borong didn't respond directly, just kept pouring himself more wine. As he drank, he began to complain about the sect's shameless behavior in scamming its disciples. Utter beasts. How coincidental, just when prices peaked, the sect suddenly cracked down. This was clearly premeditated. There are bad eggs in the upper echelons. Lu Yang kept pouring wine and casually echoed his sentiments. When Wang Borong had drunk enough and started nodding off, Lu Yang leaned in and whispered, "Senior brother, I came this time to select a cultivation method or divine power. Any recommendations? The more powerful the better." "I knew you wanted something," Wang Borong laughed smugly, "but you're asking the right person." Lu Yang quickly clasped his hands in respect. "I humbly seek your guidance." "First off, don't even think about true high-grade divine powers. Our library pavilion is only a branch under Mending Heaven Peak. The cultivation methods and divine powers here are all limited. The truly powerful ones are up on Sacred Fire Cliff, off limits unless you're a true disciple. But that's to be expected. Us low-level disciples in the early or mid-stages of chi refining were nothing but cattle and horses to the sect. How could we be taught powerful techniques? After all, what's the use of cattle and horses knowing too much? It'd only cause trouble. As for true disciples, they're officially part of the sect's core and heirs to its legacy. Naturally, they enjoy different treatment. Is there no middle ground? Lu Yang asked softly. Of course there is. Wang Borong smiled faintly. Having worked in the library pavilion for over 40 years, there wasn't a single method or divine power he didn't know. Though he might not know their full contents, he was clear on their effects after practice. In this library pavilion, there are only 3 divine powers with truly outstanding might, and every one of them comes with severe side effects. Side effects? At this, Wang Borong's expression grew solemn. He said in a deep voice, for example, there's one called Heavenly Demon Blood Transformation Divine Light. It empowers your magical tool by sacrificing your body, greatly boosting its power. But once mastered, it shortens your lifespan and blocks future cultivation, a total severance from the immortal path. Now tell me, isn't that a huge side effect? Wang Borong meant to scare Lu Yang off, but unexpectedly, instead of being disheartened, Lu Yang grew even more excited. A divine power like this, it's tailor-made for me. Though the side effects were severe, they only applied to this lifetime. And what did the side effects of this life matter to his next? It seemed he had found the correct way to use the Book of 100 Lifetimes. You really want to learn these divine abilities. Seeing Lu Yang's eager expression, Wang Borong was somewhat surprised and couldn't help but say, Junior brother, in the immortal path, cultivation realm always comes first. You must distinguish between primary and secondary priorities. In his view, Lu Yang had already earned so many contribution points at such a young age. In the future, even if he didn't reach foundation establishment, achieving the peak of chi refining was still very hopeful. So why practice those divine abilities with significant side effects? Even if one's combat power reached the heavens, what would it matter? In the end, when lifespan ends, one still turns to dust. Life is short, don't mislead yourself. Speaking of this, Wang Borong showed a sorrowful expression. You're still young and don't understand this principle. Flowers may bloom again, but youth never returns. You're now in your prime, but what about 10 years later, 20 years later? Making this choice today may seem gratifying, but the drawbacks might only become apparent decades later. By then, there's no medicine for regret. Before he finished speaking, Wang Borong seemed to fall into memories again. After a while, he sighed. You don't know, when I was young, I was quite prominent in the Primordial Saint Sect, but just one misstep led to a lifetime of stagnation. Every time I think about it, I feel unbearable pain. As he spoke, Wang Borong's eyes turned red. Under the influence of alcohol, he simply pulled Lu Yang and began recounting his glorious past. Actually, it wasn't much, just that he didn't understand the importance of true chi grades when he was young. He accidentally obtained a cultivation method below grade 7 and started practicing it. As a result, the true chi grade was too low, making foundation establishment hopeless for life, and even achieving the peak of chi refining was difficult. Over the decades, with half his body buried in the yellow earth, his former fellow disciples and admired women had all extended their lifespans and remained youthful to this day. How regretful and heartbreaking that must be, but who can live life over again? What, I can live again, then it's fine. Seeing Wang Borong pass out drunk, Lu Yang finally stood up and, following Wang Borong's description, found the book Heavenly Demon Blood Transformation Divine Light. Undeniably, this was indeed a demonic cultivation method. Lu Yang exchanged for it, his expression solemn. Quick to achieve, significant side effects, high risk, it possesses almost all the characteristics of the demonic path. To master this divine ability, one must first select a magical tool, then use it to skin oneself alive, and then refine it with secret methods. After 81 days, one can create a blood-transforming treasure light attached to the magical tool. Ordinary cultivators would be injured upon contact and die upon touch. At the same time, I myself will become a blood shadow dependent on the magical tool. If the magical tool remains intact, the blood shadow does not perish. The side effect is halving of lifespan. Moreover, after becoming a blood shadow, One no longer has a human body, only a human form, so cultivation will no longer progress. Good, it truly suits me. Lu Yang's eyes brightened, and he immediately decided to practice this divine ability. During the practice, he discovered that this divine ability actually had another version, seemingly modified and optimized by a great cultivator. After all, this divine ability is indeed extraordinary. The modified version doesn't require the practitioner to skin themselves and perform a blood sacrifice, but instead has the practitioner perform a blood sacrifice on their own siblings or descendants. In this way, one can still refine this divine ability. However, since the resulting blood shadow isn't the practitioner themselves, it's difficult to control freely, posing a risk of backlash. But I'm different. Whether in this life or the next, the blood shadow will only be myself. A few days later, Lu Yang left the library pavilion. In addition, he purchased the Divine Firmament Sword Control True formula in full, so he could use it openly in the future. The next day, the cultivation method was delivered. Demonic Cultivator. Looking at Yun Myoking, who was holding her magical sword tightly against her neck and staring at him defiantly, Lu Yang suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. But he quickly put it out of his mind. Sorry, I need the method and experience for refining a sword pill. What, how do you know? Wait, you. Familiarity breeds ease. Relying on his familiarity with Yun Myoking, Lu Yang went all out and quickly extracted the necessary knowledge and experience from her. Pulling up his pants, Lu Yang turned and left. This time, he went to Myriad Treasures Peak, the mountain corresponding to the outer sect's treasure refinement hall and one of the inner sect's 4 peaks. Most of the sect's magical tools came from here. I want to rent a ground fire furnace. At the front desk, Lu Yang directly stated his request. After providing sufficient contribution points, he was invited into the highest grade furnace room within a quarter of an hour. After thorough preparation, he took out the materials. 3 taels of refined gold, 3 taels of jade marrow, 2 taels of cinnabar, and 2 taels of sword chi. Then he performed a hand seal to draw intense fire from the earth's core and placed everything into the furnace. Although most sword pills in the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion are refined by senior members, that's in the righteous path, where there's no need to worry about sabotage. This is the Primordial Saint Sect. Rather than relying on the morality of the refiner, I'd better do it myself, even if it means trying several times. Each set of materials cost 2,000 contribution points. Lu Yang had earned a total of 10,000 contribution points. After purchasing divine abilities and cultivation methods and repaying debts, he could only afford 3 sets of materials for refining sword pills. If all 3 attempts fail, then I'll try again in the next life. With this thought, Lu Yang began meticulously refining the materials, strictly following the methods and experiences extracted from Yun Myoking, controlling the ground fire carefully. Refined gold merged with jade marrow, cinnabar combined with sword chi. Gradually, a pill appeared in Lu Yang's spiritual sense. However, before he could rejoice, the pill suddenly trembled in place. Boom! It exploded. 1 set of materials was wasted. Lu Yang calmly waved his sleeve to sweep away the remnants and silently summarized the experience. My steps should be correct. The problem lies in the final step. Lu Yang reviewed Yun Myoking's memories, and understanding gradually surfaced in his eyes. To refine a sword pill, the sword and the heart must be one, but I've only been cultivating the Divine Firmament Sword Control True formula for a short time. Clearly, my sword cultivation realm is lacking. Logically speaking, this was a hard requirement that could only be slowly honed. But that was from the perspective of the righteous path, which emphasizes gradual progress and rarely uses methods that seek quick success at the expense of morality. However, the demonic path didn't adhere to such principles. Sword and heart as one, ultimately, it's about control over the sword pill. If that's the case, cultivating heavenly demon blood transformation divine light alongside should have the same effect. Maybe even better. After all, the heavenly demon blood transformation divine light was a technique that used one's body to sacrifice for the tool. Once mastered, one would practically merge with the magical tool, achieving a level of synchronization far beyond so-called sword and heart unity. But if I want to do this, I can't use the anesthetic I had prepared. Refining a sword pill was a meticulous task. If he dulled his senses with medication, a split-second delay during refinement could easily lead to failure. So he had to remain fully conscious throughout. This is the demonic path. We must be ruthless with ourselves. Otherwise, how can we be considered a talent? Thinking of this, a cold gleam flashed in Lu Yang's eyes. Moments later, he sat cross-legged before the ground fire furnace, stuffed a rag into his mouth, and once the sword pill formed again, directed sword chi toward himself. Nearly 3 months later, in the earthfire furnace room, Lu Yang's body trembled as he slowly stood up. Or rather, it would be more accurate to say he floated up, because at this moment he no longer had flesh, skin, or bones, but had become a crimson blood shadow. I've succeeded. The blood shadow had no face, only light swirling around as a slightly distorted voice vibrated out. 81 days, it's finally complete. In the next second, the blood shadow gradually withdrew its radiance, and the peeled skin on the ground suddenly flew up of its own accord and was worn by the blood shadow. The pale skin gradually filled with a flush of blood, the withered flesh slowly plumped, and before long Lu Yang appeared in the furnace room, intact and unharmed. At first glance, he looked no different from an ordinary person. Compared to 3 months ago, his aura now was even grander, his vigorous true chi vaguely condensed into a chi seed. Chi refining stage, 7th layer late stage. Perhaps the process of cultivating the divine ability was too excruciating, an unimaginable tempering of essence, chi, and spirit, which unexpectedly pushed him through his bottleneck. Even more fortunate, this breakthrough had occurred before he officially completed the divine ability. Had it been after, even breaking through would have been useless. For instance, right now, his cultivation was permanently fixed at the 7th layer of chi refining. But this will suffice, Lu Yang muttered to himself in a low voice. Possessing the Book of 100 Lifetimes, he had never fixated on the achievements of a single life. How to live better in the next life was his true goal. Let's test its power. With a single thought, a magnificent sword pill appeared at the center of Lu Yang's brows, and in the next instant, his figure transformed into a stream of bloodlight, merging with the sword pill. Boom! Outside the myriad treasures peak, the ground suddenly shook violently, and the previously bustling crowd swayed. Several people directly toppled to the ground. What's going on? An earth dragon turning over. Impossible, with the true person suppressing the earth veins. How could an earth dragon possibly stir? The disciples all looked at one another in confusion. Among them, a few with higher cultivation levels suddenly sensed something and instinctively turned toward a certain direction, astonishment gradually surfacing in their eyes. Look! That's... Everyone's gaze turned as one. Then they all saw a radiant streak shoot out from one of the furnace rooms like a rainbow piercing the sun, soaring into the firmament in the blink of an eye, stirring waves through the sea of clouds it passed. Clang clang. Clear sword cries echoed across the 9 heavens. A brilliant red light dyed the entire myriad treasures peak in blood hue, mobilizing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into a surging tidal wave. Within such a storm of spiritual chi, most disciples couldn't even breathe, nearly suffocating. With such momentum, is that someone at the late stage of chi refining? One disciple revealed a look of envy. That must be someone who's already formed their chi seed. Only the final step of nurturing remains, and foundation establishment is in sight. Who broke through just now? I've seen senior brothers at the late stage of chi refining before, but none with such oppressive aura. That sword light like a rainbow must also be an extraordinary magical tool. Meanwhile, above the sea of clouds, Lu Yang, now a blood shadow, merged with the sword light, his spiritual sense spreading in all directions. Within a radius of 10 li, he could see everything with utter clarity, like observing lines on his palm. Late stage of chi refining, true chi settles in the danshan, forming a chi seed, triggering the metamorphosis of essence, chi, and spirit. If I still had a physical body, it would have gone through a qualitative leap. Impervious to blades and spears would be the norm, and true chi should have increased severalfold. Pity I'm now nothing but spiritual awareness. While Lu Yang was musing, his brows suddenly arched. Who's there? Before his words finished, his sword responded to his will. Scarlet light like a rainbow tore apart the sea of clouds, revealing the silhouette of a young and handsome man. Senior brother, please don't attack, please don't attack. The man shouted loudly, but Lu Yang paid him no mind. The sword light rushed forth. Seeing this, the man hurriedly drew a small flag and planted it midair. In the next instant, the flag fluttered and transformed into a pair of portal-like flag gates. The man ducked into one flag gate, and once Lu Yang's sword light chased in, he emerged from the other gate and reached out with a wave. The flag gates vanished, transforming back into a single small flag. Lu Yang raised a brow, noticing that his split sword light had been trapped in some unknown space and avoided by the other party. Interesting. Lu Yang grinned. The sword pill at his brow trembled violently, like muffled thunder rolling across the sky. In the blink of an eye, it split into dozens, hundreds, of sword lights fanning out like a peacock spreading its tail. Seeing this, the young man who had previously seemed smug now turned pale with alarm. He hurriedly took out the small flag once more to protect himself and loudly said, "Senior brother, I am Xianxia. I came here just to make your acquaintance. I mean no harm. Please, senior brother, withdraw your divine ability." Xianxia. Lu Yang was briefly stunned when he heard the name. Then the sword lights that were about to erupt suddenly halted midair, reflecting a face drenched in cold sweat. That predetermined, dog-favored brat. In the next moment, Lu Yang recalled the sword light and reverted to human form, landing before Xianxia and laughing heartily. "Junior brother, don't misunderstand. I was merely jesting just now." Xianxia wiped the sweat from his forehead, secretly cursing. He was sure Lu Yang had been about to go full force. Still, he put on a brilliant smile and offered politely, "Senior brother, your divine powers are vast and boundless. Zio here is truly in awe. A small token, please don't decline." With that, he casually handed the small flag over. "How could I accept this?" Lu Yang shook his head while smoothly accepting the flag. Only then did he see the characters embroidered on its surface, "Void Escape," stitched in gold thread. "This treasure is called the Void Escape flag." Xianxia took the initiative to explain. "I picked it up from a mortal antique store before I joined the sect. At first, it seemed mundane, but after joining I discovered it was a miraculous treasure. The flag has two sides. When activated, it forms two flag gates, life and death. Within the same realm, as long as you enter through the death gate and exit the life gate, no matter how grave the danger, you'll always find a way out. Disasters won't touch you." Lu Yang couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth after hearing this. Such a miraculous treasure. Xianxia had actually picked it up randomly at a mundane antique shop before even entering the sect. Thinking of this, Lu Yang's mind stirred, gathering his spiritual sense into his eyes. With the increase in spiritual sense from reaching the late stage of qi refining, many wondrous uses became available. The one Lu Yang used now was a mystical technique called qi viewing art. What he saw nearly made his eyes bulge. In his vision, Xianxia's entire body, crane cloak, boots, robe, headpiece, even the belt around his waist, radiated with treasure light. In terms of quality, they might not be inferior to his sword pill. Even with Lu Yang's current composure, he couldn't help but feel a little off balance. After all, he had spent months and a fortune forging his magical tool. Meanwhile, Xianxia seemed to have priceless treasures as common as cabbage. Who wouldn't be jealous? This man's fortune is astonishing. If before Lu Yang thought Xianxia's big win in the merit pool had been rigged, now he was beginning to reconsider. Could it be that he was actually just lucky? As this thought took root, Lu Yang's expression turned increasingly strange. With fortune this strong, tagging along with him would practically guarantee all sorts of opportunities. And his cultivation wasn't high, making it easy to take advantage of him. This Xianxia might actually be quite the talent. Junior brother Zio is indeed a man of remarkable appearance. Lu Yang, while adjusting his clothes, patted Xianxia on the shoulder. "I am Lu Yang. We should have entered the sect in the same batch, so I wouldn't consider myself your senior." "The same batch?" Upon hearing this, Xianxia looked surprised, then showed a respectful expression. In that case, brother Lu must possess exceptional talent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have achieved such cultivation. "I don't deserve such praise." Lu Yang waved his hand. He was well aware of his own abilities. His talent was far from outstanding. He relied on consuming pills for daily cultivation and used demonic techniques to break through bottlenecks. If he had followed the standard cultivation path, he would probably still be stuck at the third level of qi refining. After learning that Lu Yang was of the same generation, Xianxia became less reserved and quickly became acquainted with him. After some conversation, Lu Yang tentatively asked, "I just had a breakthrough and was planning to return to my cave dwelling to stabilize my cultivation. Brother Zio, Where are you headed next? To be honest, Brother Liu, I plan to visit the merit pool. Xiaoxie smiled. I heard that the merit pool tests one's luck. Recently, I've been experiencing some good fortune, so I thought I'd try my luck there. Merit pool. Liu Yang's heart stirred. Suddenly, he had a sudden impulse. In that case, why don't we go together? He had already tried the numbers Xiaoxie had chosen in his previous life. So he was curious to see what choices Xiaoxie would make in this life, and whether there was any manipulation involved. Meanwhile, in a sea of clouds outside the myriad treasures peak, more than 10 figures stood silently. At the forefront was a young man in white, looking elegant and handsome, surrounded by mist. At that moment, one of them suddenly showed a joyful expression. Senior Brother Liu, that man named Xiao has come out. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the handsome young man seemed to awaken from his meditation. The mist dispersed, revealing a face Liu Yang would never forget. It was Liu Xin. At this moment, Liu Xin had also reached the late stage of qi refining. Moreover, by primarily cultivating the innate Tao book, he exuded an even more ethereal and immortal aura compared to ordinary cultivators. He finally came out. Liu Xin's lips curled into a smile. At first glance, he didn't seem to possess the ferocity of a demonic cultivator. Instead, he gave off a gentle and amiable demeanor. However, when he activated his true qi and used the qi observation technique to look in Xiaoxie's direction, his smile suddenly froze. Late stage of qi refining. Liu Xin frowned slightly. He clearly hadn't expected someone at the late stage of qi refining to be accompanying Xiaoxie. This was a variable significant enough to make him reconsider his plans. At that moment, a soft exclamation came from beside Liu Xin. Liu Xin turned his head in response and smiled gently. What's the matter, Qing Chen? Do you recognize that late-stage qi refining cultivator? Upon hearing this, the charming woman standing behind Liu Xin pursed her red lips. To be honest, Senior Brother Liu, I do recognize that late-stage qi refining cultivator. She then spoke with a tone of resentment. His name is Liu Yang. He joined the sect a few months ago. During the substitute death yin puppet incident, he left early and made a significant profit, earning at least 10,000 contribution points. I suppose he used that fortune to break through to the late stage of qi refining. The charming woman was none other than Qing Chen Fairy, who had been by Zhao Xu's side in the previous life. However, unlike the previous life, in this one, Qing Chen Fairy had a falling out with Zhao Xu early on and had already become Liu Xin's companion. The reason for their falling out was simple. Zhao Xu had dragged her into speculating on substitute death yin puppets. Zhao Xu went bankrupt, and naturally, Qing Chen Fairy was no exception. Incidentally, Liu Xin had also speculated. Moreover, the impact of the substitute death yin puppet incident in this life was far greater than in the previous one. So after it collapsed, their losses were significantly more substantial than in the previous life. Not only were they on the verge of bankruptcy, but they also accumulated a large amount of external debt. Thanks to this, they had no choice but to engage in activities they hadn't done in their previous life, robbing fellow disciples, to compensate for the losses from speculating on substitute death yin puppets. Over time, they even formed a team, consisting of disciples with certain backgrounds and influence in the sect, but who had gone bankrupt due to speculating on substitute death yin puppets. As for their targets, they focused on those ordinary disciples who had little capital, left early, and made a significant profit. Xiaoxie was their recent target. Now, after hearing about Liu Yang's deeds from Qing Chen Fairy, Liu Xin's eyes gleamed even brighter, clearly considering Liu Yang as a target as well. There's no time to lose, let's act. With Liu Xin's command, everyone present let out sinister laughs. Then each of them activated their escape lights and flew towards Liu Yang and Xiaoxie. Just after leaving Myriad Treasures Peak and traveling a certain distance in the Sea of Clouds, Liu Yang suddenly frowned. The sword pill between his brows pulsed as if warning him. Following the direction indicated by the sword pill, Liu Yang's frown deepened. He saw that, centered around him and Xiaoxie, escape lights were flying in from all directions, forming a net closing in on their position. Before long, a voice came from behind. "Fellow Taoist, please stay." Upon hearing this, Liu Yang's face darkened. Even saying something like that, clearly, the newcomers had ill intentions. Liu Yang didn't look back, ignoring the voice behind him. He focused on channeling his power, enveloping Xianxia in sword light, and fled rapidly towards the merit pool. However, the opponents were clearly prepared. Liu Yang had barely escaped a short distance when he stopped, looking around. He saw that the surrounding sea of clouds had somehow become thin, replaced by a vast mirage, bizarre and colorful, trapping him and Xianxia at the center. Such a calamity without cause. Liu Yang's expression turned grim. Using the Qi observation technique to observe from a distance, he gritted his teeth. 1 late-stage Qi refining, 7 mid-stage Qi refining. The odds of winning are at most 30%. What to do? While Liu Yang was contemplating countermeasures, Xianxia suddenly spoke. In the end, Liu Yang figured it out. I can't leave. It wasn't because he had been moved by Xianxia's final display, but because he suddenly realized something that made his skin crawl. At the root of it, why did I follow Xianxia out here? I should have gone straight to Zhao Zhu and retrieved the other half of that third-grade true cultivation method from my previous lifetime, the ninefold transforming dragon art. But what happened instead? He followed Xianxia to the merit pool just out of curiosity. He had to remember, the merit pool's grand prize could only be drawn once per year, and he had already used up his chance this year. There was absolutely no benefit in going to the merit pool with Xianxia. Would I really do something with no benefit at all? That doesn't make sense. In an instant, Liu Yang felt as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped on his head. His limbs went cold to the extreme. Who's influencing me? Who's tampering with my thoughts? No, something's off. Upon realizing this, Liu Yang suddenly saw things clearly. Why had he accompanied Xianxia to the merit pool? Because Xianxia needed him. Otherwise, right now it would be Xianxia alone being hunted down by powerful enemies. But now he had an extra helper, himself. If Xianxia was a destiny-favored child of great fortune, then Liu Yang was the unlucky scapegoat always thrown in to take the arrows when fate turned bleak. Under these circumstances, splitting up to escape. That would only draw fire. Liu Yang was 100% certain. If they split up, he would be the one who got caught and killed, while Xianxia would slip away safely. How insidious. Liu Yang let out a long breath. Xianxia, this destiny-blessed child, was deliberately diverting disaster toward others. And any disciple of the first Saint Demon sect would inevitably fall for it. Because among the sect's disciples, there were no good people. If someone volunteered to stay behind, any other disciple would rejoice, squeeze out a few crocodile tears, and flee without hesitation. But doing that could very well make you Xianxia's scapegoat. Unfortunately for him, Xianxia ran into Liu Yang. Xianxia was certain there were no good people in the sect, so he devised this plan, but unfortunately, Liu Yang thought the same way. No good people in the sect, and you, Xianxia, are supposed to be one. I don't buy it. So no matter how convincing your speech sounded or how noble your sacrifice appeared, I'd assume you're not a good guy first, then figure out what scheme you're trying to pull. That's right, Liu Yang jumped to the conclusion first. That was why he wasn't blinded by appearances. He examined himself in time and discovered what truly didn't add up. Otherwise, he would have fallen into a terrible trap. Meanwhile, Liu Xin, who had been chasing them all this time, saw Xianxia charging toward him and Liu Yang still standing motionless not far away. A thought arose in his heart. Capture the leader to subdue the bandits. Xianxia's cultivation is low and easy to handle, but it's more prudent to take out Liu Yang first. Before Liu Xin could finish thinking, a sudden loud boom erupted. Boom! In the next moment, a magnificent sword light tore through the sea of clouds. Instead of fleeing, it reached Xianxia's side under his astonished gaze. Brother Xiao, we hit it off the moment we met. How could I, Liu, possibly abandon you? A mere thief, what do we have to fear, united together? Liu Yang spoke with heroic fervor. Xianxia stared dumbfounded. Could it be he'd misjudged? Had he actually met a good person in the sect? Impossible. Xianxia immediately snapped out of it, sensing that while Liu Yang appeared to be fighting at his side, he was actually standing protectively in front of him. His face instantly darkened. A good person, he's a scheming bastard. Brother Liu, it was all a misunderstanding earlier. Xianxia smiled bitterly, realizing Liu Yang had seen through his plan. He couldn't help but mutter softly, at this point, why don't we truly join forces? Join forces, sure. Liu Yang sneered, and he directly threw Xianxia toward the others instead of Liu Xin. Xianxia cursed loudly, "You shameless bastard, Liu." In the distance, Liu Xin burst into laughter. He didn't know what had gone down between Liu Yang and Xianxia, but clearly they had fallen out. And that suited him just fine. After all, he wasn't obligated to accommodate his enemies. If they wanted to self-destruct, he was more than happy to push them further. With that thought, Liu Xin immediately adjusted his plan and shouted to the others, "You all pin down Xianxia, I'll deal with Liu Yang." He gave the order and flew toward Liu Yang in a streak of light. But at that moment, he saw Liu Yang suddenly smile. Something's wrong. The next second, Liu Yang vanished. Almost simultaneously, a sudden burst of sword light erupted from within the crowd surrounding Xianxia. Liu Yang stepped out from within the light. Divine Firmament Sword Control True Formula. Wherever the sword light went, his mind followed in an instant. Liu Xin instantly recalled the earlier exchange between Liu Yang and Xianxia. So the talk of joining forces hadn't been sarcasm, it was a tacit agreement. The two had understood each other perfectly, and even acted out a convincing scene together. They'd successfully fooled him and created the perfect opportunity, hurling a fully charged Liu Yang into the midst of a group of unprepared cultivators, the strongest of whom was only at mid-stage qi refining. Liu Xin's expression changed dramatically. "Scatter," he shouted. "Too late." Liu Yang grinned wickedly. His sword pill exploded like a peacock spreading its tail. But unlike before, this time the sword light was tinged with a deep, bloody hue. In an instant, Liu Yang exhaled, transformed into a blood shadow and merged with the sword pill. A crimson light screen surged upward like blood-colored flames. Centered on Liu Yang, divine light swept in all directions like wildfire, dyeing the world in blood. In the blink of an eye, everyone was engulfed. Heavenly demon blood transforming divine light. Though the skies were clear, those struck by the blood light felt an icy chill pierce their bones. Then all consciousness faded. When the divine light finally receded, only Xianxia remained, visibly shaken. Around him, nothing but drifting, empty human skins. Their flesh and blood had been completely devoured by the blood-transforming divine light. The crimson glow on Liu Yang's sword pill now looked even more sinister. The next instant the sword pill quivered, and a blood shadow emerged, forming Liu Yang's figure. He fixed his gaze forward and saw Liu Xin standing there in a daze, as if dreaming. He burst into laughter. "So it's you, senior brother Liu." Before the words had even finished, he flew at Liu Xin with a sword slash. He had not forgotten the grudge from his past life, being instantly refined into fuel as a talent in his second previous lifetime. He would avenge that injustice today. Yesterday's hatred still stabbed like a thorn in his back. Today, don't blame me. Liu Yang charged with sword in hand. Liu Xin, having just witnessed the terrifying divine light, turned pale and immediately tried to retreat. Trying to run. Liu Yang didn't hesitate and gave chase. Liu Xin shouted, "Qing Chen, undo the barrier." The moment he spoke, the illusory mirage sealing the area shattered. A graceful figure appeared, Qing Chen Fairy. The treasure that had trapped the area in fog was her 9 Palaces mist veil. It contained a 9 Palaces formation that could trap space and seal escape. Originally, it was meant to prevent targets from fleeing. Unexpectedly, it had blocked Liu Xin's own path instead. Seeing Qing Chen Fairy appear, Liu Xin finally sighed in relief. The next second he flew over to stand beside her, shoulder to shoulder. Their expressions turned grim as they stared at the approaching Liu Yang and Xianxia. Both sides stood in tense silence. A moment later, Liu Xin finally spoke in a low voice. "Can we talk this out?" Above the sea of clouds, Liu Xin took the initiative to back down. "If you two junior brothers are willing to turn hostility into friendship, I am willing to offer a superior Tao book as a gift." "At this point, are you joking?" Liu Yang chuckled when he heard this. "Senior brother Liu, we're all disciples of the Primordial Saint Sect. What's with the act? Right now, you've already reached a point of no return with us." Yes. Liu Xin didn't reply, but his expression darkened abruptly. Because Liu Yang was right. At this moment, the one who truly had no intention of reconciliation was no longer Liu Yang or Xianxia, but Liu Xin and Qing Chen Fairy. The reason was simple: the sect rules of the Primordial Saint Sect. Although so long as one isn't caught, the sect rules may as well not exist, but conversely, once discovered, those rules become absolutely binding. Lu Yang sneered. This probably isn't the first time people like you have ambushed and robbed fellow sect disciples in secret. It's just that no one caught you before. But now, all I need to do is leave and report it to the law enforcement hall, and once the truth is revealed, senior brother Liu, you will be as good as dead. You must be joking, junior brother. Liu Xin's facial muscles twitched slightly. You and I could sign a legal contract agreeing never to speak of today's events to a third party. That would certainly put my mind at ease. Really? Lu Yang retorted. Of course it was fake. Only the dead are truly trustworthy. Qing Chen. With a low shout from Liu Xin, the previously silent Qing Chen fairy finally opened her mouth. Her crimson lips parted slightly, and she slowly uttered a syllable. Open. As soon as the word left her lips, the surrounding sea of clouds shifted again. In an instant, towering peaks manifested, encircling Lu Yang and Xianxia in the center. Clearly, it was another formation. Did you really think I feared your heavenly demon blood-transforming divine light? Liu Xin surprisingly recognized Lu Yang's divine power, and sneered coldly as a flag billowing in the wind suddenly appeared in his hand. This innate true chi myriad spirit's banner still lacks a main soul to oversee it. Today, I'll use you to consecrate it. Go. Before Liu Xin finished speaking, Lu Yang had already merged with his sword pill and slashed forward in a flash, the overwhelming stench of blood forcing Liu Xin to swallow back his unfinished mockery. Return to me, souls. Liu Xin formed a hand seal and shook the myriad spirit's banner vigorously. Instantly, 2 wisps of hazy white chi surged out, gradually coalescing into human shapes. Lu Yang didn't stop. He brought his sword down in a single strike. The 2 silhouettes under Liu Xin's guidance also activated their true chi and charged forward fearlessly. But with a thunderous boom, they were shattered by the sword aura. Liu Xin had initially intended to join forces with the 2 summoned spirits, but seeing them so easily destroyed, he quickly retreated again. Qing Chen attacked now. Qing Chen Fairy's delicate face turned solemn. She removed a phoenix feather hairpin from her hair and flung it forward. The hairpin instantly transformed into a golden beam of light, aimed at Lu Yang's brow. But before the phoenix hairpin could reach Lu Yang, another beam of treasured light appeared out of nowhere and blocked it. It was none other than Xianxia, the many-treasure boy. And that wasn't all. Xianxia spread his sleeves wide and in one breath flung over a dozen magical tools into the air. Although the quality of these treasures varied without exception, they all radiated intense spiritual light. Yet, the moment he released them, they all exploded midair. Boom, rumble, rumble. The erupting spiritual light was like mini-suns, directly intercepting Qing Chen Fairy's killing formation, and nearly blowing the formation apart from within. Such a lavish display made the corners of the other 3 people's eyes twitch involuntarily. Unlike Lu Yang, Xianxia had no powerful spells or divine powers, but when it came to dueling, he didn't bother with any tricks. All he needed to do was throw out his magical treasures and detonate them. That was enough. This tactic made Liu Xin's already gloomy face even darker. He simply waved the myriad spirits banner in his hand and instantly summoned dozens of spirit banners. These were all trophies Liu Xin had gained from ambushing and murdering fellow disciples over the past while. All of you reinforce the formation. Following Liu Xin's command, the summoned spirit banners moved immediately, each falling into place around Qing Chen Fairy's formation to strengthen and enhance its power. Seeing this, Qing Chen Fairy felt reassured. She also brought out a small banner, shook it forcefully, and immediately the towering mountains conjured by the formation responded. They locked down the heavens and sealed off all directions, shielding both her and Liu Xin while blocking Lu Yang's sword light. Only then did Liu Xin smile in satisfaction and shake the myriad spirits banner again. This precious treasure was something he had obtained during a fortuitous encounter alongside the innate Tao book. It had since become his greatest reliance in spell duels. The banner followed the principle of 1 main soul, 2 guardians, and 3 corpse gods. As the Tao gave birth to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, and 3 to all things, only by completing these 6 positions and combining them with 10,000 souls could this treasure be considered perfected. It sounded simple, but despite 10 years of painstaking refinement, Liu Xin still hadn't succeeded. Gathering 10,000 souls was manageable. He just had to make time to slaughter a mortal city, but securing those 6 core rolls had remained elusive. He hadn't even completed the 3 corpse gods, let alone the 2 guardians. Even so, the power of this treasure was already formidable. Kill them! Liu Xin shook the banner, and thousands of souls surged out. Unlike the previously summoned spirits with cultivation, these were all wrathful ghosts, mortal souls twisted by hatred. Though their quality was poor, their numbers were immense. Once summoned by Liu Xin, they resembled a monstrous tidal wave, engulfing Liu Yang's figure in an instant. What made things worse was that, as ghosts without flesh or blood, they were completely immune to Liu Yang's blood-transforming divine light. But Liu Yang remained fearless. Although the divine light was his strongest technique, it wasn't his only one. After refining his sword pill, his divine firmament sword control true formula was just as fearsome. With a mere thought, Liu Yang's sword pill split into hundreds of sword lights. His figure began to flit among the light, teleporting unpredictably. He didn't face the ghosts head-on. Instead, he retreated when they advanced and struck when they were tired, turning the fight into a game of guerrilla warfare against the spirit banners. This was the true strength of a sword cultivator. Strike once, retreat 1,000 miles, then attack again from another angle, forcing the enemy into exhaustion, exposing flaws, and finally, decapitating them in one clean blow. In no time at all, Liu Yang had slaughtered the 10,000 ghosts into scattered fragments, breaking their formation. On the other side, Xianxia had also gone all out, hurling several superior magical treasures and detonating them violently, shaking the barely stabilized formation into chaos again. Seeing the tide of battle turn, Qingchen Fairy couldn't help but glance at Liu Xin. "Senior brother. Don't panic, I'm not worried, why are you?" Liu Xin still appeared calm. He wasn't concerned about Xianxia, and he didn't believe Liu Yang could continue using his sword escape and killing techniques without exhausting his qi and magic. That was his battle strategy. First, send out expendable spirits to deplete the enemy's strength. Once their qi ran low, he would unleash his final trump card to secure victory in one stroke. Truthfully, if not absolutely necessary, he didn't want to use his trump card. That spirit banner was simply too precious. Its identity in life was dangerously sensitive. If anyone saw it, no witnesses could be allowed to live. Even the slightest rumor could doom him forever. Well, if you're unwilling to sacrifice the lamb, you'll never catch the wolf. After a moment of consideration, Liu Xin still raised his banner and bowed respectfully. "A powerful enemy approaches. To break this deadlock, I humbly ask for your aid, senior brother." Once, Liu Xin was just an ordinary disciple commonly seen in the Primordial Saint Sect, living a life of completing missions, cultivating, and repaying debts like a beast of burden. Until one fateful encounter completely changed his destiny. It all started with a bounty task issued by a true disciple who wanted to explore an ancient cave dwelling and happened to need a few expendable pawns to scout the way. Liu Xin, unaware of the full story, was lured by the reward and joined the exploration team. By the time he realized he was just cannon fodder, it was already too late, and he was forced into the cave dwelling by the true disciple. However, he discovered that all the restrictions inside the cave had no effect on him. He advanced unimpeded and obtained the fortuitous opportunity. It was a golden box containing the innate Tao book and the innate True Qi Myriad Spirits banner, with a handwritten note left by the original owner of the cave. The note claimed that the cave's owner called himself the Innate Wanderer. The Tao book and magical treasure in the box were left for a fated person, whom he had calculated would be a true disciple of the Primordial Saint Sect, bearing the character Xin in his name. But he refused to accept that. In the note, the Innate Wanderer fiercely cursed the shamelessness of the Primordial Saint Sect, forcibly claiming a fated bond where none existed, binding his inheritance to a Primordial Ain't Sect true disciple. So he deliberately confused the karmic cause and passed the inheritance to Liu Xin. Moreover, the note clearly stated that Liu Xin would face a deadly calamity after acquiring the treasure, so he left behind a method to break the situation within the cave. Originally in the thread of fate, the fake Xin was not the real Xin, so Liu Xin was supposed to act as someone else's pawn, a treasure delivery boy. However, due to the deliberate arrangement of the Innate Wanderer, Liu Xin instead gained the opportunity, usurped the position, and even killed the true disciple in reversal. That was a night of life-and-death excitement. By sunrise, only Liu Xin walked out of the Innate Wanderer's cave dwelling, completely transformed, while the true disciple of the Primordial Saint Sect disappeared without a trace. However, Liu Xin did not kill him entirely. Instead, with the help of the backup left by the innate wanderer, he refined that true disciple alive, making him the strongest banner spirit in his possession. The banner fluttered as a black-robed figure stepped out, but instead of immediately looking at Liu Yang, he glanced around with a nostalgic expression. Survival of the fittest, disciples fighting each other. The Primordial Saint Sect is still the same old Primordial Saint Sect. Senior brother, how have you been? Liu Xin cupped his hands. Useless fool, have you run into another enemy you can't handle? The black-robed figure sneered with disdain. You were given the innate Tao book, what a waste. I can't compare to senior brother. Liu Xin remained respectful and polite. This person is a sword cultivator and also cultivates the heavenly demon blood-transforming divine light. I'm indeed no match for him. Heavenly demon blood-transforming divine light. The black-robed figure paused, his expression becoming more serious, then shook his head. Anyone who can master that divine power is impressive, but he's walking the wrong path. All effort in vain. According to our agreement, this is already the third time I've taken action. Senior brother is wise. Liu Xin nodded. After this matter, I will release you into reincarnation. With your merit and foundation, I believe you'll surely walk the Tao path again in your next life. Good. Only then did the black-robed figure turn to face Liu Yang. Seeing this, Liu Yang and Xianxia didn't react much, but Qing Chen Fairy widened her eyes and stared intently at the black-robed figure. She wasn't a newly inducted disciple. At first, the black-robed figure merely looked familiar, but once he released his aura, she suddenly recognized him. It's Chen Zinan, senior brother Chen. One of the four inner peaks, the son of the Mending Heaven Peak Master, the missing true disciple. When Chen Zinan disappeared back then, the Peak Master of Mending Heaven flew into a rage and personally attempted to deduce the cause and effect, but found nothing. Still, it caused a huge stir. Would have thought he ended up in senior brother Liu's hands. Qing Chen Fairy's expression shifted, as if realizing something, and instinctively stepped back, trying to put distance between herself and Liu Xin. Pajai. The blade pierced through and out. Qing Chen Fairy's beautiful face showed confusion, as she looked dazedly at the hand embedded in her lower abdomen. Then her head tilted, and she fell silent. She died again. What a pity, since you saw it I can't let you live. As Qing Chen Fairy died, the surrounding formation trembled, but with Liu Xin's activation of the Myriad Spirits banner, her corpse was instantly sucked into the flag. Moments later, a perfectly intact Qing Chen Fairy stepped out from the banner, now a banner spirit. Although becoming a banner spirit imposed more restrictions than in life, she could still control the formation and soon stabilized its fluctuations. At the same time, the black-robed true disciple Chen Zinan also approached Liu Yang. Hello? Looking at Chen Zinan, Liu Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. The man's cultivation wasn't high, only at the 7th layer of qi refining like himself, but he felt different. Chen Zinan glanced at Liu Yang and shook his head. The Ode of Yin-Yang Great Bliss is a dual cultivation technique emphasizing controlling 3,000 women, but your qi is chaotic and impure, clearly not from proper dual cultivation. That 5th grade Yin-Yang Dragon Tiger qi of yours barely ranks as 6th grade. His critique made Liu Yang's heart sound a silent alarm. May I ask who you are? My name is Chen Zinan. I'm acting under duress this time, but if you can escape and bring word back to Mending Heaven Peak, my father will surely reward you generously. Before the words finished, Chen Zinan attacked. He raised his hand, and his qi instantly fused with heaven and earth. Vast true qi howled forth, resonating with the surrounding spiritual energy. At that moment, Liu Yang's pupils contracted. Not because of Chen Zinan's power, but because he clearly sensed the flaws and gaps in his own qi as Chen Zinan moved. In an instant, Liu Yang understood. My Yin-Yang Dragon Tiger Ode is not the limit. There's a more superior technique on Mending Heaven Peak. This man must be a true disciple of Mending Heaven Peak. Liu Yang's guess was spot on. As the son of the Mending Heaven Peak Master, Chen Zinan cultivated the Mending Heaven True Classic, an upgraded version of the Yin-Yang Dragon Tiger Ode. Ordinary dual cultivation involves merging with another. But the Mending Heaven True Classic's dual cultivation merges with heaven and earth, mating with the universe itself. The resulting Mending Heaven True Qi is ranked 3rd grade. Thus, when Chen Zinan struck, even without using a divine power, the sheer strength of his third-grade qi overwhelmed Liu Yang. Seeing this, Liu Xin revealed a confident smile. No one knew Chen Zinan's strength better than he did. In his view, even if Liu Yang were 10 times stronger, he still couldn't beat Chen Zinan. "We've won," Liu Xin decisively judged. But he didn't notice Xianxia observing him darkly from afar, as if deep in thought. With Xianxia's cleverness, he easily saw the disadvantageous situation. "I didn't want to use it, but you forced me." Xianxia knew well that he was the weakest here, relying entirely on magical tools to stay relevant. But now, even that wouldn't suffice. With a deep breath, he opened his storage pouch. At once, a flood of radiant spiritual energy burst forth, immediately drawing Liu Xin's attention. Even Chen Zinan and Liu Yang paused their fight to look. Then a small tower flew out from Xianxia's storage pouch. It looked as if it were cast from gold, with 9 levels. At the top, a light manifested in human form, full of life in its expression. A spirit treasure. Before the less experienced Liu Yang could react, both Liu Xin and Chen Zinan cried out in shock. Their faces showed visible horror. Cultivators refine tools. When a tool shines, it becomes a magical treasure. When the treasure births intelligence, it becomes a spirit treasure. Magical treasures come in low, mid, and high grades, and offer countless wondrous uses. But they all require a master's command to unleash their power. Spirit treasures are different. Spirit treasures possess their own consciousness and can act independently, even cultivate themselves to grow stronger. In the next instant, Xianxia formed a seal, and the spirit treasure tower began to swell. "Bastard!" Chen Zinan cursed first, completely losing his earlier composure. He had realized Xianxia wanted to make the spirit treasure self-destruct. On the other side, Liu Xin nearly spat blood. This heaven-defying treasure was something only Foundation establishment true person should possess. It was outrageous enough that Xianxia had won. Now he wanted to blow it up. Utter waste of a heavenly marvel. Even more absurdly, the spirit treasure didn't resist at all. Instead, it cooperated, expanding rapidly before anyone could stop it. Boom! In the next second, explosive flames swallowed everything. The exploding treasure light surged like a massive tidal wave, instantly tearing apart the formation laid down by Qing Chen Ferry and engulfing Liu Yang, Liu Xin, and Chen Zinan. Liu Xin screamed first. In order to deal with Liu Yang, he had summoned the banner spirit one after another, and even brought in Chen Zinan, which drained most of his true qi. At this moment, he had no strength left to resist the impact of the explosion. His body was immediately ignited and then turned to ash, the myriad spirits' banner in his hand falling powerlessly through the air. Truly worthy of being a disciple of our Primordial Saint Sect. With Liu Xin dead, although Chen Zinan still had the strength to hold on, he could no longer maintain his existence. He let out a long sigh and then drifted away with the wind. As for Liu Yang, he was directly swallowed by the treasure light, turning into nothingness. It was only after a long while that the surging treasure light gradually subsided, revealing the figure of Xianxia, whose face was filled with ecstatic joy. "I won!" Xianxia laughed excitedly. After all, although self-detonating a spiritual treasure was his trump card, it came with many restrictions and was very easy to dodge. To use this move to kill an enemy, one first needed to restrict the battleground to ensure a hit. Secondly, the explosion's power was dispersed, with a wide range but lacking focus, so the enemy had to be worn down first to ensure a one-hit kill. Finally, the spiritual treasure had self-awareness and might refuse to self-destruct. Fortunately, luck still stands with me. Xianxia felt that ever since he had joined the Primordial Saint Sect, it was like his fortunes had turned. Whatever he wanted, he got, and no matter what he did, it felt like divine assistance. He shorted the substitute Death Yin puppet at the highest price and profited hundreds of thousands of contribution points. A casual trip to the mortal world had him picking up a treasure left behind by a predecessor with ease. When being hunted, he just happened to run into Liu Yang as a convenient shield. No matter what kind of crisis he encountered, he always escaped unscathed, and through a series of coincidences, gained the greatest benefits. What a fine myriad spirits banner from now on its mine. Just as Xianxia was about to step forward to claim the treasure, A figure shrouded in blood light appeared beside him at the same time, also reaching out to grab the banner. Seeing this scene, Xianxia froze in place, then his whole body began to tremble. What Brother Xiao also wants this magical treasure? The blood shadow fluctuated, then slowly revealed Lu Yang's face. He turned his head and gave Xianxia a wide grin, startling him so much that his entire body shuddered. Are you man or ghost? Xiaoxia's face turned deathly pale as he looked at the blood-transforming divine light swirling around Lu Yang's body. The images of all those people who had been drained into dry corpses by him flashed through his mind. In the next second, he hurriedly released the myriad spirits banner from his grip and respectfully saluted. Congratulations, senior brother. This is the myriad spirits banner I was keeping for you. Now it returns to its rightful owner. Much appreciated. Lu Yang took the innate true Qi myriad spirits banner with a cheerful smile, studied it for a moment, then injected it with mana and withdrew 2 storage pouches from it. These were the storage pouches of Liu Xin and Qing Chen Fairy. Opening the pouches, he saw the innate Tao book right on top, and another book titled Secrets of Formation Treasures, clearly owned by Qing Chen Fairy. All good things indeed. Lu Yang sighed in appreciation, firmly memorized the contents of the 2 books, then looked toward Xiaoxia, who was now slowly backing away, trying to put distance between them. To be fair, Xiaoxia's trump card was truly unexpected. A spiritual treasure's self-detonation could even kill someone at the peak of Qi refining. Theoretically, it was a surefire kill. But Lu Yang happened to be the exception of all exceptions, because he cultivated the heavenly demon blood-transforming divine light. Now turned into a blood shadow, he had form without substance, and his true soul was completely stored in the sword pill. As long as the sword pill wasn't destroyed, he could not die. Facing Xiaoxia's exploding spiritual treasure, his sword pill, crafted from golden essence and jade marrow, was much sturdier than mere flesh. Though not entirely unscathed, it wasn't destroyed, so once the explosion passed, Lu Yang reformed again and reaped the most benefits. Thinking of this, Lu Yang found Xiaoxia increasingly pleasing to the eye. He had judged correctly, Xiaoxia was truly a talent. Without him, how could Lu Yang have gained such rich rewards? This time, I truly must thank junior brother Xiao. As a token of gratitude, this senior brother shall now send you on your way. Lu Yang chuckled softly, then waved his hand. A streak of blood light struck Xiaoxia before he could speak, instantly draining him into a dry husk. This person was too dangerous to keep alive. With such high fortune, what if he regained power later and returned for revenge? Better to end it now and eliminate all future trouble. But to think he died just like that. Lu Yang looked at Xiaoxia's corpse, rubbing his chin in slight surprise. With his child of heaven level luck, shouldn't some benefactor have appeared at this moment to stop me? I even prepared a countermeasure, never expected it to be this easy. With that thought, Lu Yang suddenly felt a stir in his heart, and once again used the Qi-observing art to examine Xiaoxia. A bizarre scene appeared. Previously, when he looked at Xiaoxia, his treasure light soared to the heavens. He was practically bathed in good fortune. But now, all the treasure light had vanished into thin air. Seeing this, Lu Yang had an inexplicable thought rise in his heart. This man's fortune had run dry. Sigh. The next second, a sigh suddenly sounded. Lu Yang looked up at the sky, his expression freezing just as a look of astonishment was about to surface. All his thoughts and emotions were suspended in that moment. At some point, a figure appeared in front of Xiaoxia's corpse. That person wore a crane cloak, a faint smile on his lips, gently fanning a feather fan. He looked like a refined scholar out on a spring stroll. Yet with his appearance, the entire world seemed to lose its color. Only the place he stood remained as the center of everything, gathering all the fortune, wealth, and luck in the world. He was heaven's favored child, inciting jealousy and hatred. Is this all the harvest there is? The newcomer reached out, and the innate Tao book and innate Qi myriad spirits banner, just stored by Lu Yang, flew out of the pouch into his hand. At that moment, a sudden voice asked, "Hong Yun, you've left seclusion." The one called Hong Yun looked up with a smile, seemingly meeting someone's gaze. "No choice," he said. "The person I chose suddenly died." The voice sounded surprised. "Died? Your chosen one can actually die. What happened?" "Funny, isn't it? He died from bad luck. I gave him so much fortune, originally intending for him to fish out that colorful fish from the merit pond. But too many variables burned through his luck too early. When his luck ran dry, death naturally followed. After saying that, the Taoist Hong Yun weighed the innate Tao book in his hand, shook his head, and casually stored it away again. Then he looked at Liu Yang beside him. This one, however, is interesting. Taoist Hong Yun made some calculations, his smile growing wider. This person carries a great deal of unpredictability. The recent substitute death yin puppet incident seems to be connected to him. Yes, his background is clean, no mistake. But how did immortals start with 4th level qi refining at entry? Hiding deliberately, likely a rogue cultivator taught by a master. That's fine. Wait, no. He knew the divine firmament sword control true formula before joining. Could he be a spy from the Jade pivot sword pavilion? The more Taoist Hong Yun calculated, the more interested he became. Other than the Book of 100 Lifetimes, all of Liu Yang's secrets were revealed by Hong Yun through tracing karma and deduction. Until finally his brows furrowed. Cultivated the heavenly demon blood-transforming divine light. The next second, all the interest vanished from Hong Yun's eyes, replaced by a look of disgust. Transformed into blood shadow, his immortal path was already severed. Such a cultivator wasn't worth his energy, much less worthy of the title Heaven's Chosen. What a pity about that colorful fish in the merit pond. Couldn't catch it this time. Guess I'll wait until next time. Taoist Hong Yun withdrew his gaze, then took a step forward, disappearing like a fisherman leaving with an empty hook. Leaving Liu Yang alone, standing still. Sweat pouring like rain. The landscape was picturesque, the setting sun like blood. Liu Yang stood above the sea of clouds, and after a long while without a palm strike descending from the heavens to pulverize him, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. That just now was a foundation establishment true person. Liu Yang didn't even dare to speak aloud, only pondering in his heart, his expression turning extremely grim, for the gap between them was simply too vast. Not only his body but even his thoughts were frozen. It wasn't until Taoist Hong Yun departed that he could react. That feeling was akin to a mouse caught in a cat's paw. It was no longer a mere difference in strength, but a disparity in levels, instantly extinguishing all arrogance in Liu Yang's heart. I'm still too weak without power. Originally, after defeating Liu Xin and others despite being outnumbered, Liu Yang had swept away the gloom of his previous life and felt invigorated. Now, however, he had once again tempered his mindset. The path to immortality was long and required steadfast progress. Liu Yang sighed, then recalled the matter of Xianxia, fear resurfacing in his eyes. Fortune, is it actually bestowed by others? At this point he remembered. Before heading to the merit pool, Xianxia had said, I've been a bit lucky lately, so I want to take the opportunity to try my luck. A bit lucky lately. At the time, Liu Yang thought it was just the modesty of a child of destiny. But now it seemed that might have been the truth. He had only recently become fortunate. Because of that Taoist Hong Yun. The colorful fish in the merit pool must refer to the colorful merit fish. Did Taoist Hong Yun intend to use Xianxia to fish it out of the merit pool? If that's the case, then in the previous life he succeeded. However, speaking of which, after Xianxia fished out the colorful merit fish, he announced his seclusion and was never heard from again. Liu Yang thought deeply and was terrified. Fishing. The fish was caught, so the bait naturally became useless. At this thought, Liu Yang suddenly looked up. Primordial Saint Sect, sky-reaching sea of clouds. Perhaps to those elusive high-level figures of the Saint Sect, disciples like them were merely a group of fish raised in a pond. Truly worthy of the Saint Sect. Liu Yang took a deep breath, somewhat understanding why no one had killed him. A single fish, even if it flopped around a bit and had some unspeakable secrets, so what? They might even think you're a talent. In any case, at least the secret of the Book of 100 Lifetimes hasn't been exposed. Liu Yang felt fortunate in his heart. Not only that, but the karma related to the Book of 100 Lifetimes seemed to have been concealed from Taoist Hong Yun, so much so that he didn't suspect why Liu Yang had reached the 4th level of qi refining without even entering the sect. No time to lose, better go back and eat. Fortunately, although the innate Tao book was taken away by Taoist Hong Yun, Liu Yang had already memorized the entire content of the cultivation method beforehand. This was a good habit Liu Yang had developed because of the Book of 100 Lifetimes. Whenever he encountered a good cultivation method or divine ability, he would immediately memorize it, so he could use it in the next life without spending contribution points to exchange for it again. Moreover, Taoist Hangyun took away the innate Tao book, but didn't take away Qing Chen Fairy's secret explanation of array treasures. Indeed, the two are incomparable. Qing Chen Fairy's item obviously didn't catch his eye, but it's very useful to me. In fact, Lu Yang didn't value the innate Tao book much, because he had already set his sights on Zhao Zhu's third-grade true technique. The innate Tao book was dispensable. On the contrary, the secret explanation of array treasures, which involved the arts of array formation and treasure refining in cultivation, piqued his interest. As for the innate true Qi myriad spirits banner, there will be opportunities. Let's talk about it in the next life. Returning to the cave dwelling, Lu Yang first calmed his mind and focused on cultivation, while studying the secret explanation of array treasures and slowly repairing the damage to his sword pill. It wasn't until half a month later that he emerged from seclusion again. This time he sought out Zhao Zhu. When he arrived at Zhao Zhu's cave dwelling, he saw Zhao Zhu arguing with a stern-looking young man wearing the law enforcement hall's attire. "Senior brother, you have to believe me. Don't you understand my credibility? Over a decade, it's been quite good. It's just 1,000 contribution points. I'll definitely repay it." "What? Interest? You? Fine, no problem. Senior brother, please give me a few more days. I'll repay it with interest." After a moment of entanglement, the law enforcement hall disciple sneered and left. Zhao Zhu stood there with a gloomy face, his aura fluctuating. Seeing the opportunity, Lu Yang immediately revealed himself and walked over. "Senior brother Zhao, long time no see." Zhao Zhu looked up in response and immediately noticed Lu Yang's undisguised aura, his pupils contracting sharply. "Junior brother Lu, you've broken through to the late stage of Qi refining." "Just a fluke, just a fluke." Lu Yang smiled slightly and said, "I have dull aptitude. After several months of seclusion and spending a lot of contribution points, I was lucky enough to break through. I've made a fool of myself in front of senior brother." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhu's expression became even more rigid, even vaguely twisted. After all, both of them had speculated on the substitute Death Yin puppet. He had lost everything, even his lover had run off with someone else. Lu Yang, however, had made a fortune, and even used the contribution points earned to break through to the late stage of Qi refining. What was more infuriating was that he might not even be Lu Yang's match now. Although I obtained the opportunity from true person Panlong, due to insufficient fortune and merit, I only got half of that third-grade true technique. For this, he had even consulted his master. His master deduced the cause and concluded that it was because he had speculated on the substitute Death Yin puppet, prematurely exhausting 3 lifetimes' worth of accumulated merit, leading to a failed endeavor. Thinking of this, Zhao Zhu nearly ground his teeth to pieces. Half of a third-grade true technique, only a Qi refining realm part of the ninefold transforming dragon art, lacking the foundation establishment realm's cultivation method, utterly useless to him. Not to mention, he now owed external debts and didn't even dare to dismantle his cultivation and switch paths, fearing that during the transition, debt collectors would come knocking. Seeing him powerless after dismantling his cultivation, they might turn into robbers, rob him clean, and then kill him to silence him. That would be truly unspeakable suffering. "Junior brother, did you come to see me for something?" "It's a long story." Lu Yang sighed. "To be honest, I came to seek guidance from senior brother. I've recently encountered some trouble." "Trouble?" Zhao Zhu's eyes lit up. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang sighed. "Previously, I focused solely on cultivation. It wasn't until I broke through to the late stage of Qi refining that I learned about the issue of true Qi grades. I deeply regret it." Hearing Lu Yang say this, Zhao Zhu suddenly felt much better. "So it's about true Qi grades." Zhao Zhu feigned concern and comforted him. "Most disciples in the Saint Sect actually aren't aware of this, so it's normal that junior brother didn't know." The world is unpredictable." Lu Yang shook his head helplessly. "So I came to ask senior brother if there's any way to improve the grade of true Qi. If there's a superior cultivation method, even better. As for the price, senior brother needn't worry. I can afford 1 or 2,000 contribution points." "Oh?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhu's mind became active. 1 or 2,000 contribution points. He happened to need such an amount urgently. In a flash, Zhao Zhu's thoughts raced, and then he suddenly said, Junior brother Lu, since you put it that way, I do have a cultivation method suitable for you. As long as you cultivate it, you can definitely improve your true qi grade. Really? Lu Yang's face immediately showed anticipation. What cultivation method is it? Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhu hesitated. For some reason, he had a strange feeling. But on second thought, this cultivation method was only half complete. It was already useless. Rather than keeping it, better to make use of it to repay debts. Thinking of this, Zhao Zhu gritted his teeth and directly took out the ninefold transforming dragon art he had obtained from Panlong Island and handed it to Lu Yang. The development of events unfolded just as Lu Yang had anticipated. In the end, Zhao Zhu sold the 9 transformations dragon art to him at a low price of 1,500 contribution points. Well, people are always like this when they're in debt. After obtaining the 9 transformations dragon art, Lu Yang immediately returned to his cave dwelling and memorized the contents of the cultivation method word by word, sentence by sentence, before putting it away again. It's a pity I can't cultivate right now. Having transformed into a blood shadow, his cultivation neither increased nor decreased, forever remaining at the late stage of qi refining. Even if he wanted to disperse his cultivation, it was impossible, so he could only wait for the next lifetime. Though that was the case, Lu Yang wasn't in a hurry to commit suicide. After all, time was precious. Even with the Book of 100 Lifetimes, he wouldn't waste it lightly. Even if he couldn't cultivate, there were other areas where he could continue to make progress. Thinking of this, Lu Yang took out the secret explanation of formation treasures from his storage pouch, the one belonging to Qing Chen Fairy. That's right, he was going to learn formations. Among the 4 arts of cultivation, formations, tools, pills, and talismans, having proficiency in any one of them would immediately make one a high-level talent in the cultivation world, capable of thriving anywhere. Take Qing Chen Fairy, for example. Lu Yang truly thought she was a talent, not only proficient in formations, but also able to refine formations into magical tools. Unfortunately, her taste in men was lacking. She fell for scumbags who turned their backs on her, leading to her dying with resentment in both lifetimes. Opening the secret explanation of formation treasures, the very first page made Lu Yang sigh involuntarily. So-called formation treasures are treasures formed by formations and formations formed by treasures. The two complement each other. The techniques within are the result of painstaking research. To learn this path, both talent and effort are indispensable. After the preface, the second page was densely packed with patterns, each annotated to explain its meaning. The Tao of Formation centers on formation patterns. By outlining formation patterns and emulating the heavens and earth, one can borrow the marvels of the universe. However, the numbers of the heavens and earth exhaust the mysteries of the world, making them difficult to comprehend, let alone transform into formation patterns. This requires extraordinary perception. Only by mastering formation patterns can one have the ability to learn formations. Very good, now you have a certain understanding of the basic principles of formations. Next, turn to the third page. Let's look at the following simple example and apply what we've just learned in practice. On the third page, an extremely complex and intricate pattern appeared before Lu Yang's eyes. Was this a formation diagram? Lu Yang touched his chin. Deciphering a formation diagram essentially meant identifying the composition of formation patterns within the formation to deduce its function. Formation patterns were the foundation of all formations. Whether a formation could function depended mainly on whether the combination of formation patterns was reasonable, whether there were conflicts, and whether a complete circuit could be formed to operate. Interesting. Lu Yang smiled confidently, feeling that this didn't seem particularly difficult. With my talent and effort, a mere simple formation diagram is within my grasp. 1 month later, Lu Yang sat blankly on the meditation cushion, surrounded by a large pile of manuscripts, all filled with his calculations. He was utterly dejected. In his hands were various combinations of formation patterns. After an unknown amount of time, a spark of spiritual light suddenly lit up at Lu Yang's fingertips. It's done. Lu Yang instantly stood up, his face filled with joy. He carefully examined the formation patterns he had pieced together, calculated with his fingers for a moment, then showed a puzzled expression. This isn't right. How did it succeed? How is this thing operating? Clearly, this was the result of his painstaking efforts over a month, yet he didn't understand why it worked. This feeling drove Lu Yang crazy. After a month of arduous study, he had gained a deeper understanding of formations. Simply put, formations were very similar to programming. Comprehending formation paths was like extracting usable parts from the messy code written by the heavens and earth to compose one's own code. However, formations were such that if you didn't understand them, you simply didn't. It was like panning for gold in a pile of dung. Without talent, one would end up like Lu Yang now, not finding any gold but instead uncovering a heap of dung. No matter what, at least I found something. Lu Yang sighed and continued his sleepless and foodless research. Just like that, another month passed before he finally deciphered the pattern in his hands. This is an illumination formation. Within the range covered by the formation, light shines everywhere. Most methods of concealing one's tracks become ineffective. Besides that, it has no offensive or defensive capabilities. Lu Yang looked haggard, his eyes bloodshot, but his face was filled with excitement and a strong sense of accomplishment as he turned to the third page of the secret explanation of formation treasures. Actually, it's normal if you can't decipher it. The purpose of the third page's exercise is mainly to let you understand how difficult formations are, to approach them with a humble heart, and not always aim too high. Lu Yang. Beast. Lu Yang suddenly stood up and threw the book in his hand to the ground. He was now 100% certain that this was definitely a formation book written by a formation master of the Primordial Saint Sect. After a while, Lu Yang picked up the book again. There was no choice. Some things didn't care whether you liked them, understood them, or wanted to do them. For the sake of life, you had to grit your teeth and do them. However, after further study, Lu Yang found that his talent wasn't as bad as he had imagined. As the book said, the complex pattern on the third page wasn't meant for beginners to decipher, which was why Lu Yang had been stuck on it for 2 months. Nevertheless, there were benefits. Now that he had switched to some simpler formation, Lu Yang's learning speed visibly increased. Occasionally, when he encountered obstacles, a few days of research would get him through. This also helped Lu Yang, who had been heavily discouraged before, regain his confidence. In the cave, unaware of the passage of time, the years flew by. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. During this time, Lu Yang was completely absorbed in studying formation books, even neglecting to pay the rent for his cave dwelling and directly moved to the outer sect. After all, he couldn't cultivate now, and without urgent needs, he naturally slacked off and stopped working. And in these 20 years, almost every few years, a child of destiny with great fortune, like Xianxia in the past, would suddenly rise in the outer sect. However, after that child of destiny obtained a well-known great opportunity in the Primordial Saint Sect, they would suddenly disappear. Along with them, a large number of unlucky people who, after discovering the child of destiny's fortune, harbored ill intentions and tried to cling to their luck, would also vanish. It's that senior fishing again. Every time he heard similar news, Lu Yang would feel a wave of fear. After all, with Xiaoxia's example before him, he would only keep his distance from children of destiny. He couldn't afford to provoke them, so he could only avoid them. As for Zhao Zhu, 20 years later, he had already reached the peak of qi refining and become a well-known true disciple of the Primordial Saint Sect. Unfortunately, a few years ago, he failed to break through to the Foundation establishment realm and passed away. Regarding this, Lu Yang only sighed and didn't concern himself further. What truly brought Lu Yang joy was that, after 20 years of diligent study, he had finally thoroughly mastered the knowledge in the secret explanation of formation treasures. In the cave dwelling, Lu Yang's entire mind was focused on the sword pill before him. At this moment, he couldn't even maintain his human form, and the blood shadow was extremely dim. This was a sign that his end was near. The side effects of cultivating the heavenly demon blood-transforming divine light had finally caught up with him, causing him to exhaust his lifespan at the age of 40, his oil running dry and lamp extinguished. However, Lu Yang didn't care at all. He continued to concentrate on inscribing formations. Even when he was about to pass away, he didn't get up or try to take any remedial actions, because that would only interrupt his inspiration. He didn't want to waste his precious inspiration. I understand, wait, no, it's wrong. Oh, right, no, still wrong. Oh, right. Just like that, after a long time, finally, at the moment when Lu Yang's blood shadow was almost dissipated, on the brink of life and death, Lu Yang suddenly opened his eyes wide. How I succeeded. Seeing the formation patterns he had painstakingly drawn pieced together around the sword pill and finally operating successfully, Lu Yang burst into loud laughter, his laughter echoing in the cave dwelling. And just like that, he lost his breath amidst the laughter. Book of 100 Lifetimes. You remained unmoved even as the end of your life approached, all for the sake of refining a formation treasure. In the end, you succeeded, but also sat in meditation and passed away because of it. Current remaining pages of the Book of 100 Lifetimes. 96. Reopening a lifetime. You may choose one of the following gains from your previous life. 1. Treasure. 2. Cultivation. 3. Lifespan. 4. Abandon all gains and randomly awaken a talent based on the experiences of your previous life. Those whose names are called step forward. Lu Yang opened his eyes and after a long time exhaled deeply, awakening from the dream of past and present lives. I choose the magical tool. In the next second his dantian stirred. A crimson sword pill covered in intricate formation patterns and shining like a sky full of stars appeared within his dantian, emitting a clear sword cry. Lu Yang looked pleased. This sword pill was the culmination of over 20 years of effort in his previous life. Not only were its materials superior, but it had also been enhanced by the heavenly demon blood-transforming divine light. More importantly, just before his death, he had successfully embedded a high-grade formation into the sword pill, turning it into a formation treasure. With this, whenever Lu Yang engaged in combat, he could drag his enemies into the formation diagram. The advantages of this were obvious. No matter how powerful a cultivator was, it was impossible to contend with a formation laid down by a cultivator of the same realm all by themselves. Fairy Qing Chen's strength wasn't great because she was only at the mid-stage of qi refining. Moreover, from Lu Yang's current perspective, her time spent studying formations was too short. She was absolutely no match for someone like him who had devoted 20 years to the art. It's time to give you a name. As Lu Yang willed it, a chilling blood shadow immediately rose from the sword pill, identical in appearance to him, their minds in sync. He chuckled softly and said, "You were forged through the self-sacrifice of my past life and are enhanced by the blood-transforming divine light. From now on, I shall name you Blood Yang." The sword pill vibrated in response, as if acknowledging the name. Clearing away distractions, Lu Yang cast a glance at Liu Xin, who was still talking animatedly on stage, then withdrew his gaze. The innate true Qi 10,000 spirits banner could wait for now. Next, Lu Yang began acting according to the template of his previous life. Step onto the stage, assign disciples, select the pleasure hall. Overpower Yu Suzhen. No longer borrow from Zhao Zhu, but instead directly sell off the white bone flying sword and other benefits received as a new disciple. Then he began quietly purchasing substitute Death Yin puppet. Soon, the price of substitute Death Yin puppet surged. Lu Yang covertly fanned the flames, buying low and selling high, steadily expanding his capital before making large-scale acquisitions. But to avoid drawing envy, he didn't sell at the peak price from his previous life. He exited the market when the price reached 3,000 contribution points. By then, he had stockpiled a total of 20 substitute Death Yin puppet, a clean profit of 60,000 contribution points. After completing all this, Lu Yang purchased a large quantity of spiritual pills. Then he sealed off his cave dwelling and brought out the greatest gain from his 4 lifetimes of reincarnation. 9 transformations dragon art. Myriad chariot dragon ascension scroll. The former was for qi refining, the latter for foundation establishment. Together, they allowed one to cultivate 3rd-grade true qi, paving the way toward the golden core realm. Perfectly aligned with Lu Yang's expectations. 9 transformations dragon art has 10 layers, corresponding to the 10 levels of qi refining. As the name implies, each level triggers a transformation of true qi, heavenly serpent, divine eagle, azure ox, brocaded tiger. After 9 transformations, one becomes a dragon, increasing the chance of breaking through to foundation establishment by 30%. Lu Yang was enthralled and immediately decided to disperse his cultivation to begin training anew. Boom! As his dantian's true qi dissipated rapidly, Lu Yang's cultivation plummeted. Before long, he fell from the 4th layer of qi, refining back to being immortal. But he didn't let the dissipated true qi go to waste. He fed it all into the innate qi. This external qi that Lu Yang had forged with self-sacrifice in his second life was now nourished by the cultivation of his current life. It had essentially become his avatar. With it guarding him during closed-door cultivation, he wasn't completely defenseless. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. Inside the cave dwelling, Lu Yang sat cross-legged on a meditation mat, circulating profound techniques. His once empty dantian was now filled with a vast and powerful true qi. His qi flowed with his intent, transforming freely. One moment it became a fleeing rabbit darting through his meridians. The next it turned into a lurking python coiled in his dantian. Then it transformed into a fierce brocaded tiger roaring at the sky. Next it became a graceful soaring eagle sweeping across the horizon. Its transformations were endless. After a long while, Lu Yang finally let out a deep breath. The qi, like a white arrow, did not disperse upon leaving his body, but formed a robust azure ox walking slowly, as if carrying a towering divine mountain. It's done. Joy lit up Lu Yang's face. These 3 years of cultivation were far smoother than in his previous 3 lives. After all, in this life, he had an abundance of contribution points and no shortage of external medicinal aids. Therefore, in just 3 short years, he had returned to the 6th layer of qi refining, peak mid-stage. Although he was stuck at the mid-stage bottleneck, Lu Yang was confident. And at most 5 years, or as few as 3, he would break through and return to the late stage of qi refining. Moreover, although he was still at the 6th layer of qi refining, his combat power likely differed little from his past life. This was because his current true qi was now entirely different. 9 transformations dragon, each transformation comes with a corresponding spell or divine ability. Brocaded tiger boosts true qi's destructive power. Azure ox enhances physical strength. Divine eagle grants clairvoyance. Heavenly serpent conceals one's aura. Jade rabbit increases speed. Mountain camel boosts true qi regeneration. 6 transformations had almost eliminated the gap between mid and late qi refining. But what tempted Lu Yang most was the flying fish transformation among the 9. Because this transformation had a very simple effect, breaking through bottlenecks. If I cultivated the 6th transformation now, I might instantly reach the late stage. But that would be a waste. Lu Yang had grand ambitions. There was no way he would use such a precious breakthrough opportunity just to reach the late stage of qi refining. He planned to save it for when he aimed for complete mastery in qi refining. Lu Yang's plan for this life was simple: cultivate. I'll cultivate silently, then seamlessly transition into the myriad chariots dragon ascension scroll after reaching full mastery. I'll stay in closed-door cultivation until foundation establishment and stun the world. With this thought, Lu Yang casually fed himself a spiritual pill and resumed his meditation. Then, just a few days later, boom! Lu Yang was jolted awake from his meditation by a tremor shaking the ground. He opened his eyes and found that the innate qi avatar he had stationed outside had been destroyed. An enemy had invaded. Lu Yang was utterly puzzled. He had secluded himself in his cave this entire life, focusing solely on cultivation, indifferent to the outside world. Why would someone suddenly come to kill him? With doubt in his heart, Lu Yang walked out of his cave dwelling, only to see a familiar face he didn't expect. It's you. Outside the cave, Zhao Zhu's bloodshot eyes glared at him. Several powerful cultivators stood beside him, their auras surging with killing intent as they stared furiously at Lu Yang. This senior brother, Lu Yang cupped his hands and said, "I am Lu Yang, may I ask?" "So it really is you?" Zhao Zhu interrupted Lu Yang directly, gritting his teeth. Panlong Island vanished mysteriously. The opportunity I gained after cultivating merit through 3 lifetimes suddenly disappeared. I paid a great price to ask my master to divine the cause and effect. My master told me that the opportunity was snatched by a disciple of the Primordial Saint Sect, surnamed Lu, from this very place. Speak, do you have Panlong true person's inheritance? As Zhao Zhu finished speaking, Lu Yang froze for a moment. Then, as if realizing something, his expression turned dark at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhao Zhu's words made Lu Yang feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. In this lifetime, he hadn't even visited Panlong Island, and the cultivation method was memorized from his previous 2 lifetimes, yet Panlong Island had vanished. Due to so-called karma. Because he had cultivated the 9 transformations dragon art ahead of time, intercepting the karma between it and Zhao Zhu, Panlong Island disappeared as a result. Cultivation method karma, opportunities are predetermined. So this was Zhao Zhu's destined opportunity, and he couldn't seize or practice it. Otherwise, someone would immediately deduce the karma and trace it back to him. Understanding this, Lu Yang couldn't help but laugh in anger. This world is truly disgusting. True cultivators calculate opportunities in advance, benefiting their disciples, and if something goes wrong, they can deduce the cause and correct the deviated karma. In such circumstances, how could ordinary people ever rise? They could only bow their heads and be beasts of burden. Just like now on the surface, only Zhao Zhu appeared, but in reality, the one truly taking action was likely Zhao Zhu's so-called master behind him. Lu Yang was 100% certain that it must be a Foundation establishment true person. Looking up, Lu Yang recalled Taoist Hong Yun from his previous life, as if seeing a pair of eyes overlooking from the vast sky above. Why force me? Thinking of this, Lu Yang's anger surged, and he looked at Zhao Zhu with a mocking smile on his lips. Almost simultaneously, someone beside Zhao Zhu suddenly stepped forward. "Junior brother, be careful." Swish! A flash of sword light, and Zhao Zhu felt a blur before his eyes. When he saw the scene clearly, his anger was instantly extinguished by a chill. The person who had just stepped forward was a fellow disciple under the same master who had joined 3 years earlier, cultivated the ode of yin-yang great bliss to the 6th level of qi refining, mid-stage peak, and had refined his true qi to the 5th grade limit, making him much stronger than Zhao Zhu. However, now, that senior brother had disappeared. His flesh, bones, and blood were completely consumed by a crimson divine light, and in the blink of an eye, only an empty human skin slowly fell to the ground. The next second, a spiritual light flew out from the human skin. "Thank you, fellow Taoist, for freeing me." Within the spiritual light, a phantom figure appeared, showing no anger at being slain by Lu Yang's sword, but rather a sense of relief and joy. He then looked at Zhao Zhu. "Junior brother, before coming here, Master commented that my foundation was shallow, merits insufficient, and that achieving qi refining perfection in this life was unlikely, let alone foundation establishment. I begged Master for guidance, and he instructed me to accompany you to save your life at a critical moment. You have accumulated merits over 3 lifetimes, with a 30% chance of achieving foundation establishment in the future. Now that I've saved your life, the karma is set. If you achieve foundation establishment, you must assist my reincarnated self in cultivation and attaining the Tao." After speaking, the spiritual light soared into the sky. Below, Lu Yang's gaze grew colder. "Using my hand to establish karma for your disciple, to reincarnate and return. You're certain I can't stir up trouble and want to squeeze out my last bit of value?" Lu Yang's eyes shifted, and he saw several disciples of the Primordial Saint Sect stepping forward beside Zhao Zhu, all at the 6th level of qi refining, mid-stage peak cultivation. At the same time, Zhao Zhu finally reacted, showing excitement and loudly saying, "Senior brothers, as long as you help me capture this thief today and reclaim my opportunity, if I achieve foundation establishment in the future, I will repay you with all my strength, assisting you in reincarnating and attaining qi refining perfection." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded. "Rest assured, junior brother. Opportunities are for those destined. This thief unjustly seized your opportunity, an unforgivable crime. With Master above, we will certainly help you capture this thief." Lu Yang laughed upon hearing this. "No matter how you put it, isn't it still about forcefully seizing? Stubborn and unrepentant." The leading disciple of the Primordial Saint Sect shook his head and sneered. "My name is Lu Yuanchun. Since you refuse to surrender, don't blame me for being ruthless." As he spoke, Lu Yuanchun formed a hand seal, revealing his cultivation at the 7th level of qi refining, late stage. He then summoned a golden treasure mirror, which hung in the air, replacing the sun, and instantly emitted thousands of golden rays, sharper than blades, pouring down like torrential rain to engulf Lu Yang. Seeing this, Lu Yang frowned, and his figure instantly vanished. Immediately, a sword light soared into the sky, splitting into thousands, darting left and right but unable to escape the golden rays' coverage, forced to withstand them head-on. Master had already calculated that this thief excels in swordsmanship, so he naturally provided a countermeasure. Lu Yuanchun smiled proudly, then looked at Zhao Zhu. "Junior brother Zhao, I've trapped this thief, making it difficult for him to use his sword techniques to escape. Please activate the treasure seal to capture his flying sword, and the matter will be settled." Thank you, senior brother. Zhao Zhu cupped his hands and quickly took out a gleaming golden treasure seal, which he summoned into the air, aiming at Lu Yang's sword light. This thing again. Lu Yang's eyes flickered, recognizing it as the magnetic gold seal Zhao Zhu had used in his second life, a magical tool that restrains flying swords. With lessons from his past life, Lu Yang naturally wouldn't let Zhao Zhu succeed. He immediately willed the Blood Sun sword pill to move, avoiding contact with the magnetic gold seal, then redirected the sword light, transforming it into a sky full of blood-transforming divine light, sweeping towards Zhao Zhu. Zhao Zhu was shocked, retreating in panic and shouting, "Senior brother. Don't panic, it's just a trapped beast struggle." On the other side, Lu Yuanchun remained calm and said loudly, "Junior brothers, please take action." As he spoke, several disciples of the Primordial Saint Sect stepped forward, wearing sinister smiles, and without waiting for the divine light to fall, they committed suicide. In an instant, blood lights burst from their corpses. These blood lights, like chains, temporarily trapped Lu Yang's blood-transforming divine light, making it difficult to retract, and his thoughts felt sluggish. Zhao Zhu and Lu Yuanchun were clearly well prepared, especially Lu Yuanchun, who had received secret instructions from his master before coming, learning many details about Lu Yang, and thus prepared various countermeasures. Therefore, he had set the strategy before the battle. First, limit Lu Yang's speed to prevent escape. Then, have Zhao Zhu suppress the sword pill. Finally, have the accompanying junior brothers jointly restrain the blood-transforming divine light, rendering Lu Yang helpless despite his high-level techniques. Out of tricks, the outcome is decided. Lu Yuanchun sneered, feeling confident in victory, and shook the golden treasure mirror, causing thousands of golden rays to follow, aiming to refine Lu Yang alive. Seeing this, Lu Yang could only sigh. This is the benefit of having backing. With his current strength, even against multiple opponents, Lu Yuanchun and Zhao Zhu wouldn't be his match, but their preparation was too thorough. Every move targeted his weaknesses. And all of this was due to Zhao Zhu's mysterious master, who deduced karma and fate, leading to such targeted arrangements. Generally speaking, at this point he would indeed be powerless. Fortunately, I have a cheat. The Blood Sun sword pill was brought from his previous life by the Book of 100 Lifetimes, beyond karma, and naturally immune to any calculations. Even if Zhao Zhu's mysterious master could predict his swordsmanship and the blood-transforming divine light, he could never fathom the Blood Sun sword pill's secrets. In the next second, Lu Yang willed and his true chi surged. Clang clang. The Blood Sun sword pill responded with a long cry, and the array patterns on the sword pill suddenly exploded, locking the heavens and earth, sealing the universe, instantly encompassing everyone. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yang had deployed the grand formation he had spent 20 years researching and refining in his previous life. In his previous life, Lu Yang had painstakingly studied the Tao of formations, and the grand formation he finally engraved on the Blood Sun sword pill was a sword formation named Heaven-Slashing Blood River Sword Formation. The formation was structured by 3 essentials and 9 palaces, primarily powered by the sword Chi River driven by the Blood Sun sword pill, and supplemented by the heavenly demon blood-transforming divine light. Lu Yang had even specifically designed 360 formation eyes, and according to his concept, as long as 360 cultivators entered and occupied them, the power of the formation could be brought to its peak. He had already thought this part through. Once he seized back his innate true Chi myriad spirits banner from Liu Xin, he would let the banner spirit enter the formation eyes. It would be not only efficient and convenient, but also portable. But for now, he had to control the formation personally. Open, Lu Yang made a hand seal, and the Blood Sun sword pill resonated. Inside the formation, a river from the south surged toward the north, covering the firmament and stretching beyond sight. At this moment, Lu Yuanchun, Zhao Zhu, and all the others were already trapped within the heavenly river. The river roared, and sword chi surged endlessly every moment. A few cultivators with weaker cultivation levels barely managed to scream before turning into blood blossoms in the river. Upon seeing this, Lu Yuanchun's expression changed drastically. This is impossible. Although Master mentioned that this person knows formations, I didn't even give him time to lay one. Why are we still caught in a formation? Lu Yuanchun naturally could not comprehend. Because the Blood Sun sword pill was no ordinary magical tool, it was a formation treasure. So-called formation treasures were formations themselves. The moment one willed it, the formation was complete, with no need for setup. And now that they had fallen into it, everything had exceeded Lu Yuanchun's expectations. After all, formations borrowed the marvels of heaven and earth, harnessed their powers, and were known to be invincible at the same realm. Although he prided himself on his strength, falling into a formation still shook his confidence. Could it be that today he would really capsize in a ditch? At this thought, Lu Yunchun's expression became even gloomier, no longer as confident as before, and even Zhao Zhu beside him began to grow uneasy. Senior brother, this formation. Junior brother, be careful. I fear today's situation has taken an unexpected turn, Lu Yuanchun whispered, while simultaneously summoning the radiant mirror of treasured light into the air to protect himself. At this moment, Lu Yuanchun still held onto a glimmer of hope. In his eyes, Lu Yang was merely an ordinary disciple who had stumbled upon some opportunity. Though knowledgeable, he had only recently joined the sect. Even if he understood formations, how much could he possibly control? As for this formation, could it not be some remnant left behind by an elder? Yet in the next second, Lu Yang shattered his illusion. With a cold expression and a mere thought, Lu Yang pointed, and the once clear river of sword qi instantly turned a glaring shade of crimson. Heavenly demon blood transforming divine light. This divine ability was tremendously powerful, infamous for brushing causes harm, touching means death. However, that also meant it only showed effect when it hit the target. If it missed, it achieved nothing. But within the heaven-slashing blood river sword formation, Lu Yang had solved this flaw. Anyone inside the formation was effectively immersed in the divine light. In other words, once it was activated, it could not miss. In an instant, Lu Yuanchun felt the earth tremble and the mountains sway. His remaining junior brothers screamed one after another, and within moments, they were turned into human skins. Not good. Lu Yuanchun's expression changed drastically as he gritted his teeth and changed his hand seal. The aura around the radiant mirror of treasured light above his head instantly became chaotic and violent. One glance was enough for Lu Yang to realize what was happening. Self-detonating your magical tool, naive. The radiant mirror of treasured light was clearly a top-tier magical tool. If Lu Yuanchun detonated it, he might indeed tear open the formation and carve out a path to escape. But that assumed Lu Yang didn't understand formations. Ordinary formations, even with someone operating them, could only follow predetermined rules. They were dead formations. However, a formation master at the helm made all the difference. A capable formation master could adjust the formation in real time according to changes on the battlefield. Thus, a dead formation became a living one, its power beyond comparison. Let alone the fact that the heaven-slashing blood river sword formation was personally created by Lu Yang, wielded as smoothly as moving his own limbs. So the moment Lu Yuanchun detonated the magical tool, Lu Yang acted. With one hand calculating and the other manipulating formation patterns, he instantly dispersed the concentrated explosion across the entire formation. Once dispersed, the explosive force diminished severalfold. The formation, which would have been broken, remained perfectly intact. He even took advantage of the crack from the shattered mirror to engulf both Lu Yuanchun and Zhao Zhu. Zhao Zhu didn't even have time to scream before being reduced to a desiccated corpse. Impossible, this bastard is actually a formation master. Lu Yuanchun's face turned ashen. He felt all his flesh and blood pouring out like a dam burst, clearly about to follow Zhao Zhu into death. Heavenly demon blood transforming divine light. At the brink of life and death, fear snuffed out his rage. Lu Yuanchun's eyes nearly burst from their sockets, but he was powerless. Finally, he accepted his fate and lowered his head. Boom! The next second, a jade pendant at Lu Yuanchun's waist quietly shattered. Immediately, it released boundless light and broke Lu Yang's grand formation in an instant. Seeing this, Lu Yang's pupils shrank as he looked to the heavens. Where his gaze fell, the radiance outlined a solemn and commanding face in the sky, calm yet awe-inspiring, tens of thousands of feet high. That face showed no emotion, and its eyes gleamed like sun and moon. Even though Lu Yang only made eye contact for a moment, sharp pain brought tears to his eyes. His entire true qi was suppressed by 70 to 80% on the spot, nearly causing him to fall from the sky. The giant face looked down, and a thunderous voice echoed from the mountains. Insolence! The voice was not loud, yet it sounded like it carried the weight of heaven's mandate. Lu Yang instantly became a target of the world's contempt. Spiritual qi fled from him as if avoiding a plague. The intangible gaze weighed on Lu Yang like Mount Tai. Even the ground beneath him began to crack inch by inch. Such a scene naturally alarmed the entire Mending Heaven peak. At once, countless disciples in closed-door cultivation awakened and stepped out of their cave dwellings. Seeing the massive face in the sky, they were struck with terror. "Greetings, Peak Master. Greetings, Peak Master." Some veteran disciples from Mending Heaven Peak recognized the face and immediately broke into cold sweat, kneeling without hesitation and kowtowing repeatedly. Mending Heaven Peak Master. Lu Yang finally learned the identity of Zhao Xu's mysterious master, the Peak Master of Mending Heaven Peak, a Foundation establishment true person who oversaw one of the 4 inner peaks of the Primordial Saint Sect. Boom rumble. As the words fell, the formation diagram Lu Yang had painstakingly refined in his previous life began to crumble. Large swaths of formation patterns even exploded where they stood. Witnessing this, Lu Yang could not help but reveal a trace of helplessness. The gap between qi refining and foundation establishment had completely surpassed his imagination. 20 years of painstaking effort and achievements, defeated by the mere title of Foundation Establishment True Person. Just a mild rebuke, and it had come to this. Not long ago, atop Mending Heaven Peak, within the summit cave dwelling. In stark contrast to the bustling activity below, with its myriad worldly affairs, the summit was serene, with clouds rising and falling, detached from the mundane, as if transcending the chaotic human realm. Before a cliff, 2 figures stood, gazing down at the sea of clouds below. One appeared elderly with white hair and a youthful face, dressed in black and white Taoist robes, holding a horsetail whisk, resembling the benevolent old immortals often depicted in mortal tales. The other was a middle-aged man, who said with a sly smile, "Mending Heaven, I heard you've been selecting a son-in-law for your daughter recently. Why, are you interested?" The master of Mending Heaven Peak turned to look at the middle-aged man. "If it's one of your disciples, he could be a good match for Kainer." "Better not." The middle-aged man shook his head. "I know my disciples, they're all flashy but lack substance. They can't handle your daughter. Better find someone else." "Then forget it." The master of Mending Heaven Peak shook his head. "I've already found someone suitable. This person has cultivated diligently over 3 lifetimes, possesses great merit and foundation, has a 30% chance of forming a Tao foundation in the future, and after learning True Person Panlong's 9 transformations dragon art, he even exhibits the might of a true dragon in bed." "True Person Panlong, that can't be." The middle-aged man calculated with his fingers, then shook his head. "Panlong Island vanished, and the opportunity was seized by someone else, not your disciple." "Soon he will be." The master of Mending Heaven Peak said calmly, "I've already calculated who seized the opportunity. I've sent Yuanchun to handle it. It won't be long before things are back on track." Tusk, you're really leaving no room for others." The middle-aged man shook his head. "The path of immortality is hard to attain. Why be so harsh on the younger generation? Occasionally, we need to give them some hope. After all, the Saint Sect needs fresh blood." "No need for your teachings." The master of Mending Heaven Peak sneered. "If that were all, I might not have acted, but I've calculated that the one who seized True Person Panlong's opportunity is quite unusual." At this point, the master of Mending Heaven Peak's tone carried a hint of surprise. "This person has only been in the sect for a few years. Not only did he profit greatly during the recent substitute Death Yin puppet incident, but he also cultivated the blood-transforming divine light, refined a sword pill, mastered the Jade pivot sword pavilion sword techniques, and reached the 6th level of qi refining." "Oh, quite impressive." The middle-aged man looked surprised, then silently calculated for a moment before sighing. "I didn't expect our Saint Sect to produce such talent." After speaking, the middle-aged man seemed intrigued. "Come, point me in his direction. Let's see what kind of potential he has. If he's of good quality, perhaps we can refine an excellent treasure pill." "That's simple, just over there, hum." The master of Mending Heaven Peak initially wore a smile, but as he pointed out the direction and looked into the distance, his smile gradually faded. Boom! As the master of Mending Heaven Peak's gaze fell, the vast Mending Heaven Peak seemed to experience a dragon's upheaval. Even the peripheral areas had rocks tumbling into the sea of clouds. Within a certain cave dwelling on Mending Heaven Peak, Liu Xin lay prostrate on the ground, too terrified to breathe, fearing he might attract the attention of the master of Mending Heaven Peak. "Not looking for me, not looking for me," Liu Xin desperately repeated in his mind, suppressing his guilt and fear. After all, that was a Foundation establishment true person. Even a single glance could kill someone in the Qi refining realm, and his son's soul was hidden within Liu Xin's 10,000 spirits banner. If discovered, it would be a disaster beyond redemption. No need to fear. I have a divine talisman protecting me. He can't calculate my presence. Liu Xin trembled, clutching a talisman tightly. Yuanchun pays respects to master. Lu Yuanchun, coughing up blood, bowed to the face in the sky, pleading guilty, yet felt no relief at surviving. Instead, his heart was cold. At the last moment, he had used a jade pendant to break through Lu Yang's grand formation. The pendant contained a trace of the master of Mending Heaven Peak's divine consciousness, his greatest reliance as a Foundation establishment disciple. Because it was difficult to create once used, it was nearly impossible to replace, equivalent to a life. Now it was gone. Moreover, not only had he failed to help junior brother Zhao reclaim the opportunity, but he also failed to protect him, leading to his unexpected death, a complete failure. With multiple offenses, his path to immortality was now hopeless. Disciple is incompetent. Lu Yuanchun dared not speak or explain, choosing only to bow and await his master's decision after killing Lu Yang. Clang! At this moment, Lu Yuanchun suddenly heard a sword's cry. The sound was not loud but exceptionally clear, refreshing and impossible to ignore. Initially, it resembled the gentle sound of flowing water, but as time passed, the flow became more turbulent, the sound more deafening, eventually transforming into a roaring river, echoing throughout the heavens and earth. Lu Yuanchun instinctively looked up. Then he saw a figure standing proudly in midair under the gaze of the true person, his back straight, unafraid, meeting the gaze head-on. Beneath his feet was a surging river of sword qi. The river was crimson, filled with overwhelming killing intent, yet it did not spread but continuously contracted, flowing back into a delicate sword pill. What is he trying to do? Lu Yuanchun swallowed hard. He had a guess but couldn't believe it. Could someone be so bold, so unaware of the heaven's will? At the same time, the face in the sky seemed to realize something, frowning. "You intend to attack me?" Lu Yang's expression was indifferent. The sword pill absorbed the blood river, its edge pointing straight to the sky. "Please enlighten me, Senior." The face remained silent, seemingly disdainful of a response. The next second, Lu Yang saw a black dot suddenly appear in the sky, rapidly expanding, descending upon him with overwhelming force. As the black dot approached, Lu Yang barely discerned its form. It was a finger, descending from an unimaginable height, with skin textures clearly visible. Lu Yang was struck by a sudden realization. This was the opponent's answer. An ant, how can it comprehend the vastness of the sky? In an instant, an intense sense of crisis enveloped him, nearly freezing his thoughts, like an ant emerging from its hole suddenly facing the bright sky. Trying to crush me with a finger. Lu Yang exhaled deeply, then his entire body's true qi began to burn intensely. The killing curse obtained in his second life was now fully activated. At this moment, life and death were cast aside. Lu Yang's heart was filled only with rage. In this life he sought no conflict, focused solely on cultivation, yet you calculated karma, sent people to seize my opportunity, and when that failed, personally attempted to kill me. Speaking of cultivation methods and karma, claiming the opportunity was predestined. Am I destined to be a beast of burden, while you are destined to be high above? Kill! Lu Yang shouted, his chest's true qi transforming into a long howl, his fury forging a beam of sword light, striking straight into the sky. A silent collision occurred, like a flickering candle flame. After a brief brilliance, darkness engulfed Lu Yang's vision and consciousness. You were pressed to death by a single finger from the Mending Heaven Peak Master. Current remaining pages of the Book of 100 Lifetimes, 95. Reopening a new lifetime, you can choose one of the following gains from your past life. 1. Treasure. 2. Cultivation. 3. Lifespan. 4. Give up all gains and randomly awaken a talent based on your past life's experience. Those whose names are called, step forward to stand before me. Liu Xin's voice echoed from the platform, But this time Liu Yang hadn't snapped out of it for a long while, his mind still stuck on the sword strike filled with fury from the last lifetime. To try to shake a great tree like an ant, I suppose it wasn't entirely wrong. Liu Yang let out a deep breath. Even though he had personally witnessed the gap between himself and a Foundation establishment cultivator, he wasn't discouraged. Instead, his fighting spirit had only intensified. With the Book of 100 Lifetimes in hand, anything that failed to kill him would only make him stronger. At worst, he would just start all over again. Thinking of this, Liu Yang looked once again at the interface of the Book of 100 Lifetimes. In his previous life, he had focused solely on bitter cultivation, and apart from reaching the 6th layer of qi refining, he had gained nothing else. However, he couldn't choose cultivation. After all, as long as the hidden dangers of the 9 transformations dragon art remained, he couldn't train in it. Otherwise, it would be like carrying a ticking time bomb. I choose talent. Calculating past life experience. After your death, the tale of you drawing your sword to slash at a Foundation establishment cultivator spread. Countless people mocked you for overestimating yourself, unaware that you actually weren't entirely without merit. Though you still failed to injure the Foundation establishment cultivator in the slightest, in the instant before you were pressed to death, you miraculously broke through a bottleneck in swordsmanship, forcing the Mending Heaven Peak Master to exert a bit more strength to finish you off. He later sighed that, though you were but an ant, you had some skill. You have awakened the purple grade talent, some skill. Some skill, no matter how fearsome the attack, as long as it falls within the limits of your abilities, you can freely respond to it, twice. What kind of talent is this? Liu Yang frowned. At first glance, it seemed like some kind of absolute defense divine ability, but the phrase, within the limits of your abilities, in the description took some of the edge off. Still, he didn't dwell on it. After all, he had only chosen a talent to avoid the hidden dangers of cultivating the 9 transformations dragon art from his past life. If the talent was strong, great. If weak, so be it. More importantly, he cared about whether there was a way to avoid the Mending Heaven Peak Master's divinations. If it really doesn't work, I'll just have to give up the 9 transformations dragon art. Liu Yang. Here. Liu Xin's voice from the stage snapped Liu Yang out of his thoughts. He quickly stepped onto the platform, and just like in past lives, Liu Xin assigned him to the pleasure hall. In the next second, Liu Yang suddenly froze. Wait, I remember that in my Myriad Spirits banner, Liu Xin had refined a powerful figure into it, very likely a true disciple of the Saint Sect. This didn't add up. He had merely cultivated a technique and was traced through karma by the Mending Heaven Peak Master, who had followed the thread to his doorstep. Liu Xin, on the other hand, had killed a true disciple. How was he still alive? With that thought, Liu Yang's eyes instantly lit up, staring straight at Liu Xin on the stage. That's it. The only explanation is that he possesses a rare treasure that conceals karma, preventing Foundation establishment cultivators from divining any information about him. In an instant, Liu Yang's thoughts began to churn. Immediately after, he changed his approach, replicating his actions from the first lifetime by publicly enraging and killing Yu Suzhen, successfully drawing Liu Xin's attention. He obtained half of the innate Tao book from Liu Xin's hands. He went into seclusion to cultivate. As expected on a certain dark and windy night, a fully prepared Liu Xin, humming a little tune, came to the entrance of his cave dwelling. "Junior brother Liu, are you there?" Liu Yang didn't speak. Seeing this, Liu Xin wasn't surprised. Instead, he revealed a faint sneer and calmly opened his storage pouch, pulling out several array flags and placing them all around. These were all arrays used for soundproofing and illusion generation, ensuring that no matter what happened inside, no one outside would notice a thing. Liu Xin had done this many times before. To this day, no one had ever suspected him, and even if someone attempted a karmic divination. Thinking of this, Liu Xin patted the pouch hidden in his robe and smiled confidently. Even if someone used karmic divination, it would be useless. Soon after the formation was fully set up, Liu Xin no longer concealed himself and directly unleashed his true qi, slashing open Liu Yang's cave with a single sword, then strolling inside. "Junior brother Liu, don't hide. Someone like you is exactly the kind of talent senior brother needs." Liu Xin's voice abruptly stopped. Inside the cave, Liu Yang was seated cross-legged on a meditation cushion, looking at him with a half-smile. He showed none of the signs of someone who had been cultivating the innate Tao book. Something's not right. In a flash, Liu Xin's pupils contracted, and a banner appeared in his hand. But it was already too late. The next second, a red light flared. Liu Xin felt his true qi and blood essence rapidly drained, collapsing to the ground in a stumble. Heaven-slashing blood river sword formation. Liu Yang had long since set the diagram outside the cave entrance, so Liu Xin's forceful entry was no different from walking into a trap, easily subdued by Liu Yang. Senior brother, I've been waiting a long time. Looking at the fallen Liu Xin, and remembering how he had been tricked to death in the first lifetime, Liu Yang sneered coldly. At last you've fallen into my hands. If our roles were reversed, I'd make you understand what true cruelty means. Who are you really? Liu Xin lay slumped on the ground, completely drained of energy, utterly confused. Had he been schemed against by a newly recruited disciple? Impossible, absolutely impossible. You're a spy from a righteous sect. Wait, don't kill me, I'm useful to you. I have a high-grade Tao book, it can help you reach Foundation establishment. In the face of death, Liu Xin blurted out his greatest secret. In addition, I also have a magical tool. Inside it lies a true disciple of the Saint Sect. He knows many secrets of the Primordial Saint Sect. As long as you let me live, all of it is yours. Before Liu Xin could finish his sentence, Liu Yang activated the blood-transforming divine light, completely draining him into a human skin. Fool, killing you means they're mine anyway. Even you are mine now. Then Liu Yang raised his hand and summoned the innate true Qi myriad spirits banner, shaking the banner once and sweeping it over Liu Xin's corpse. In his earlier life, he had read the innate Tao book, so naturally he knew how to activate this treasure. Liu Xin's corpse entered the banner and began to vaporize into Qi. After circulating within the banner for some time, Liu Yang gave the banner a shake, and Liu Xin reappeared. But this time, the resurrected Liu Xin had already become the banner spirit of the myriad spirits banner. Liu Yang had deliberately preserved his memories, so when Liu Xin revived, he stared at Liu Yang in disbelief. Junior brother Liu, impossible. How could you possibly know how to activate the myriad spirits banner? What did you just call me? Liu Yang sneered coldly. Do I need to teach you what attitude a banner spirit should show toward their banner master, or are you eager to be scattered into soul dust? Spare me, my lord. Liu Xin greets my lord. Liu Xin's legs immediately gave way, kneeling on the ground. Even though he retained all his memories from life, he felt no hatred for Liu Yang, the one who had personally killed him. His every thought was filled only with absolute loyalty. Such was the overbearing nature of the myriad spirits banner. At first glance, the banner spirit was no different from a living person, but in truth, their mind had already been seized, incapable of true autonomy. After a long time, Liu Yang held a yellow talisman paper in his hand, examining it with great interest. After refining Liu Xin into a banner spirit, Liu Yang had him recount his life in detail, including how he had schemed to kill Chen Zinan and how he had avoided the calculations of Foundation establishment true persons. Innate primordial true Qi divine talisman. This is the talisman, Liu Xin prostrated himself and said respectfully. This talisman was left behind by the innate Taoist. As long as it is carried on one's person, it can avoid karmic calculations. Liu Yang nodded in satisfaction, then lightly shook the myriad spirits banner. This time, descending from the banner, was a handsome young man in black robes. Upon seeing Liu Yang, he was first stunned, then looked at Liu Xin, who had already become a banner spirit beside him, and his body immediately trembled. Ha, so you have this day too. Chen Zinan laughed heartily, then looked at Liu Xin. I thought you were already incompetent, but I didn't expect your incompetence to exceed my imagination. Being refined into a banner spirit by someone. How did you manage that? Facing Chen Zinan's mockery, Liu Xin merely lowered his head, showing no intention of answering. Only then did Chen Zinan turn to look at Liu Yang. As expected of a disciple of our Saint Sect, Chen Zinan praised, clapping his hands and laughing, Junior brother, I don't ask you to let me go and reincarnate. Since you were able to kill Liu Xin, it has resolved my deep-seated hatred. How about this? I'll give you a hidden treasure as a reward. Now that I am also a banner spirit, you can naturally see through the truth and falsehood. That hidden treasure is located on an island deep within the Sea of Clouds, called Gourd Island. Your current cultivation is still low. It's best to go after reaching the peak of qi refining. No need. Upon hearing this, Liu Yang showed no sign of being tempted and shook his head indifferently. Senior brother Chen, we are all disciples of the Saint Sect. Why put on an act? Junior brother, you truly misunderstand me. Chen Zinan sighed softly. Although most of our Saint Sect disciples do not speak of camaraderie, we still repay kindness and are not heartless and unjust people. Stop flattering yourself. Liu Yang interrupted Chen Zinan's words without hesitation, sneering. Where are the good people among the Saint Sect disciples? Those who survive, every single one of them, are bad people. Senior brother Chen, don't waste your efforts. I won't go to your hidden treasure. Regarding this true inheritance senior brother, Liu Yang was extremely wary. If there really was a hidden treasure, why hadn't Liu Xin, who held the Myriad Spirits banner for so many years, gone to seize it? Most likely, he was also afraid that Chen Zinan would turn the tables. This person had a deep background and unfathomable methods, completely different from the likes of Liu Xin. Even if he became a banner spirit, he couldn't be fully trusted. Chen Zinan's expression changed slightly. Then why did you summon me? What is your intention? Just conducting an experiment. Liu Yang's tone was calm, but Chen Zinan sensed danger in it and hurriedly said, Wait, I also know where to find a foundation establishment opportunity. Boom! The next second, Liu Yang, without hesitation and ignoring the so-called foundation establishment opportunity, directly shattered Chen Zinan's true spirit that had been refined into the Myriad Spirits banner. No! The Master of Mending Heaven Peak targeted me so much in my previous life. In this life, I'll first kill his son to vent my anger. After a few lifetimes, when I reach foundation establishment, I'll go kill him. Liu Yang's face remained calm. Possessing the Book of 100 Lifetimes, his Tao heart was incomparably firm, unyielding even after numerous setbacks. No matter how powerful the opponent, he had the confidence to ultimately defeat them. As for the foundation establishment opportunity, coincidentally, he also knew of one. Chen Zinan's aura completely dissipated, his soul scattered. Liu Yang then put away the Myriad Spirits banner, tidied up the scene, and began to wait silently. Before long, Mending Heaven Peak trembled violently. A familiar oppressive feeling emerged, as if Mount Tai had descended upon him. Liu Yang immediately put on a fearful expression. He knew exactly what that was. That was the gaze of a foundation establishment true person. Clearly, after he completely killed Chen Zinan, he had alarmed the master of Mending Heaven Peak. The other party was probably now deducing the culprit through karma. Normally, he should be discovered in the next second. Liu Yang waited in his cave dwelling for half an hour, but until the oppressive feeling disappeared, the master of Mending Heaven Peak still did not appear before him. It really works. He can't deduce it. Liu Yang's face remained expressionless, but he laughed inwardly. With this verification, he could finally cultivate the 9 transformations dragon art with peace of mind in this life. Subsequent actions, Liu Yang replicated the operations of previous lifetimes. First, he hyped up Substitute Death Yin Puppet to earn contribution points, then hyped up Yun Myoking to conceal his sword techniques and sword pill, and then purchased a large number of spiritual pills to begin closed-door cultivation. 10 years later, in the blink of an eye, generations of disciples rose and fell, and the various disturbances of the past returned to calm. The development trend of the Saint Sect remained steadily positive. Only today, there seemed to be something different. Heaven and earth resonated. Liu Yang's closed-door cave dwelling seemed to become a vortex, with surging spiritual energy rushing in from all directions like a breached dam. This is a celestial phenomenon. A senior brother has condensed a qi seed and broken through to the late stage of qi refining. Even in the Primordial Saint Sect, the late stage of qi refining was considered a high-level laborer, no longer easily treated as a talent, and had a certain degree of autonomy. Therefore, within Mending Heaven Peak, those disciples who toiled daily for their livelihood, upon seeing the celestial phenomenon manifested by Liu Yang's breakthrough, were inevitably amazed. Yet beneath that amazement lay stronger envy, jealousy, and even resentment of, why not me? At the same time, inside the cave dwelling, Liu Yang also opened his eyes. In an instant, a flash of white lightning seemed to streak through the dim meditation room, dazzlingly bright. The so-called bottleneck truly lives up to its name. In this life, Liu Yang's cultivation speed was the same as in his previous life. In just 3 years, he reached the sixth layer of qi refining, the peak of the mid-stage, but then stagnated at the bottleneck for 7 years. This was still because he had previously broken through to the late stage of qi refining and had experience. Otherwise, this time might have been even longer. It was evident why so many cultivators were stuck at this step, unable to make any progress throughout their lives. Just after breaking through, Liu Yang did not rush to end his seclusion but sat quietly for another 3 days. Only after fully grasping the changes in his true qi, physique, and spiritual consciousness did he stand up. He opened the panel of the Book of 100 Lifetimes. Named Liu Yang. Age 28. Cultivation, 7th layer of qi refining late stage, 9th grade array master. Talents, dual cultivation prodigy white, some skill purple. Cultivation method, 9 transformations dragon art, 7th layer. Divine abilities, divine firmament sword control true formula minor achievement, secret explanation of array treasures perfect, killing curse perfect, heavenly demon blood transforming divine light perfect, qi concealment technique perfect. Treasures, blood sun sword pill, superior magical treasure, innate true qi myriad spirits banner, superior magical treasure. Pages of the Book of 100 Lifetimes, 95. Also at the late stage of qi refining, Liu Yang in this life was much stronger than in his previous life. His true qi was on a completely different level. If they were to fight, it would be a one-sided slaughter. Especially after mastering the heavenly demon blood transforming divine light, combined with the heaven-slashing blood river sword formation. Even if the opponent was also at the late stage of qi refining, once enveloped by his formation, unless they had a deep understanding of him, and had prepared methods to counter the heavenly demon blood-transforming divine light in advance, they would still be doomed. However, it's still not safe. The heavenly demon blood-transforming divine light was powerful, but it was still a divine ability that ordinary disciples could find. Who knew what powerful divine abilities those true inheritance disciples possessed? True inheritance disciples, I wonder if I have a chance. Liu Yang looked expectant. In this life, with the divine talisman concealing karma, his identity was as clean as a whistle. Generally speaking, he was an ideal candidate for recruitment. After all, even for foundation establishment true persons, a late-stage qi refining cultivator was a decent subordinate. Moreover, unlike in his previous life, he had not transformed into a blood shadow, nor had his immortal path been severed. No matter how one looked at it, he should have some investment value. Therefore, Liu Yang had already made up his mind. If a foundation establishment master extended an olive branch, even if it was the master of Mending Heaven Peak, he would not refuse. He would first take the benefits. The grudges could be settled in the next life. A man's knees are as precious as gold. Today is the time to cash in.